believes that thymus is more effective for the pulmonary infections he's been treating. Master Fortine holds out for feather fern, being one of the few indigenous plants. How are you feeling? Like nothing. I cannot even raise my hands. He tried to demonstrate this inability. The lassitude is part of the illness. You wrote that symptom often enough. What can't be cured. Summoning strength from a sudden spurt of irrational anger, KPM flung a pillow at her. It had neither the mass nor the impetus to reach its target, and she laughed as she collected the missile and lofted it easily back to his bed. I believe that you are somewhat improved in spirit. Now drink the soup. She set it down on the table. Are all healthy here? All here, yes. Even the officious Tolocamp, immured in his quarters. He's more likely to catch pneumonia while standing at unshuttered windows to check up on the guards. Desdra chuckled maliciously. He's got messengers stationed on the forecourt. He sails notes down to them to take to offenders. Not even a tunnel snake could slip past his notice. A tiny smirk curved Desdra's lips. Master Tyrone had to talk long and hard to get him to set up that internment camp in the hollow. Tolocamp was certain that offering shelter would be an invitation to undesirables to lodge and feed at his expense. Tyrone is furious with Tolocamp because he wants to send his harpers out with the assurance that they can return. But Tolocamp refuses to believe that harpers can avoid infection. Tolocamp sees the disease as a visible mist or fog that oozes out of meadows and streams and mountain crevices. Desdra was trying to amuse him, KPM thought, for she wasn't normally garrulous. I did order a quarantine, Desdra snorted. True. Tolocamp ought not to have left Ruatha. He overruled the brother when Nelesan fell ill. And with every other breath, Tolocamp is said to moan for abandoning his dear wife, Lady Pendra, and those precious daughters of his to the mercies of the plague rampaging at Ruatha. Desdra's chuckle was dry. He left them there on purpose. Or Lady Pendra insisted they all stay. They'll have insisted on nursing Alesan. How are matters at Fort Weyr and Ruatha? Kalan tells us that Moreta is doing as well as can be expected. Burchar probably has pneumonia, and 19 riders, including Chagall, are weird. Ruatha is badly hit. Fortine has dispatched volunteers. Now drink that soup before it cools. There's much to be done below. I can't stay to chat with you any longer. KPM found that his hand shook violently as he picked up the mug. Shouldn't have wasted all that energy tossing that pillow, she said. He used both hands to bring the mug to his lips without spilling. What have you put in it? He demanded after a careful swallow. A little of this, a little of that. Trying a few restoratives out on you. If they work, I'll make kettles full. It's vile. It's also nutritional. Drink it. I'll choke. Drink it, or I'll let Nerilka, that laundry pole daughter of Tolocamp's, come nurse you in my stead. She offers hourly. KPM cursed Desdra, but he drained the cup. Well, you do sound improved. She chuckled as she closed the door quietly behind her. I didn't say I liked it either, Leroy told Sapirin, but old dragons can glide. That's why Hoth and I can still fly thread in the Queen's wing. Leroy gave Hoth an affectionate clout on the shoulder, beaming up at her lifelong friend. It's the tip, the finger, and elbow joints that harden so the finer points of maneuverability go. Glidings from the shoulder. Doesn't take much effort, either, with the sort of wind we're likely to get now. Why did it have to get so bloody cold on top of everything else? Rain would be more bearable as well as more seasonable. Leroy adjusted the furs across her shoulders. I wouldn't trust the Weirlings to such dull work. They do something fancy, like the stunt young Terregal tried on the ridge with Moreta. Now, you said Labal is grieving badly. Indeed he is. He's lost both sons. Sapirin shook his head sadly before he took another sip of the wine Leroy had served him. to wet your throat after the dust at Red Butte. Sepirin took comfort in the familiar act of reporting to Leroy. It was like the old times, only a few turns past at that, when Lamal had been Weyr leader and Sepirin had been much in this Weyr. He almost expected to see Lamal's chunky figure swing into the chamber and hear the hearty voice greeting him. Now there was a leader to encourage and comfort in this disastrous turn. Still, Sepirin thought with a blink, Leroy was as brisk and quick as ever. Could Eigen put 8 full wings up to fall? What? Leroy snapped out in surprise at the question, then snorted. Not likely. Torrance told Holt that half the Weyr is sick and the other half looks sick. Their damned curiosity and all that sun on their heads all the time slows them down. Nothing to do with their spare time but bake their brains. Of course they all went to gawk at a rarity, and we'll never hear the last of their moans for the unexpected tariff. She made a business of scanning the lists Sepirin had handed her. Can't say as I can put a face or pair a dragon name with some of these. Must all be new. When Lamal was leader, I kept up with all the new riders in every Weyr. Saligar asked about Moreta. Worried about Orlith and her eggs. Leroy peered wisely over the lists at the bronze rider. Sepirin nodded. Saligar volunteered candidates in case. Only what I'd expect. Leroy's answer was tart, but seeing the expression on Sepirin's face, she relented. It was good of him to offer, especially since Orlith is the only queen currently bearing eggs. Leroy's round face produced a slightly malicious smile. Sepirin continued to nod, for he hadn't realized that. It put another light on Saligar's concern for Moreta and Orlith. Don't worry, Sepirin. Moreta's doing well. Orlith's with her constantly, and that queen's a marvel of comfort, as everyone in this Weyr should know by now. I thought it was just with injured dragons. And no comfort for her own Weirmate and rider. Of course Orlith helps Moreta. The other Weyrs could learn a thing or two from our senior queen dragon. Wouldn't surprise me if there were some pretty crucial changes made when Moreta's well. And when Orlith rises to mate again. Leroy winked broadly at Sepirin. That girl has got to show her true preference to her queen. Sepirin managed to hide his surprise at Leroy's outspokenness. Of course, they were old friends, and she probably felt able to be candid in his company. Then he took a quick sip of the wine. What could Leroy possibly be suggesting? He liked Moreta very much. She and Orlith had done a fine job of healing a long thread score on his Clyoth's flank last turn, and Clyoth had risen to fly in Orlith's last mating flight. He had been perversely relieved when Clyoth had failed, despite his admiration and respect for Moreta, and despite a natural desire to prove his bronze dragon superior to the other bronzes of Fort. On the other hand, he had never questioned Chagall's ability as a flight leader. The man had an uncanny instinct for which dragon might be failing in strength or losing his flame, or which rider might not be as courageous as he ought in following thread out of path. But Sepirin did not covet the leadership half as much as his Clyoth yearned to mate with Orlith. Kalan, Leroy said, breaking into his thoughts. She and her dragon looked toward the Weyr entrance. Clyoth confirmed the arrival of Rogeth to Sepirin, telling his rider that he was moving over to permit the Blue to land on Holt's ledge. About bloody time that young man came back to his own Weyr, Leroy said, frowning. There has to be another dragon rider able to do what Klon's doing, or he'll kill himself. Misplaced guilt. Or, more likely, the chance to get in and out of Eigen to see that lover of his. There was no question that the Blue Rider was exhausted as he entered the Weyr. His shoulders sagged and his step had no spring. His face was travel-stained except for the lighter patches of skin around his eyes, protected from flight dirt by his goggles. His clothes were stiff with moisture, frozen into the hide by constant journeys between. 5 drops from the blue vial, Leroy said quickly in an undertone, leaning toward Sepirin. Then she straightened, speaking in a normal tone. Piran, fix a mug of claw laced with that fortified wine of mine for Clon. And sit down there, young man, before you fall." Leroy pointed imperiously to a chair. She had replaced her one stool with several comfortable seats, positioned, as she phrased it, in non-contagious spacing in front of Holt's couch. Clon barely avoided falling into the appointed chair. His legs slid out in front of him as he slouched into the seat. Dangling helmet and goggles from one limp hand, he accepted the mug from Piran. "Take a long swallow now, Clon," Leroy said kindly. "It'll restore your blood to normal temperature after all that betweening. You're nearly as blue as Rogeth. There, that tastes good, doesn't it? A brew of my own to hearten the weary." Though her voice was kind, she watched Clon intently. "Now, what news from the halls?" Clon's weary face brightened. "There is good news. Master Capiam really is recovering. I spoke to Desdra. He's weak, but he's swearing out loud. She said they'd probably have to tether him to his bed to keep him there long enough to regain his strength. He's yelling for records. Best of all," Clon seemed to shrug off his fatigue in his cheerful recital, "he insists that the disease itself doesn't cause the deaths. People are actually dying from other things, like pneumonia and bronchitis and other respiratory ailments. Avoid those, and—" Clon made a wide sweep of his hand, his helmet and goggles clacking together. "All's well." Then his expression altered dolefully. "Only that's just not possible in the holds, you know. So many people crammed into inadequate space, and not enough facilities, especially now when it's got so cold. The Lord's Holder would put people into hide tents that are well enough for a gather, but not for the sick. I've been everywhere, even holds that don't know what's been happening elsewhere and think it's only them that are in deep trouble. I've been so many places." His face turned bleak, and his body slumped deeper into the chair. "A Murray?" Leroy spoke the Green Rider's name gently. Clon's misery broke through the tight hold he must be keeping on his private anxiety. "He's got a chest infection. One of the Weyr folk nursing him had a bad cold." His condemnation was plain. "Fortine gave me a special mixture and a comfrey salve for his chest. I made a Murray take the first dose, and it really did stop him mid-cough. And I rubbed the salve thick on his chest and back." Some instinct made Clon look at the other two riders, and he saw their unvoiced apprehension. "I've got to go to a Murray whenever I can. I can't give him what I've got over. And don't tell me it's enough that Rogeth and Granth stay in touch. I'm very much aware that they do. But I have a need to be with a Murray, too, you know." Clon's face contorted. He looked about to break into tears, a display he averted by drinking deeply of the wine-laced claw. "That's quite tasty, really," he said courteously to Leroy. Then he finished the drink. "Now, what else can I tell you from my—" He paused, blinked, swallowed, and then his head began to loll to one side. Leroy, who had been waiting for that, signaled urgently to Piran. "Perfectly timed, I think," she said, as Piran caught Clon before he slid from the chair. "Here." She tossed a pillow and pulled the fur from her shoulders. "Roll him into this. Pillow his head, and he'll sleep a good 12 hours. Holth, be a pet, and tell Rogeth to go curl up in his own weir and get some rest. You," she prodded the resisting flesh of her queen with her forefinger, "will keep your ears open for Granth." "What if he's needed?" Piran asked, arranging Clon comfortably. "By the halls or the hold, or a Murray?" "A Murray is, of course, a priority," Leroy replied thoughtfully. "I can't really condone his breaking of quarantine. I'll think of some discipline later, for Clon has disobeyed a direct order. I have just decided that we can use other messengers in Clon's place, especially if most of what he does is convey supplies or healers. Weirlings can do that. They'll feel brave and daring, and be scared enough to be careful. Packages can certainly be deposited without making contact, and messages collected at a discreet distance from cots. Let them practice setting down by a pennant instead of a ridge. Good practice. Leroy peered down critically at the sleeping Kalan. However, you'd better circulate the news he brought us from the hall, that the plague doesn't kill. We must be more wary than ever for our convalescents. No one with the slightest sign of a head cold or even a pimple is to attend the riders. It's hard enough to get Weyr folk to tend them, Pern remarked. Ask the laggards who will tend them in their hour of need. Leroy rolled up the rider list and stowed them carefully on the shelf beside her. So, old friend, you'll bring the good news from the healer hall to the lower caverns, and then tell off the wings which are rising to fall tomorrow. Healer Hall, 3.15.43. The light of the many glows that KPM had ordered to illuminate the tight and fading script of the old ledgers shone harshly on the handsome countenance of Tyrone, Master Harper of Pern, who had drawn a chair up to KPM's wide writing desk. Tyrone was scowling at the healer, a totally uncharacteristic expression on a man renowned for his geniality and expansive good humor. The epidemic, no, one had to say its true proportions, pandemic, had marked everyone, including those lucky enough not to have contracted it. Many believed that Tyrone bore a charmed life in the pursuit of his duties across the continent. The Harper had been detained on the border between Tilloch and the High Reaches on a disputation over mines, which had prevented him from attending the Ruathan gather. Once the drums had sounded the quarantine, Tyrone made his way back to the hall by runner relays, past holes where the plague had not penetrated, and some where the news had not spread. He had a fine old row with Tolocamp to be permitted within the hold proper, but Tyrone's logic and the fact that he had not entered any infected areas had prevailed. Or had one of the guards told the Master Harper how it was that Lord Tolocamp had returned from Ruatha? Tyrone had also prevailed on Desdra to permit him to visit the Master Healer. If I don't get details from you, KPM, I shall be forced to rely on hearsay, and that is not a proper source for a Master Harper. Tyrone, I am not about to die. While I laud your zealous desire for a true and accurate account, I have a more pressing duty. KPM raised the ledger. I may have recovered, but I have to find out how to cure or stop this wretched disease before it kills further thousands. I am under strict orders not to tire you, or Desdra will have my gizzard to grill, Tyrone replied with a jocular smile. But the facts are that I was woefully out of touch with the hall at this most critical time. I can't even get a decent account from the drum master, though I quite appreciate that neither he nor his journeyman had the time to log the messages which came in and out of the tower at such a rate. Tolocamp won't talk to me, though it's 5 days since Ruatha gather, and he shows no signs of the illness. So I must have something to go on besides incoherent and confused versions. The perceptions of a trained observer such as yourself are invaluable to the chronicler. I am given to understand that you talked with Talpan at Ista. Tyrone poised his pen above the clean, squared sheet of hide. Talpan. Now, there's the man you should talk to when this is over. That won't be possible. Shards, weren't you told? The Harper half rose from his chair, hand outstretched in sympathy. I'm all right. No, I didn't know. KPM closed his eyes for a moment to absorb that shock. I suspect they thought it would depress me. It does. He was a fine man with a quick, clever mind, herdmaster potential. KPM heard another swift intake of breath from Tyrone and opened his eyes. Master Herdsman Troom as well? And when Tyrone nodded confirmation, KPM steeled himself. So that was why Tyrone had been allowed to see him, to break the news. I think you'd better tell me the rest of the bad news that neither Desdra nor Fortine voiced. It won't hurt half as much now. I'm numb. There have been terrible losses, you realize. Any figures? At Karoon, 9 out of every 10 who fell ill have died. At Eigen Seahold, 15 were weak but alive when the relief ship from Nerat reached them. We have no totals from surrounding holds in Eigen, nor do we know the extent of the epidemic's spread in Eigen, Karoon, or Ruatha. You can be very proud of your craftsmen and women, KPM. They did all that was humanly possible to succor the ill. And they died too? KPM asked when Tyrone's voice trailed off. They brought honor to your hall. KPM's heart thumped slowly in his anguish. All dead. Mibbet, gentle Kelos, the earthy Loriana, Ernest Rapal, the bone-setter Sneal, Galnish, all of them? Could it really be only 7 days ago that he had first had word of the dreadful sickness, and those he had attended at Karoon and Eigen already sick to their deaths with it? Though he was now positive that the plague itself didn't kill, the living had to face another sort of death, the death of hopes and friendships and what might have been in the futures of those whose lives were abruptly ended. And so near to the promise and freedom of an interval. KPM felt tears sliding down his cheeks, but they eased the tight constriction in his chest. He let them flow, breathing slowly in and out until his emotions were in hand again. He couldn't think emotionally. He must think professionally. Eigen Seahold held nearly 1,000 people. Only 50 were ill when I attended them at Berdion's summons. Berdion is one of the survivors. I trust he kept notes for you. KPM could not prevent his tone from being savage. I believe he did, Tyrone went on, impervious to the invalid's bad temper. The log of the wind toss is also available. The captain was dead when I reached the Seahold. Did you see the animal? Tyrone leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting with the avid curiosity he did not voice. Yes, I saw it. That image was now seared in KPM's memory. The feline had paced restlessly and vividly through his fevered dreams and his restless nightmares. KPM would never forget its snarling face, the white and black whiskers that sprang from its thick muzzle, the brown stains on its tusks, the nicks in its laid-back, tufted ears, the dark brown medallions of its markings that were so fancifully ringed with black and set off in the tawny, shining coat. He could remember its fierce defiance, and had even then, when he'd first seen it, conceived the notion that the creature knew perfectly well that it would take revenge on the beings who had restricted it to a cage, who had stared at it in every hold and hall. Yes, Tyrone, I actually saw it, like hundreds of other people attending Ista Gather, only I've lived to tell the tale. Talpan and I spent 20 minutes observing it while he told me why he thought it had to die. In 20 minutes, it probably infected many people, even though Talpan was making the gawkers stand well back from the cage. In fact, I probably contracted my dose of the plague there, from the source, instead of second-hand. That conclusion afforded KPM some relief. Made more vulnerable by fatigue, he'd come down with the plague a bare 24 hours later. That was better than believing that he had been negligent of hygiene at Eigen and Karoon. Talpan deduced that the animal had to be the cause of the disease already affecting runners from Eigen to Karoon. I'd been called to Karoon, too, you see, because so many of their folk were falling ill. I was tracing human contagion. Talpan was tracing runner. We both reached the same conclusion at Ista Gather. The creature was terrified of dragons, you know. Really? So I was informed. But Cadal is among the dead at Telgar Weir, and so is his blue dragon. Tyrone murmured, all the while writing furiously. How, then, did the disease get to Southern Bowl if the creature was killed at Istagather? You've forgotten the weather. Weather? Yes, the weather was so mild, Karoon runner-holds started shipping early this winter, the tides and winds being favorable. So Lord Ratoshigan got his breeding stock early and an unexpected bounty, as did several other notable breeders, some of whom attended Roatha Gather. Well, that is interesting. Such a devastating concatenation of so many small events. We should be grateful that Tillich breeds its own and supplies the high reaches, Crom and Nabal. That the Karoon-bred runners destined for Bendon, Limos, Bitra, and Nerat either died of the plague or were not herded overland. The Weyr leaders have issued an interdiction against any travel to the southern continent, Tyrone said. The ancients had excellent reason for abandoning that place. Too many threats to life. Get your facts straight, Tyrone, KPM said, irritated. Most life here was created and nurtured there. Now I have never seen that proved to. Life and its maintenance are my province, Master Harper. KPM held up the ancient ledger and waggled it at Tyrone. As the creation and development of life was once the province of our ancestors. The ancients brought with them from the southern continent all the animals we have here with us today, including the dragons which they genetically engineered for their unique purpose. Tyrone's lower jaw jutted slightly, about to dispute. We have lost the skills that the ancients possessed, even though we can refine runners and the herd beasts for specific qualities. And KPM paused, struck by an awful consideration. And I'm suddenly aware that we are in a double peril right now. He thought of Talpan and all his bright promise lost, of Master Herdsman Troom, of the captain of the Wind-Toss, his own dead craftsman, each with his or her special qualities lost to a swift mortal illness. We may have lost a lot more than a coherent account of the progress of a plague, Tyrone. And that should worry you far more. It is knowledge as well as life that is being lost all over Pern. What you should be jotting down as fast as you can push your fist is the knowledge, the techniques that are dying in men's minds and cannot be recovered. KPM waved the record about, Tyrone eyeing it with alarm. As we can't recover from all the ledgers and records of the ancients exactly how they performed the miracles they did. And it's not the miracles so much as the working, the day-to-day routine which the ancients didn't bother to record because it was common knowledge. A common knowledge that is no longer common. That's what we're missing. And we may have lost a lot more of that common knowledge over the past 7 days. More than we can ever replace. KPM lay back, exhausted by his outburst, the records a heavy weight on his guts. That sense of loss, the pressure of that anxiety, had been growing inside him. That morning when the lethargy had passed, he had been disquietingly aware of the many facts, practices, and intuitions he had never written down, had never thought to elaborate in his private notes. Ordinarily, he would have passed them on to his journeymen as they grasped the complexities of their craft. Some matters he had been told by his masters, which they had gleaned from their tutors or from their working experiences. But the transfer of information and its interpretation had been verbal in all too many instances, passed on to those who would need to know. KPM became aware that Tyrone was staring at him. He had not meant to harangue. That was generally Tyrone's function. I could not agree with you more, KPM, Tyrone began tentatively, pausing to clear his throat. But people of all ranks and crafts tend to keep some secrets which... Shells. Not the drum again. KPM buried his head in his hands, pressing his thumbs tightly into his ear holes, trying to block the sound. Tyrone's expression brightened, and he half rose from the chair, gesturing for KPM to unplug his ears. It's good news from Eigen. Threadfall has been met and all is clear. 12 wings flew. 12? KPM pulled himself up, calculating Eigen's crushing losses and the numbers of its sick riders. Eigen couldn't have put 12 wings in the air today. Dragon men must fly when thread is in the sky. Tyrone's resonant voice rang with pride and exultation. KPM stared at him, aware only of profound dismay. How had he failed to catch the significance of Tyrone's mention of the Weyr leaders' joint interdiction of the southern continent? They'd had to consolidate Weyrs to meet fall. To fight thread is in their blood. Despite their cruel losses, they rise, as always, to defend the continent. Tyrone was off in what KPM had derisively termed his lyric trance. It was not the time to be composing sagas and ballads, yet the ringing phrases plucked at a long-forgotten memory. Do be quiet, Tyrone. I must think, or there won't be any Dragonriders left to fight thread. Get out. Blood. That's what Tyrone had said. It's in their blood. Blood. KPM hit his temples with the heels of his hands as if he could jolt the vagrant memory into recall. He could almost hear the creaky old voice of old Master Gallardi. Yes, he'd been preparing for his journeyman's examinations, and old Gallardi had been droning on and on about unusual and obsolescent techniques. Something to do with blood. Gallardi had been talking about the curative properties of blood. Blood what? Blood serum, that was it. Blood serum as an extreme remedy for contagious or virulent disease. KPM? It was Desdra, her voice hesitant. Are you all right? Tyrone said, I'm fine. What was that you kept telling me? What can't be cured must be endured. Well, there's another way. Inuring to cure. Immunizing. And it's in the blood. It's not a bark, a powder, a leaf. It's blood. And the deterrent is in my blood right now, because I've survived the plague. Master KPM. Desdra stepped forward, hesitant, mindful of the precautions of the last 5 days. I do not think I am contagious any longer, my brave Desdra. I'm the cure. At least I believe I am. In his excitement, KPM had crawled out of bed, flinging sleeping rugs away from him in an effort to reach the case that held his apprentice and journeyman's texts. KPM, you'll fall. KPM was tottering, and he grasped at the chair Tyrone had vacated to prevent the collapse. He couldn't summon the strength to reach to the shelves. Get me my notes. The oldest ones. They're on the left-hand side of the top shelf. He sat down abruptly in the chair, shaking with weakness. I must be right. I have to be right. The blood of a recovered patient prevents others from contracting the disease. Your blood, my fine, feeble friend, Desdra said tartly, dusting off the records before she handed them to him, is very thin and very weak, and you're going back to your bed. Yes, in a minute. KPM was riffling through the thin hide pages, trying in his haste not to crack the brittle fabric, forcing himself to recall exactly when Master Gallardi had delivered those lectures on unusual techniques. Spring. It was spring. He turned to the last third of his notes. Spring, because he had allowed his mind to dwell more on normal springtime urges than ancient procedures. He felt Desdra tugging at his shoulders. You have me spend 2 hours fixing glow baskets just to illuminate you in bed, and now you read in the darkest corner of your room. Get back into bed. I haven't nursed you this far out of that plague to have you die on me from a chill caught prancing about in the dark like a broody dragon. And Hand me my kit, please." He kept reading as he allowed himself to be escorted back to bed. Desdra tugged the furs so tightly in at the foot that he couldn't bend his knees to prop up the notes. With a tug and a kick, he undid her handiwork. "KPM!" Returning with his kit, she was furious at his renewed disarray. She grabbed his shoulder and laid her hand across his forehead. He pushed it away, trying not to show the irritation he felt at her interruptions. "I'm all right. I'm all right." "Tyrone thought you'd had a relapse the way you're acting. It's not like you, you know, to cry, 'Blood, blood, it's in their blood.' Or in yours, for that matter." He only half heard her, for he had found the series of lectures that he had copied that spring, 30 turns gone, when he was far more interested in urgent problems like thread score, infection, preventive doses, and nutrition. "It is in my blood. That's what it says here," KPM cried in triumph. "The clear serum which rises to the top of the vessel after the blood has clotted produces the essential globulins which will inhibit the disease. Injected intravenously, the blood serum gives protection for at least 14 days, which is ordinarily sufficient time for an epidemic disease to run its course." KPM read on avidly. He could separate the blood components by centrifugal force. Master Gallardi had said that the ancients had special apparatus to achieve separation, but he could suggest a homely expedient. "The serum introduces the disease into the body in such a weakened state as to awaken the body's own defenses and thus prevent such a disease in its more virulent form." KPM lay back on his pillows, closing his eyes against a momentary weakness that was compounded of relief as well as triumph. He even recalled how he had rebelled against the tedious jotting down of a technique that might now save thousands of people, and the Dragonriders. Desdra regarded him with a curious expression on her face. "But that's homeopathic, except for injecting directly into the vein." "Quickly absorbed by the body, thus more effective. And we need an effective treatment. Desdra, how many Dragonriders are sick?" "We don't know, KPM. They stopped reporting numbers. The drums did say that 12 wings flew thread at Eigen, but the last report I had, from Kalan, actually, was that 175 riders were ill, including one of the Queen riders. Labal lost 2 sons in the first deaths." 175 ill. Any secondary infections?" "They haven't said, but then we haven't asked." "At Telgar? Fort Weir?" "We have been thinking more of the thousands dying than the Dragonriders," Desdra admitted in a bleak voice, her hands locked so tightly the knuckles were white. "Yes, well, we depend on those 2,000-odd Dragonriders. So nag me no more and get what I need to make the serum. And when Kalan comes, I'll want to see him immediately. Is there anyone else here in the halls or the hold who has recovered from this disease?" "Not recovered." "Never mind. Kalan will be here soon. We expect him. He's been conveying medicines and healers." "Good. Now, I'll need a lot of sterile, 2-liter glass containers with screw tops, stout cord, fresh reeds span length. I've got needle thorns, redwort, and, boil me that syringe the cooks use to baste meats. I do have some glass ones Master Clargash had blown for me, but I can't think where I stored them. Now, away with you. And Desdra, I'll want some double distilled spirits and more of that restorative soup of yours." "I can understand the need for spirits," she said at the door, her expression sardonic. "But more of the soup you dislike so?" He flourished a pillow, and she laughed as she closed the door behind her. KPM turned the pages to the beginning of Master Gallardi's lecture. "In the event of an outbreak of a communicable disease, The use of a serum prepared from the blood of a recovered victim of the same disease has proved efficacious. Where the populace is healthy, an injection of the blood serum prevents the disease. Administered to a sufferer, the blood serum mitigates the virulence. Long before the crossings, such plagues as varicella, diphtheria, influenza, rubella, epidemic roseola, morbilli, scarlatina, variola, typhoid, typhus, poliomyelitis, tuberculosis, hepatitis, cytomegalovirus herpes, and gonococcal were eliminated by vaccination. Typhus and typhoid were familiar to KPM, for there had been outbreaks of each as the result of ineffective hygiene. He and the other healers had feared they would result from the current overcrowding. Diphtheria and scarlatina had flared up occasionally over the past several hundred turns, at least often enough so that the symptoms and the treatment were part of his training. The other diseases he didn't know except from the root words, which were very, very old. He would have to look them up in the Harper Hall's etymological dictionary. He read on farther in Master Gallardi's advice. 1.5 liters of blood could be taken from each recovered victim of the disease, and that, separated, would give 50 mils of serum for immunization. The injectable amount varied from 1 mil to 10, according to Gallardi, but he wasn't very specific as to which amount for which disease. KPM thought ruefully of the impassioned words he had poured at Tyrone concerning the loss of techniques. Was he himself at fault for not attending more closely to Master Gallardi's full lecture? No great calculation was needed for KPM to see the enormity of the task of producing the desirable immunity, even for the vital few thousand Dragonriders, the Lord's Holder and Master Craftsmen, let alone the healers who must care for the ill and prepare and administer the vaccine. The door swung before Desdra, who looked flustered for the first time that KPM could remember. She carried a rush basket and closed the door with a deft hook of her foot. "I have your requirements, and I have found the glass syringes that Master Genjon blew for you. 3 were broken, but I have boiled the remainder." Desdra carefully deposited the wicker basket by his bed. She pulled his bedside table to its customary place, and on it she put the jar of redwort in its strongest solution, a parcel of reeds, the leaf-bound needle-thorns, a steaming steel tray that had covered the kettle in which he could see a small glass jar, a stopper, and the Genjon syringes. From her pocket, Desdra drew a length of stout, well-twisted cord. "There. That is not a 2-liter jar." "No, but you are not strong enough to be reduced by 2 liters of blood. 1/2 liter is all you can lose. Kalan will be here soon enough." Desdra briskly scrubbed his arm with the redwort, then tied the cord about his upper arm while he clenched his fist to raise the artery. It was ropey and blue beneath the flesh that seemed too white to him. With tongs, she took the glass container from the boiled water. She opened the packet of reeds, then the needle-thorns, took one of each, and fitted the needle-thorn to one end of the reed. "I know the technique, but I haven't done this often." "You will have to. My hand shakes." Desdra pressed her lips in a firm line, dipped her fingers in redwort, put the glass container on the floor by his bed, tilted the reed end into it, and picked up the needle-thorn. The tip of a needle-thorn is so fine that the tiny opening in the point is almost invisible. Desdra punctured his skin and, with only a little force, entered the engorged vein, then flipped loose the tourniquet. KPM closed his eyes against the slight dizziness he felt when his blood pressure lowered, as the blood began to flow through the needle-thorn and down the reed into the container. When the spell had passed, he opened his eyes and was objectively fascinated by his blood dripping into the glass. He pumped his fist, and the drip increased to a thin flow. In a curious, detached way, he seemed to feel the fluid leaving his body, being gathered from his other limbs, even from his torso, that the draining was a totally corporeal affair, not just from the fluid in one artery. He really could feel his heart beating more strongly, accommodating the flow. But that was absurd. He was beginning to feel a trifle nauseated when Desdra's fingers pressed a red wart-stained swab over the needle thorn, then removed it with a deft tweak. "That is quite enough, Master KPM. Almost 3/4 of a liter. You've gone white. Here. Press hard and hold. Drink the spirits." She placed the drink in his left hand, and he automatically held the compress with his right. The powerful spirit seemed to take up the space left by the release of his blood. But that was a highly fanciful notion for a healer who knew very well the route taken by anything ingested. "Now what do we do?" she asked, holding up the closed glass jar of his blood. "That top firmly screwed on?" And when she demonstrated that it was, "Then wrap the cord tightly around the neck and knot it firmly." "Good. Hand it here." "What do you think you're going to do now?" Her face was stern and her gaze stubborn. For a woman who had often preached detachment, she was suddenly very intense. "Gallardi says that centrifugal force, that is, whirling the jar around, will separate the components of the blood and produce the useful serum." "Very well." Desdra stood back from the bed, made sure she had sufficient clear space to accomplish the operation, and began to swing the jar around her head. KPM, observing her exertions, was glad she had volunteered. He doubted that he could have managed it. "We could rig something similar with the spit canines, couldn't we? Have to prod the beasts to maintain speed. One needs a constant speed. Or perhaps a smaller arrangement, with a handle so one could control the rotational velocity." "Why? Do we need to do this often?" "If my theory is correct, we'll need rather a lot of serum. You did leave word that Kalan is to be shown here as soon as he arrives." "I did. How much longer?" KPM could not have her desist too soon, yet Master Gallardi had said, "In a very short time," and KPM looked more closely at his own handwriting. Had he erred in transcribing? A concerned healer with 30 turns of craft life behind him, he silently cursed the diffidence of the spring-struck young apprentice he had been. "That ought to suffice, Desdra. Thank you." Breathless, Desdra slowed the swing of the jar and caught it, placing it on the table. KPM hunched forward on the bed, while Desdra examined the various layers with astonishment. "That?" Desdra pointed dubiously to the straw-colored fluid in the top level. "Is your cure?" "Not a cure, exactly. An immunization." KPM enunciated the word carefully. "One has to drink it?" Desdra's voice was neutral with distaste. "No, though I dare say it wouldn't taste any worse than some of the concoctions you've insisted I swallow. No, this must be injected into the vein." She gave him a long, thoughtful look. "So that's why you needed the syringes." She gave her head a little shake. "We don't have enough of them. And I think you better see Master Fortine." "Don't you trust me?" KPM was hurt by her response. "Completely. That's why I suggest you go to Master Fortine with your serum. He has been too frequent a visitor at our cautious Lord Holder's internment camp. He's coming down with the plague." Chapter 10. Fort Weyr and Ruatha Hold, present pass, 3.16.43. When Moreta woke, she felt Orlith's joyful presence in her mind. "You are better. The worst is over." "I'm better? Moreta was annoyed by the quaver in her voice, too much a remnant of the terrible lassitude that had enervated her the day before. "You are much better. Today you will get stronger every minute." "How much of that is wishful thinking, my love?" Even as Moreta spoke in her usual affectionate way, she realized that Orleth would know. During Moreta's illness, the Queen had been as close in her mind as if the dragon had changed mental residence. Orleth had shared every moment of Moreta's discomfort, as if, by sharing, the dragon could diminish the effects of the plague on her rider. They, who had been partners in so much, had achieved a new peak of awareness, the one in the other. Orleth had dampened the pain of the fierce headache. She had eased the stress of fever and depressed the hard, racking cough. All she could do was comfort Moreta during the 4th day of physical and mental exhaustion. But by then the Dragon Queen had every right to rejoice. "Hoth says there is other good news. Master KPM has a serum which prevents the plague." "Prevents it? Can he cure it?" Moreta had not been so detached in the course of her illness that she had not known that others in Fort had sickened, or that dragons and riders had died in other weirs. She was aware as well that 2 Fort Weyr wings had risen the day before to meet the fall on Eigen's behalf. That Burchar and Telenai's new babe had died. She knew as well that the epidemic had extended its insidious grip on the continent. It was time and enough for the healers to have found some specific means to control it. "The plague has a name. It is an ancient disease." "What name do they give it, then?" "I can't remember," Orleth said apologetically. Moreta sighed. Naming was a dragon failing, yet Orleth remembered quite a few, Moreta thought fondly. "Hoth asks, are you hungry yet?" "My greetings to our good Hoth and our gracious Leroy. And I think I am hungry," Moreta said with some surprise. For 4 days any thought of food had caused nausea. Thirst she had suffered, as well as the hard, throat-searing cough, and a weakness so deep she feared at moments that she would never shake it. That was when Orleth had been closest to her mind. Had there been space enough, the Queen would have forced her swollen body into Moreta's quarters to be physically near. "How's Chagall?" Moreta inquired. She had been feverishly ill by morning when Cadith had mournfully roused Orleth and Hoth with the news of his rider's collapse. "He is weak. He doesn't feel at all well." Moreta grinned. Orleth's tone was tinged with scorn, as if the Queen felt her own rider had been more valiant. "Do remember, Orleth, that Chagall has never been ill. This must come as a terrible shock to his self-esteem." Orleth said nothing. "What news from Ruatha Hold?" "You'd better tell me," Moreta added when she felt Orleth's resistance. "Leroy comes." Relief marked Orleth's manner. "She knows." "Leroy comes here?" Moreta tried to sit up, but gasped at the dizziness the sudden movement occasioned. She lay where she had flopped as she listened to the approach of shuffling steps and the tap of Leroy's cane. "Leroy, you shouldn't." "Why not?" Leroy projected her voice from the larger weir. "Good morning, Orleth. I'm one of the brave. I've lived my life, so I'm not afraid of this viral influence, as the healers have styled it." Leroy pushed back the bright door curtain, peering brightly at the younger woman. "Ah, dear, you have color in your face today." A covered pot and the thong of a flask swung from her left hand. 2 more containers had been stuck in her belt to allow her to use her right hand for her stick. As Leroy entered the room, Moreta noticed that the old woman's gait seemed more fluid. She deposited her oddments on the chest that was now drawn to Moreta's bedside, and then allowed herself to drop onto the space by Moreta's feet. "There now," she said with great satisfaction, tucking her gnarled stick beside her. "Yes, you should do very well." "Something smells good," Moreta said, inhaling the aroma from the pot. "A special porridge I concocted. Made them bring me supplies and a brazier so I could nurse you myself. Nesso's finally down with it and out of my hair for a bit. Gort has taken charge. Rather well, I might add, in case you're interested." Leroy looked slyly at Moreta as she spooned porridge in 2 bowls. "I'll join you, since it's my breakfast time as well. And this stuff is as good for me as it is for you. By the way, I made Orlith eat this morning before she wasted away to nothing but the eggshells. She had 4 fat bucks and a wherry. She was very hungry. Now, don't look dismayed. You've scarcely been able to do for yourself, let alone her. She didn't feel neglected. She minds me very well, Orlith does, since she knows me so well. After all, Holt laid her. So she did as we told her, and she's feeling better. She had to eat, Moreta. Her next stop is the hatching ground, and we had to wait till you recovered for that. Won't be long now." Moreta did some swift adding. "She's early. She shouldn't clutch for another 5 or 6 days. There has been some stress. Don't fuss. Eat. The sooner you've got your strength back, the better all round." "I'm much stronger today. Yesterday," Moreta smiled ruefully. "How have you managed?" "Very easily." Leroy was serenely smug. "As I said, I had them bring me a brazier and supplies. I made your potions myself, I'll have you know. With Orlith listening to every breath you made and relaying the information to Holt, I'll wager you couldn't have been better cared for if Master Capiam had been at your bedside." "Orlith says he's discovered a cure?" "A vaccine, he calls it. But I'll not have him after your blood." "Why should he be?" Moreta was startled, and Orlith gave a bellow at Leroy's protectiveness. "He takes the blood of people who have recovered and makes a serum to prevent it in others. Says it's an ancient remedy. Can't say I like the notion at all." Leroy's short, upright figure shuddered. "He practically attacked Kalan when he reported for conveying." Leroy gave a chuckle and smiled with bland satisfaction. "Kalan was doing too much flitting between on Healer Hall errands. I've appointed Weirlings to the duty. Didn't like to, but they followed orders well. Oh, there's been so much happening, I hardly know where to begin." Beneath Leroy's glib manner, Moreta could discern worry and fatigue, but the older weirwoman seemed to be thriving on the crisis. "Have there been more weird deaths?" Moreta asked, bracing herself for the answer. "No." Leroy gave a defiant nod of her head and another pleased smile. "There shouldn't have been any. People weren't using the wits they were born with. You know how greens and blues panic? Well, they did just that when their riders got so sick and weak, instead of supporting them. In fact, there might be something to Jalora's theory that the one caused the other." Leroy stared off for a moment in deep thought. "Jalora's the journeywoman healer sent with 2 apprentices from the Healer Hall. So we keep in touch with the sick riders. You were very ill, you know. Exhausted, I think, after the gather. No sleep, all the excitement. Then fall, and that repair on Dylanth. He's fine, but Orlith is so strong, and her need of you is so great that you hadn't a chance of dying. You and Orlith as a healing team were the inspiration." Leroy fixed Moreta with a mock stern gaze. "So we just told the other Weir women to have their queen dragons keep watch on the sick and not let the riders die. It isn't as if the Weirs had the crowding that's causing so much concern in the holds and halls." It's ridiculous for Dragonriders to die of this vicious viral influence. How many are ill if the Weyrs must consolidate to fly fall? Leroy grimaced. Steel yourself. Nearly 2/3 of every Weyr except High Reaches is out of action. Between the plague and injuries, we can only just manage to send our 2 wings to cover fall. But you said Master KPM had a cure. A preventive, and not enough of this vaccine yet. Leroy spoke with an angry regret. So the Weyr women decided that the High Reaches riders must be vaccinated. She stumbled over the unfamiliar term. Since we must all look to Saligar and Falga. As more of the serum is prepared, other Weyrs will be vaccinated. Right now, KPM has the drums burning to find more people who have recovered from this viral influence. First, Dragonriders. Leroy ticked off each name on a finger. Then healers, then Lord Holders and other craftsmasters, except for Tyrone, which I think, no matter how Tolocamp objects, is sensible. Tolocamp hasn't been ill. Tolocamp won't leave his apartment. You know a great deal about what's happening for a woman who stays in her own Weyr most of the time. Leroy chuckled. Kalan reports to me. Whenever, that is, KPM hasn't his exclusive services. Fortunately, Blues have good appetites, and although KPM maintains that dragons, wherries, and watchwares can't contract the plague, dragons had best eat from stock isolated in their own Weyrs. So Kalan brings Rogeth home to eat, daily. Dragons don't eat daily. Blue dragons, who must flit between twice hourly, do. Leroy gave Moreta a stern glance. I had a note from KPM. Could barely read his script, lauding Kalan's dedication. Murray? Recovering. Very close thing, but Hoth was in constant touch with Grant once I realized how vital dragon support could be. Labal lost both his sons, and he grieves constantly. Matenai's impossible, but then he has fought Thread longer than most and sees this incident as a personal affront. If it weren't for Kadren and Saligar, I think we'd have had trouble with Fagal. He's lost heart, too. Leroy, there's something you're not telling me. Yes, dear girl. Leroy patted Moreta's arm gently before she filled a glass from one of her flasks. Take a sip of this, she said peremptorily, handing it to her. Obediently, Moreta did, and she was about to ask what on earth Leroy had concocted when she felt Orleth's presence in her mind, like a buffer. Your family's hold. Leroy's voice thickened, and she avoided Moreta's gaze, staring instead at the bright central design of the door curtain. Was very hard hit. Leroy's voice habitually broke, but that time it was pronounced, and Moreta peered at the older woman's averted face. Tears were running unheeded down the round cheek nearest her. There'd been no drum message in 2 days. The harper at Caroon Heights made the trip down river. Leroy's fingers tightened on Moreta's arm. There was no one alive. No one? Moreta was stunned. Her father's hold had supported nearly 300 people, and another 10 families had cots nearby on the river bluffs. Drink that down. Numbly, Moreta complied. No one alive? Not even someone out with the bloodstock? Leroy shook her head slowly. Not even the bloodstock. Her admission was almost a whisper. Moreta could barely grasp the staggering tragedy. Obscurely, it was the deaths of the bloodstock that she regretted the most. 20 turns ago, she had acquiesced to her family's wish that she respond to search. She regretted their deaths, certainly, for she had been fond of her mother and several of her brothers and sisters, and one paternal uncle. She had enormous respect for her father. The runner beasts, all the bloodstock that had been so carefully bred for the 8 generations her family had the runner hold, that loss cut more deeply. Orlith crooned gently, and her dragon's compassion was subtly reinforced by a second pressure. Moreta felt the terrible weight of her grief being eased by an anodyne of love and affection, of total understanding for the complexities of her sorrow, of a commitment to share and ease the multiple pressures of bereavement. Tears streamed down Moreta's cheeks until she felt drained, but curiously detached from her body and mind, floating in an unusual sensation of remoteness. Leroy had put something very powerful in that wine of hers, she thought with an odd clarity. Then she noticed that Leroy was watching her intently, her eyes incredibly sad and tired, every line of her many turns etched in her round, small face. "No stock at all?" Moreta asked finally. "Would young runners have been wintering on the plains? The harper couldn't check. Didn't know where, and there hasn't been time to send a sweep rider." No, of course there wouldn't be time. Moreta could quite see that impossibility with the present demands on available riders, but she accepted the hopeful suggestion. Yearlings and gravid runners would be in the winter pasture. Somebody of the hold will have been tending them and survive. The comforting presences in her mind wrapped her with love and reassurances. "We are here." "Is Hoth with you, Orlith?" Moreta asked. "Of course," was the reply from 2, now distinct to her, sources. "Oh, how kind." Moreta's mind drifted, oddly divorced from her body, until she became aware of Leroy's anxious expression. "I'm all right, as Hoth will tell you. Did you know she speaks to me?" "Yes, she's got rather used to checking in on you," Leroy said, with a kind and serene smile. "What did you put in that wine? I feel disembodied." "That was rather the effect I hoped to achieve. Fellis juice, numbweed, and one of the euphorics, just to cushion the shock." "Are there more?" From the wavering of Leroy's smile, Moreta knew that there were. "You might as well give me the whole round tale now, while I'm so remote. My family's hold cannot have been unique." Leroy shook her head. "Ruatha hold?" That would follow the line of catastrophe, Moreta thought. "They have been badly hit." "Alesan?" She thought about him first, because his would be the worst loss there, before he'd even had time to enjoy being a Lord Holder. "No, he's recovering, but the decimation among the gathered guests, his brothers, almost all the racers." "Dag?" "I don't have many names. Hold and Weyr and Hold have been shockingly depleted. Lord Fitatrick, his lady, half their children." "By the egg, isn't there any place spared?" "Yes, in fact, Betra, Limas, Nerat, Bendon, and Tilak have had relatively few cases, and those were isolated promptly to avoid contagion. Those holds have been magnificent in sending people to the stricken." "Why?" Moreta clenched her fists, hunching herself together in a sudden convulsion that was more mental than physical. "Why? When we're so near the end of the path. It's not fair, so close to an interval. Did you know," Moreta's voice was hard and intense, "that my family started out after the end of the last pass? My bloodline started then? And now, just before the next interval, it's wiped out. That isn't known for certain, if what you say of wintering stock applies. Do consider that possibility. That probability. The dragons reinforced Leroy's optimism. Moreta's outburst passed almost as swiftly as it had consumed her. She lay back, limp, her eyelids suddenly heavy, her body flaccid. Leroy seemed to be retreating from her, though she was conscious that the Weyr woman still sat on the bed. "That's right. You sleep now," Leroy said in a gentle croon echoed by two dragon voices. "I can't stay awake," Moreta mumbled, and, sighing, relaxed into a potion-induced sleep. Ruatha Hold, present pass, 3.16.43. Kalan was intensely relieved when journeyman healer Fallon, his lips pulled down in a sorrowful line, emerged from Lord Alessan's apartment. The death stench of the cold corridor bothered Kalan, inured though he was to plague-ridden holds. "I've vaccinated the sister and the harper, and did that other poor fellow as well. Lord Alessan says that more patients may be found along this corridor, but they did manage to clear the upper levels. I don't know how the man had managed. I'd no idea it would be so bad, or I'd have insisted that Master KPM give us more serum. There isn't that much to distribute, you know." "Don't I just!" Fallon gave Kalan a thin smile. The previous evening, the Blue Rider had conveyed the journeyman to South Ball Hold when the drums had reported survivors of the plague. His KPM's timely visit to South Ball and his recommendations to its healers had in fact prevented the plague from spreading as insidiously as it had in mid-continent. It was only just that all the survivors donate blood for serum. Lord Ratashikan had been a donor, though the ever-irascible Lord Holder had been under the distinct impression, adroitly fostered by Blue Rider and journeyman, that the blood-taking was part of the prescribed treatment. "Donations can be taken here," Fallon went on, combing his hair with his fingers. "I'll give them some of Desdra's brew first, but judging from Lord Alessan's tally, the Hold will be able," Fallon gave a dour snort, "to supply those left here. Do ask Lord Shatter if he can find a few more volunteers. I'm sure we can save many of those with secondary infections if we just have enough nurses. We've got to try. This Hold has been devastated." Kalan acknowledged that with a slow nod of his head. The desolation and ruin of Ruatha Hall had appalled the relief party. Kalan and 3 Bendon green dragons had conveyed Fallon, an apprentice healer, and 6 volunteers from Bendon Hold. The spectacle that greeted the party emerging from between over the Hold was the worst Kalan had seen. The monstrous burial mounds in the river field, the wide circle of charnel fires near the race flats, the abandoned tents built on gather stall frames had indicated the magnitude of Ruatha's attempt to survive. The sad tatters of the gaudy gather flags hanging from the upper tiers of the closely shuttered windows had struck Kalan as grotesque, a mockery of the gaiety that was gathering in the midst of the tragedy that had befallen the Hold. Bits and pieces of trash skittered across the forlorn dancing square and the roadway, while a kettle swung noisily on its tripod over a long dead fire, its ladle banging in time to gusts of the bitter cold wind. "Lady Pendra," Kalan began. A quick shake of Fallon's head made it unnecessary for Kalan to continue. "No, nor any of the daughters he brought to Ruatha Gather. At that, Lord Tollacamp comes out better than Lord Alessan. He's got but the one sister left." "Of all Leif's get?" "Lord Alessan frets about her, and his runners. More of them survived than guessed, I think. You speak to him," Fallon suggested, clapping the Blue Rider on the shoulder before making off up the dark corridor to the next room. Kalan squared his shoulders. In the last few days, he had learned how to keep his face from showing his emotions, how to sound not exactly cheerful, which would have been offensive, but certainly positive and encouraging. After all, with the vaccine, there was the hope of mitigating the plague and preventing the disease in those not yet infected. He knocked politely at the heavy door, but entered without waiting for an acknowledgment. Lord Alesan was kneeling by a toss mattress, bathing the face of the occupant. There was another makeshift bed along the wall leading into the sleeping quarters. Kalan suppressed an inadvertent exclamation at the change in the young Lord Holder. Alesan might regain lost weight, and his skin its healthy color, but his face would always bear the prematurely deep lines and the resigned expression that he turned toward the Blue Rider. "You are many times welcome, Kalan, rider of Rogeth." Alesan inclined his head in gratitude, and then folded the dampened cloth before placing it on the forehead of the man he was tending. "You may tell Master Tyrone that, without the invaluable assistance and ingenuity of his harpers, we would be worse off at Ruatha than we are. Tuero here was magnificent. The journeyman healer, what was his name?" Alesan drew a shaky hand across his forehead, as if to coax the identity back. "Fallen. Strange. I can remember so many names." Alesan broke off and stared out the window. Kalan knew the Lord Holder could see the burial mounds, and wondered if the distraught man meant the names of those who lay beneath the tumbled soil of the mass graves. "It takes you that way, lying in bed, waiting to..." Alesan gave himself a shake and, gripping the top of the table, pulled himself slowly to his feet. "You have brought relief. Fallen says that Tuero here, Deefer," he gestured wearily toward the other bed, "and my sister will recover. He even apologized that he hadn't more... vaccine? Is that what it's called? Yes, well, sit down, Lord Alesan." "Before I fall down." Alesan gave a slight smile with his bloodless lips, but he eased himself into the chair, sighing heavily from a weariness that went beyond any physical fatigue. "They've stirred up the fires, and soon there'll be some restorative soup. Desdra concocted it. She tended Master KPM, and he says the soup worked miracles for him. We shall hope it does for us as well." As they both heard the sound of coughing, Alesan turned his head sharply toward the door of his bedroom, inhaling apprehensively. "Your sister? Well, you'll see," Kalan said with conviction. "The vaccine will effect a great improvement in her condition." "I sincerely hope so. She's all the family I have left." Though Alesan spoke in a light, almost diffident voice, Kalan felt his throat close tightly with compassion. "Oh, that serum will moderate the effects of the virus for her, I assure you. I've seen amazing recoveries after its administration. In fact, the serum Fallen gave her is probably derived from the blood I donated." Kalan rattled on mendaciously. Others had taken consolation from that fact, so he held it out as comfort to this sadly bereaved man. Alesan regarded him with a slightly surprised expression, and his lips twitched in wry humor. "Ruatha has always been proud of its Dragonrider blood ties, though they've never been so direct." Kalan responded to Alesan's retort with a thin laugh. "You haven't lost your wits." "They're about all I have left." "Indeed, Lord Alesan, you have much more," Kalan said stoutly. "And you shall have all the help Weyr, Hold, and Hall can supply. As long as what you have already brought is effective." Once more Alesan's head turned toward the room where his sister lay. "It is more than we had hoped for." "I shall have a look at your stores and see what is most needful," Kalan began, vowing to himself that one of his first tasks would be to remove the Gather banners. If their presence had affronted him as a hideous reminder of that unfortunate occurrence, how cruelly would they affect Lord Alesan? The Lord Holder stood far more quickly than he ought to have, for he had to steady himself against the chair. I know exactly what we need. He walked shakily to the desk at the window, absently stacking dirty dishes as he looked. He found the sheet of hide he wanted with a minimum of search. Medicines, first of all. We have no aconite, not a gram of febrifuge left, only an ineffective syrup for that wretched cough. No thymus, hyssop, ezeb, no flour, no salt. Blackstone is almost depleted, and there have been no vegetables or meat for 3 days. He handed the sheet to Kalan, a wry smile on his lips. See how timely your arrival is. Tuero sent the last drum message this morning before he collapsed. I doubt I should have had the strength to climb to the drum tower. Kalan took the sheet with a hand that shook only slightly less than the hand that offered it. He bowed to hide his face, but when he looked up, he saw that Alesan was gazing out the window, his expression unreadable. Fallen told me that scenes like this are repeated throughout the continent. Not like this, Kalan said, his voice cracking. Fallen didn't go into detail. How badly are the Weyrs affected? Well, we've had our casualties, it's true, but Dragonriders have met every fall. Alesan gave him a long, puzzled look, then he turned away again to gaze out the window. Yes, I suppose they would, if they could. You're from Fort Weyr? As Kalan knew that Alesan was aware of his affiliation, he sensed that the man was trying to discover something else. Then he remembered what Nesso had said about Moreta dancing in a scandalous monopoly of the young lord. Lady Moreta is recovering, and so is the Weyr leader. We have had only one death at Fort, an elderly brown rider and his dragon, Koth. The toll was 15 at Eigen, 8 at Telgar, and 2 at Ista, but because of the vaccine we are hopeful. Yes, there is hope. Why Alesan should glance from the fields to the mountains, Kalan did not know, but the action seemed to hearten the man. Did you know that we had over 120 of the best Western racers here a few short days ago, and 700 gatherers to enjoy the dancing, the wine, the feast, the plague? Lord Alesan, do not distress yourself so needlessly. If you had not held the gather festivities here, the entire hold could have been destroyed. You were able to prevent the plague spread. All Ruathan drumholds have reported in. There are a few deaths reported and some cases of the plague, but you did what had to be done, and did it well. Alesan turned abruptly from the window. You must bear to Lord Tollicamp my most profound condolences for the loss of Lady Pendra and her daughters. They nursed the sick until they were themselves overcome. They were valiant. Alesan's message was no less sincere for the abruptness of its tone. Kalan acknowledged the message with a sharp inclination of his head. He was not the only one who would forever fault Lord Tollicamp for running from Ruatha. There were those who held the opinion that Tollicamp had been eminently correct to put the welfare of his hold above that of his lady and his daughters. Lord Tollicamp had remained secure in his apartment at Fort Hold while Ruatha suffered and died. Tollicamp would be spared the disease since he had vehemently insisted on being vaccinated, despite the priorities set by the Weyr women and Master KPM. I will convey your condolences. All the supplies we brought, Kalan found himself explaining, came from Bendon or Nerat holds. Alesan's eyes sparkled briefly, and he looked at Kalan as if he were seeing the Blue Rider for the first time. Good of you to tell me that. My profound gratitude for the generosity of Lord Shatter and Lord Graham. The view from his window again drew Alesan's glance. His obsession was beginning to perturb Kalan. I must go, the Blue Rider said. There is so much to be done. There is. Thank you for answering the drums, and for your reassurances, Kalan. My duty to Rogeth, who brought you. Alesan held out his hand. Kalan crossed the room to take it in both of his. He was almost afraid to return the pressure on the strengthless fingers, but he smiled as warmly as he could, thinking that if Ruatha was proud of Dragonrider blood ties, he was as proud to be part of it. Perhaps some of his blood had been in that serum batch. Kalan fervently hoped so. He quit the apartment as fast as was polite, for he did not wish to give way to the emotions that possessed him. Kalan hurried down the dark corridor. They must put up glow baskets, into the main hall, where 2 Bendon volunteers were cleaning up. Their homey noises were a welcome relief from the preternatural stillness that had shrouded the hall on their arrival. He told them about the need for glow baskets and asked them to remove the gather banners as soon as possible. He could hear Rogeth bellowing outside. "This place is most distressing," the blue dragon said piteously. "It is the most distressing place we have been. How much longer must we stay?" Kalan gave the Bendonites warm thanks and then rushed out to the forecourt. Rogeth half ran, half flew up the ramp to meet Kalan, his eyes wheeling in distress. "This place distresses you, too. Can we not see Granth and Amuri now?" The now was accompanied by an unhappy snort. "We can leave now." Kalan swung up to Rogeth's back, his gaze inadvertently falling on the dreadful field with its ruined shelters, the race flats, and the burial mounds. Were they what drew Lord Alessan's eyes, or the handful of runner beasts grazing in the far field? The rumble of the dead cart, a recalcitrant pair of herd beasts between the shafts, startled Kalan. "Get us out of here," he told Rogeth, sick to the soul of plague and death and desolation. "I must spend some time with Amuri. Then I'll be able to face this sort of thing." Kalan was overwhelmed with longing for his gentle friend, for the respite of companionship. He should go right back to the healer hall. There was so much to be done. Instead, he projected for Rogeth the sun-dappled heights of Hold and Weyr, the bright sparkle of the Weyr Lake. Rogeth leaped gladly from the ramp into the air and took him between. Chapter 11. Fort Weyr, Present Pass, 3.17.43. "Shards!" Jalora cried. "He's fainted!" Cadith, in the outer chamber of the Weyr, bellowed, and Moreta jumped up from the chair to reassure the startled dragon as the journeywoman healer examined her reluctant donor. "What has happened?" Orleth asked in concern from her Weyr. "Chagall had a bad reaction," Moreta replied, knowing perfectly well that Leroy would be instantly informed by Hoth and know what had really happened. "Calm Cadith down." "It's generally the big, strong ones who faint," Jalora was saying as Moreta resumed her place. "He's in no danger. Badly as we need the blood for serum, I wouldn't risk him." "I didn't think for a moment that you would, Jalora," Moreta replied with a slight laugh. The journeywoman had interrupted an interview between Moreta and Chagall in which he had been determined to find fault with every provision made in the Weyr since the onset of his illness. He utterly discounted the fact that Moreta had not made any of the decisions, or that she herself had only just recovered. "His sort don't generally make good patients, either," Jalora went on conversationally, though her attention was on the blood dripping into a glass container. "Will his go to Ruatha?" "Most of it, once the rest of your riders are vaccinated." When Moreta gestured warningly at Chagall, she added diplomatically, "I perfectly understand, I assure you. He's still out of it." "There. That's all I'll take, but he could donate more and never miss it." Deftly, she pressed a small pad over the needle thorn, extracted it, and motioned for Moreta to continue the pressure as she dealt with the apparatus. "He'll regain consciousness in just a few minutes." Jalora began packing her tray, carefully covering the container. "Fedurl told me that you did the reconstruction on Dylan's wing. Fine work." "The wing is healing well, isn't it?" Recognition of her achievement by another healer was gratifying to Moreta. "Fortunately. So is Fedurl and that nice young Adan. I've never visited a weir before. And you know something else? It never occurred to me that dragons suffered so from thread. They're so impressive. Unfortunately, not invulnerable. We can thank our lucky stars they didn't catch this viral influence. Just then, Chagall moaned. Jalora hurried to gather up the rest of her paraphernalia. There now. Back again, weir leader? She took the glass of orange liquid from the table and, deftly propping Chagall's pillows behind him with her free hand, put the glass to his lips. Drink this, and you'll be just fine. I don't really think it was wise of you to take... Chagall sounded petulant and took the glass from her with a bad grace. The riders of Fort need it, weir leader. They must all be vaccinated, you know, to ensure that no more have to endure what you've just been through. The journeywoman took exactly the right tone with Chagall. Moreta could wish herself so fortunate as Chagall permitted Jalora to make a discreet departure. I don't think she should have, Chagall repeated when he was certain Jalora was out of earshot. She got mine. Moreta pushed up her sleeve to exhibit the tiny bruise at the bend of her elbow. Chagall looked away. We've 182 riders out of action, sick or disabled. Why didn't KPM attend us instead of that woman? Jalora is an experienced journeywoman healer. She was sitting her mastery exams when this plague occurred. KPM is only just out of bed himself, and he has the whole continent to worry about. I cannot believe that Leroy did not know of my preference for Pennine as leader. Chagall picked up his complaints as if Jalora had not interrupted the acrimonious interview. Leroy made appropriate decisions based on her experience as a weirwoman. Kindly remember that she was one before you or I had impressed. Then why does Cadith tell me that Terral is taking 2 wings to Tillich today? Chagall demanded angrily. Terral's a wing second. With the exception of the high reaches, the weirs are still being led by wing seconds at this point. The sooner you take over, the best pleased all the weirs will be. That comment startled Chagall, but he didn't look pleased. I've been ill. I've been very ill. I sympathize. Moreta tried not to sound facetious. Believe me, you'll be feeling much better by evening. I don't know about that. Chagall's voice faded. I do. I've been through it, too, don't forget. Chagall gave her a look of pure loathing, but Moreta could not relent. Some of the burden of continuous falls had to be removed from Saligar's shoulders. Chagall was a damn good leader, and his abilities were desperately needed. Nerat's after Tillich, she went on. You'll be in luck. They can supply ground crews. I didn't believe Cadith when he said there hadn't been any ground crews. Don't holders realize... The holders realize what this viral epidemic is like a lot more acutely than we do, Chagall. Talk to Kalan for a few minutes. He'll tell you a few hard, unpleasant truths. She stood up. I've a lot to do. Jalora said you must rest today. Tomorrow you can rise. Cadith may, of course, call me if you need anything today. I need nothing from you. Chagall turned away from her and jerked the sleeping furs around his ears. Moreta was quite willing to leave him to surly convalescence. She sincerely hoped that he would want to lead his weir in 3 days more than he wanted to indulge his fancied grievances. Leading the consolidated weirs was a mighty temptation for a man with Chagall's love of power. She tried to consider him more charitably. He was shocked by the devastation caused by the pandemic and seeking refuge from the staggering losses by dwelling on the petty details he could cope with and understand, like who rose to fall from where and how. She walked down the steps to Leroy's weir at a fairly rapid pace, an exercise that did not leave her as breathless as it had the day before. She would harness Hoth, since she could not dissuade Leroy from fighting in the Queen's wing, though the old woman was very tired. Then Moreta would distill and mix medicines from the weir's dangerously depleted stores. She knew Kalan had been raiding them, but hadn't the heart to object. He fainted, did he? Leroy crowed in malicious jubilation. And he wasn't satisfied with my decisions during his illness, was he? Was Holt eavesdropping again? She doesn't need to. I don't know another reason why you'd have anger spots on your cheeks. Ha! I've as much trouble making you listen to reason. Moreta spoke more tartly than she meant, and she could feel her cheeks flush again. You know you're overreaching your strength. Leroy flapped her hand. I will not forego the pleasure of flying the Queen's wing, not while I'm able. And I'm a lot abler today than I have been for turns. She sipped from her wine-glass. Oh? Moreta eyed the goblet significantly. I won't have any more Fellis juice until you've brewed it, my dear Moreta, Leroy reminded her with a saccharine smile. Kalan said he knew where he could get some dried fruit. Both women knew that many of Kalan's supplies probably came from a hold that didn't need such medicines anymore. Ah, well. Leroy lifted her glass in silent homage. Moreta turned to the harness rack, tears stinging her eyes again. She must stop thinking of her family's empty hold. The memories of that place, shimmering in summer sunshine, children playing in the big meadow in front of the hold, old aunties and uncles basking along the stone walls, seesawed with the present empty, lifeless dwelling. Snakes and wild wherries must have... Moreta. Leroy's voice was soft and kind. Moreta, Holt says Kalan has arrived, she added in a brisker tone, exactly as Orlith told her rider the same news. I sometimes think I have more than 2 ears and 1 head. I don't have ears, Orlith remarked. Then Kalan was striding into the weir, exuding an enormous amount of energy and good spirits. Moreta was suddenly struck by the warm, brown tan of his face. Then, as he pulled off his flying helmet, she noticed that his hair was bleached. Nerat has Fellis juice to spare, Moreta, he announced cheerfully, swinging the bulging pack from his back. And Lemos says they've aconite and willow salic. And how was Murray when you stopped at Eigen? She gave him a warm smile to show that she didn't object to a short detour. He's much, much improved. Kalan radiated relief. Of course, he's still weak, but he sits in the sun all day, which is good for his chest, and he's beginning to get an appetite. Done a lot of sunning with a Murray, haven't you, Kalan? Leroy asked. Moreta shot her a quick look, for her voice was suspiciously coy. When I've had the time, Kalan stammered slightly, fussing nervously with the pack. You mean, Moreta had at last reached Leroy's conclusion, you've taken time to be with a Murray. When I think of how hard I've worked, Rogeth bugled outside the weir. No one is faulting you, Kalan, Leroy said quickly. Holt crooned reassurance, her eyes whirling bluely. But, my dear boy, you've been taking a dreadful risk, timing it. You could meet yourself coming and going. But I haven't. I've been very careful. Kalan's tone was defiant and fearful. Just how many hours have you been putting into your days? Leroy spoke with great understanding and compassion, even a hint of amusement. I don't know. I never counted hours. Kalan jerked his chin up, rebellious. I had to, you know, to get everything done and still make time to be with the Murray. I had promised him that I'd be in Eigen every afternoon, no matter how busy I was. I had to keep that promise, and I felt compelled to render Master KPM the assistance he had to have. Believe us, Kalan, Moreta said when he turned to her in appeal. We are profoundly grateful to you for your courage and dedication over the past week. But timing is a very tricky business. And something our whirling master certainly never mentioned, Kalan replied with an edge to his voice. The information is restricted to bronze and queen dragons, Kalan. I presume you discovered it by chance. Yes, rather. Kalan's expression mirrored the surprise he must have had. "I was late. I knew Murray would be worried. I thought of him waiting for me, anxious when I didn't appear on time. And the next thing I knew, I had." "Bit of a shock, isn't it?" Leroy had a grin on her round, wise face. Kalan grinned back. "I wasn't all that certain how I'd managed it." "So you practiced again the next afternoon?" Kalan nodded, relaxing imperceptibly since the Weyr women had apparently accepted his feat with good humor. "I report to Master KPM in the morning, and he tells me the schedule. I'm at Eigen in the afternoons, and everywhere else on Pern in the mornings and evenings. I'm very careful." His smile was broad delight. "You'll be more careful from now on," Leroy said, her voice austere and her manner forbidding. "Murray has improved, so you've informed us. But you cannot keep on being in debt to yourself for double time. Therefore, instead of flying fall this afternoon, you will spend it, and only this afternoon, with your friend. From now on, you will keep to the normal number of hours in a day. Holt will supervise. And we will see that Master KPM schedules you to drop in at Eigen frequently. But... Only one mistake, Kalan." Leroy pointed her forefinger, oddly twisted now by the joint disease, shaking it at him in dire emphasis. "And you're too tired timing it to realize the risks you've been taking. Only one mistake, and you will deprive Murray of yourself forever, not just for an afternoon." Leroy paused, judging the effect of her warning on Kalan, who lowered his eyes. Holt crooned on an admonitory note, and Rogath answered, startled, from outside. Kalan looked up at Leroy, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Oh, yes, we can, you know, when the matter is disciplinary. I think you'd prefer Holt to Shigal and Cadith in the matter of this infraction." Kalan cast a look of entreaty at Moreta, who shook her head in slow denial. Kalan looked bereft, quite different from the energetic, assured man who had entered the Weyr, but he had to be restricted. "I'll be needed at fall this afternoon," he said finally in a low, uncertain voice. "How can I explain to Murray? We can barely make up 2 wings as it is, and Ista can only supply 1 wing and 10 replacements." "You may tell Murray that we have been considerably worried about the pace at which you've been working, that we felt it more advisable for you to rest this afternoon, because you've been working so hard that your judgment in fall might be impaired, and we can't afford to lose you." "Kalan, we need you too," Moreta added. "In fact, the Healer Hall and the Weyr are deeply indebted to you," Leroy said, her voice and manner kindly again. "Go on with you now, and send that scamp Mubarak on any other duties KPM scheduled for you. And you will never, Kalan, never mention to anyone, especially Murray, that dragons can slip between one time and another." Holt's eyes gleamed with a red tinge as she extended her neck toward Kalan. He pulled himself up straight, awed by the dragon's fierce appearance. "Yes, Leroy." "And?" Leroy indicated Moreta. "Yes, Moreta." "We shall never refer to this again. Give our regards to Murray." Leroy was all affability. "If it weren't so damn cold here right now, I'd suggest that you bring him and his Granth to fort. But I suppose he is better off in the sun at Eigen." The chastened rider left the Weyr with a heavy tread. The 2 Weyr women could hear Rogath chirping. "He's going to act the martyr for a while," Leroy said with a sigh. "Better that than a real one." Then Leroy began to chuckle. "I had the worst time keeping a proper face, Moreta. He was very clever about timing it, I must say. If he hadn't acquired that suspicious tan and bleached hair, we might never have guessed. He had too much energy. Positively obscene, if you know how dragged out I feel. Can Holt keep track of him?" "As long as he thinks she is, it doesn't matter. You will check in on Rogoth now and again, won't you, my clever love? Leroy thumped her queen with affection. Now, if you'll just harness her up, Moreta, we'll be off to fall. Moreta regarded her friend a long time until Leroy gave an impatient shrug. Oh, go boil the fellas. And she wriggled herself off the stone couch. As Moreta harnessed the old queen, she wondered, in a very private way, if there was any restriction Orleth could put on Hoth to prevent their martyrdom. No. Moreta blinked with surprise because she had put such a careful cap on her worry, and she didn't know which dragon had spoken, Orleth or Hoth. Then she concentrated hard on the correct placement of the leather fighting straps. When Leroy was ready, Moreta saw rider and queen to the ledge and watched them lumber off into the air with the two wings, Fort's contribution to Pern's protection against fall. The bugling farewell from the Weyr-bound dragons as the wings went between was a curious, prayerful compound of yearning, defiance, and encouragement. Moreta found that seeing so few dragons on the rim reminded her that the Weyr was vulnerable, all the Weyrs, and Pern. It was hard enough to think of her family's hold, deserted, emptied by the pandemic in a matter of days. She knew but could not assimilate the fact that her personal loss was duplicated all over Aigen, Ista, Telgar, and Karoon, as well as at Ruatha. That wonderful gather, to be so closely followed by such a disaster. Resolutely, Moreta turned from the chill blue skies and busied herself peeling and preparing the fellas fruit for juice. Her hands were not as shaky as they had been the day before, and for that she was grateful, as the knife was sharp and the tough skins difficult. As the thick pulp was coming to the boil, she ran an inventory of the remaining stocks, amazed that what she had considered ample only 6 days before could have been reduced to a few bags of this or that. With all the riders vaccinated, the Weyr should not require massive amounts of febrifuges, stimulants, and chest remedies, which was a good thing, for at that season of the year it would be impossible to restock. "Where is Kalan?" she asked Orleth. "He is at Aigen." "How is Shigel?" Moreta asked out of a sense of duty. "He sleeps deeply, and Cadith says that he ate well. He recovers." Moreta was amused at the indifference in Orleth's voice. She didn't care either, and that suited Moreta perfectly. When Orleth rose to mate again, "Hoth comes. Falga and Tamianth are severely wounded." Moreta paused long enough to take the simmering fellas juice from the brazier before she hurried out. Hoth emerged above the star-stones and dove straight for her ledge. Moreta hurried up the stairs. With an agility that Moreta could not believe, Leroy swung off her dragon, shedding the cumbersome Agenothree tank so that it clanged hollowly on the stone, rolling to the wall. "Tamianth has taken a terrible scoring, Moreta," Leroy said, her face gray with shock and anxiety. "The healers can manage Falga's leg, but Tamianth's wing—" Tears runneled the flight dirt on Leroy's face. "Here, use my jacket. My helmet will fit, and the goggles. Oh, go." "Orleth can't." Moreta felt anguish, sensing Leroy's distress through Hoth. "Orleth can't, but Hoth will." Leroy was shoving her jacket sleeve on Moreta's outstretched arm. "You're more used to Falga and Tamianth than anyone else could be. You've got to go. Hoth won't mind, and neither will Orleth. This is an emergency." Both queen dragons were agitated, Orleth coming out to her ledge to croon and bellow, extending her neck up toward her rider, Leroy, and Hoth. Moreta pulled the jacket on. As Moreta was so much taller than Leroy, it didn't quite come to her waist, and Leroy's flying belt had to be cinched into the last notch. Moreta crammed on the helmet and eyepieces and swung up on the fighting straps before she could reconsider. "Forgive me, Orleth," she cried, waving at her queen. "What is to forgive?" "Get going," Leroy bellowed. Holth sprang, moving almost as heavily as egg-bloated Orlith. Moreta experienced confusion, linked for so many turns to one dragon mind. How on earth was she going to understand Holth? When suddenly she did. Holth was there, with her, and Moreta could sense Orlith hovering protective. Jealously? No, she sensed nothing negative in her own dragon's mind other than a concern that Moreta could not deal with her friend Holth. Holth was by then airborne, and the first intimate connection Moreta had with the old queen was of her weariness and her compulsion to help Tamianthe. "Slow and easy does it," Moreta said to Holth, with all the encouragement and understanding she could muster. The watch-dragon saluted them, wishing Holth and Leroy well. As the watch-dragon was a green weirling, mistaking Holth's rider could be forgiven, but it stuck in Moreta's mind as Holth gallantly plowed upward in the blustery wind. Moreta envisioned the distinctive ridge of the high reaches Weyr, a jagged comb with 7 unequal spires. "I know where we must go. Trust in me," the old dragon said. "I do, Holth," Moreta replied, aware that Holth's experience was far greater than Orlith's for all the younger queen's vigor. "Take us to the high reaches." In place of her usual between litany, Moreta tried to analyze the difference between the two queen dragons. Holth's mind voice was old and tired, but it was firm, rich, and deep, many layers denser than Orlith's. Perhaps when Orlith had reached the fine age Holth enjoyed, she too would have the depth of Holth's responsiveness. "I'm not of this Weyr," the bright-eyed man said, and turned to the bigger one, who nodded acknowledgment to Moreta and ran off to the low stone building that was High Reach's main living quarters. "My name is Presson, Weirwoman." "Keep applying numbweed, Presson, all down the bones. I want them thickly coated, especially the joints, just as you do any thread score on a human, and keep it thick on the body wound, too. I don't want her losing so much ichor." An old woman stumbled up with a bucket of redwort, shouting at 3 children behind her to bring the oil and not dawdle. 2 riders, each with bandaged scores, approached Moreta. Their dragons, a blue and a brown, both scored, settled to the rocky ground, their eyes spinning with distress on Tamianthe. Moreta suddenly had more help than she could use effectively, so she sent the riders to help the other healer find her requirements, and the children to get a table for her to stand on. The old woman informed her that the Weyr's healers had died, and the 2 new ones knew absolutely nothing about dragons, but were willing. She used to help, but her hands had a trembling. Moreta sent her off to find the gauze. That was her most urgent need. In the time it took Moreta to complete her preparations to repair the wing, Tamianthe's crushing pain had been reduced to a throbbing ache, according to Holth Orlith. Tamianthe's wing was considerably larger than Dylan's, and the sail fragments fewer. The 2 riders were of great assistance in sorting the pieces onto the gauze. "I never would have thought of gauze," Presson had murmured, fascinated at the reconstruction. He was able to assist her in the finer stitching, for his small hands were extremely deft. Natal, the ancient High Reach's headwoman, forced Moreta to take time for a cup of soup, claiming that she knew the Fort Weyr woman was only just recovered from the plague, and it would give the High Reaches a bad name if Moreta collapsed on them, and then what would happen to Tamianthe? It was soon obvious to Moreta that the soup contained a stimulating ingredient, for when she resumed her delicate repair, it was with improved concentration and precision. Nonetheless, Moreta was trembling with fatigue by the time she finished. "We must return," Holth said in an inarguable tone. Moreta was more than willing, but oddly disturbed by some non-specific anxiety. She looked toward Falga, who was either unconscious or sleeping under the furs of the stretcher. Troubled, Moreta looked over the rocky bowl at the other injured dragons. "You look very pale, Moreta," Presson said, lightly touching her arm with his red-stained hand. "I'm sure we can handle any other injuries. It was just that. The whole wing. Your work was an inspiration." "Thank you. Just keep the bones saturated with numbweed. Once the joints have started to produce ichor, that will coat the wounds and the healing process will begin. I had never really considered that dragons get injured by thread, Preston said, his expression respectful as he flicked his eyes to the dragons on the ledges and the 7 pinnacles. Come, mount. Holth's tone was more urgent, and there was nothing of Orlith in her voice. I must leave. Moreta swung up onto Holth's back, noting in the back of her mind that Holth was leaner than Orlith and no longer as tall in the shoulder. Or maybe it was the way Holth had of assuming a half-crouch. As the old queen gathered herself, Moreta suppressed a concern that the dragon was too tired for a standing start. Her hindquarters, Moreta's head snapped back as Holth sprang powerfully upward, and she devoutly hoped that the queen had been unable to track her secret doubts. To cover her embarrassment, Moreta visualized the star stones of Fort Weyr, the largest of those monuments, and the mountain peak that soared behind the stones. Please take us to Fort, Holth. Holth complied without clearing the high reach's Weyr rim. During the searing moment of cold between, Moreta's hands stung in the gloves. She ought to have oiled them again. She was always acquiring little nicks and needle scratches during a repair. The green Weirling greeted them on their return, bugling on an unexpectedly joyful note. Holth glided to her ledge, coming in a shade too fast, Moreta thought, bracing herself for the landing. You are needed, Holth said, as Moreta loosened the straps and slid down. I'll just remove your harness. I need you now. Orlith's voice was petulant. I've been waiting for you. Of course you have, love, and very good-natured you were to let me go. Leroy says you shouldn't waste any time, Holth added, the facets of her eyes beginning to whirl faster. Something's happened to Orlith? Moreta skipped down the stone steps as fast as she could, her heart pounding. She raced around the corner into her rear. Knocking her shoulders, she bounced into the turn. Orlith had her head angled to catch the first possible glimpse of her rider. As Moreta barreled into the weir, Orlith bugled repeatedly. As she threw her arms around her dragon's head, Moreta noticed Leroy standing to one side, wrapped up in sleeping furs, looking excessively pleased. We managed just fine, she explained between Orlith's effusions. But the sooner you get her to the hatching ground, the better. I don't think she could have held out much longer. But you were needed badly at High Reaches, weren't you? Between apologies and encouragements to her dragon, Moreta agreed. No one even knew you were gone, Leroy said. But I doubt I could have sustained the deception getting Orlith to the hatching ground. I really need to go, Orlith said plaintively. Chapter 12. Fort Hold, Fort and High Reaches Weirs, Present Pass, 3.18.43. I, for one, am heartily glad to hear a piece of good news, KPM said when the echoes of the drum message had faded. They had all heard the sound of the drums, but closeted in the thick stone walls of Lord Tolocamp's apartment in Fort Hold, they had not been able to distinguish the cadences until the Harper Hall began to relay the tidings onward. 25 eggs is not a generous clutch, Lord Tolocamp said in exaggeratedly mournful voice. KPM wondered if the Lord Holder's dose of vaccine had held some curious contaminant. The man's whole personality had altered. The charitable would say that he grieved for his wife and 4 daughters, but KPM knew that Tolocamp had consoled himself rather quickly by taking a new wife, so his sorrow was suspect. Tolocamp had also made his losses the excuse for a variety of shortcomings, short temper, and dithering. 25 with a queen egg is a superb clutch this late in a pass, KPM replied firmly. Lord Tolocamp pulled at his lower lip, then he sighed heavily. Moreta really must not permit Cadith to fly Orlith again. Chagall was so ill. "That is not our business," Tyrone remarked, entering the discussion for the first time. "Not that the illness of the rider has any effect on the performance of the dragon. Anyway, Chagall is flying fall at Nerat, so he's evidently fully recovered." "I wish they would inform us of the status of each Weyr," Lord Tollacamp said with another heavy sigh. "I worry so." "The Weyrs," Tyrone spoke with a firm emphasis and a sideways look of irritation at the Lord Holder, "have been discharging their traditional duties to their holds." "Did I bring the illness to the Weyrs, or the holds? If the Dragonriders were not too quick to fly here and there, and Lord Holder not so eager to fill every nook and cranny of their—" "This is not the time for recriminations." Tyrone shot a warning glance at KPM. "You know as well, if not better than most people, Tollacamp, that seamen introduced that abomination onto the continent." The deep, rumbling voice of the Master Harper was acid. "Let us resume the discussion interrupted by such good news." Tyrone's expression told KPM that he must control his antipathy for Tollacamp. "I have men seriously ill in that camp of yours." Tyrone caught the Lord Holder's gaze, stabbing his finger toward the windows. "There is not enough vaccine to mitigate the disease, but they could at least have the benefit of decent quarters and practical nursing." "Healers are among them," Tollacamp countered sullenly. "Or so you tell me." "Healers are not immune to the viral influence, and they cannot work without medicines." KPM leaned urgently across the table to Tollacamp, who drew back, another habit that irritated the healer. "You have a great storeroom of medicinal supplies." "Garnered and prepared by my lost lady." KPM ruthlessly suppressed his irritation. "Lord Tollacamp, we need those supplies." A mean look narrowed Tollacamp's eyes. "For Ruatha, eh?" "Other holds besides Ruatha have needs." KPM spoke quickly to allay Tollacamp's suspicions. "Supplies are the responsibility of the individual holder, not mine. I cannot further deplete resources that might be needed by my own people." "If the Weyrs, stricken as they are, can extend their responsibilities in the magnificent way they have, beyond the areas beholden to them, then how can you refuse?" Tyrone's deep voice rang with feeling. "Very easily." Tollacamp pushed his lips out. "By saying no. No one may pass the perimeter into the hold from any outlying area. If they don't have the plague, they have other equally infectious diseases. I shall not risk more of my people. I shall make no further contributions from my stores." "Then I withdraw my healers from your hold," KPM said. He rose quickly. But, you can't do that." "Indeed he can. We can," Tyrone replied. He got to his feet and came round the table to stand by KPM. "Craftsmen are under the jurisdiction of their hall. You'd forgotten that, hadn't you?" KPM swung out of the room, so angry at Tollacamp's pettiness that bile rose sourly in his throat. Tyrone was only a step behind him. "I'll call them out. Then I'll join you in the camp." "I didn't think it would come to this." KPM seized Tyrone by the shoulder in an effort to express his appreciation at the Harpers' swift reinforcement. "Tollacamp has presumed once too often on the generosity of the halls." Tyrone's usually smooth, persuasive voice had a hard edge. "I hope this example reminds others of our prerogatives. Call our craftspeople out, but don't come to the camp with me, Tyrone. You must stay in the hall with your people and guide mine." "My people," Tyrone gave a forced laugh, "with very few exceptions, are languishing in that blighted camp of his. You are the one who must bide at the halls." "Master KPM?" The men whirled toward the woman's voice. The speaker emerged from the shadow of a doorway. She was one of the 3 remaining Fort daughters, a big-boned girl with large brown eyes, well spaced in an intelligent but plain face. Her thick black hair was pulled severely back from her face. "I have the storeroom keys." She held them up. "How did you—" Tyrone was uncharacteristically at a loss for words. "Lord Tollacamp made plain his position when he received the request for medicines. I helped harvest and preserve them." "Lady—" KPM could not recall her name. "Nerilka." She supplied it quickly with the faint smile of someone who does not expect to be remembered. "I have the right to offer you the products of my own labor." She gave Tyrone an intense, challenging stare. Then she returned her direct gaze to KPM. "There is just one condition." "If it is within my giving," KPM would give a lot for medicines. "That I may leave this hold in your company and work with the sick in that horrid camp. I've been vaccinated." A wry smile lifted one side of her mouth. Lord Tollacamp was expansive that day. "Be that as it may, I will not stay in a hold to be abused by a girl younger than myself. Tollacamp permitted her and her family to enter this hallowed hold from the fire heights, yet he leaves healers and harpers to die out there." "And he left my mother and sisters to die at Ruatha." Her unspoken words were palpable in the brief silence. "This way, quickly," she said, taking the initiative and pulling at KPM's sleeve. "I'll remove our craftspeople from this hold on my way out," Tyrone said. He walked quickly toward the hall. "Young woman, you do realize that once you leave the hold without your father's knowledge, particularly in his present frame of mind—" "Master KPM, I doubt he'll notice I'm gone." She spoke with a light disregard for the matter, obviously more bitter about her sire's new wife. "These steps are very steep," she added, and flicked open a hand-glow. Steep, circular, and narrow, KPM realized as his foot slipped on the first short step. He disliked blind stairways, of which Fort had more than its fair share. The ancients had been fond of them in the construction of the first holds as auxiliary access between the levels of what were, essentially, natural caves. He was grateful for Nerilka's guidance and the soft glow light, but the descent seemed to take ages. Then the darkness lightened, and they emerged onto a landing, with narrow, high halls branching in 3 directions. Beside the circular stair they had just left was a second one that he hoped they would not need to use. Nerilka led him to the right, then down a short, broad flight, and to the left. He was completely disoriented. Nerilka made a second left turn. 3 drudges who had been lounging on long benches by a heavy wooden door got to their feet, their faces impassive. "You are prompt, I see," Nerilka said, nodding approval to them. "Father appreciates promptness," she said to KPM as she was separating the keys. Unlocking the door took 3 of the larger ones. Opening required the effort of one of the drudges, and then KPM could smell the mingled still room aromas, astringent, bitter, fragrant, and oddly musty. Nerilka pulled open the glow basket inside the door to illuminate sinks, braziers, tables, high stools, measuring apparatus and implements, gleaming basins, and glass bottles. KPM had been in the room often, and when he had, he'd approached it from the other direction in the company of Lady Pendra. Now Nerilka was unlocking the storeroom and beckoning him to follow her. She smiled when she heard his surprised gasp. KPM had known that Fort Hold's storage rooms were ample, but he had not been beyond the dispensary. They were standing on a wide tier, balustraded from the vast, dark interior, with steps leading down to the main floor. He could hear the slither and rustle of tunnel snakes fleeing the sudden light. KPM saw shelves, reaching, it seemed, to the high vaulted ceiling. Barrels and crates and drying racks were ranged in rows and dusty ranks. He had the impression of staggering resources, and doubly condemned Tollcamp's parsimony. "Behold, Master KPM, the produce of my labors since I was old enough to snip leaf and blossom or dig root and bulb." Nerilka's sarcastic voice was intended for his ears only. I won't say I have filled every shelf, but my sisters who have predeceased me would not deny me their portions. Would that all of these hoarded supplies were usable, but even herbs and roots lose their potency in time. Waste, that's the bulk of what you see, fattening tunnel snakes. Carry yolks are in the corner there, Sim. You and the others take up the bales. She spoke in a pleasant, authoritative tone, gesturing to the drudges. Master KPM, if you do not mind, that's the Fellis juice. She pointed to a withy-covered demijohn. I'll take this. She lifted the bulky container by its girth strap. In her other hand, she swung a pack over one shoulder. I mixed fresh tussilago last night, Master KPM. That's right, Sim. On your way now. We'll use the kitchen exit. Lord Tolocamp has been complaining again about the wear on the main hall carpets. It's as well to comply with his instructions, even if it does mean extra lengths for the rest of us. She covered the glow baskets. She set down the demijohn to lock the storeroom, ignoring KPM's expression, for it was apparent to him that she had gone to some pains to organize the unauthorized distribution. Her eyes met his once as she swept the chamber with one last long glance. The drudges were already halfway down the corridor with their burdens. I would like to take more, but 4 drudges added to the noon parade to the perimeter are not going to be noticed by the guard. Only then did KPM realize that Nerilka was dressed in the coarse fabric allotted the general worker, a plainly belted tunic over dark gray trousers and felted winter boots. No one will care in the least if one of the drudges continues on to the camp, she shrugged. Nor will anyone at the kitchen exit think it odd for the master healer to leave with supplies. Indeed, they would wonder if you left empty-handed. She had locked the outer door and now looked speculatively at the bunch of keys. One never knows, does one? She said to herself in the habit of one used to solitary tasks. She stuffed the keys in her belt pouch and then, noticing KPM's look, gave him that little half-smile. My stepmother has another set. She thinks it is the only one. But my mother thought the still room a very good occupation for me. This way, Master KPM. KPM followed. The docility of the Fort daughters had been the source of ribaldry at the halls whenever Lady Pendra had invited unmarried men of rank to the hold. Nerilka, KPM was chagrined to remember, was one of the oldest of the 11 daughters, though she had 2 full elder brothers, Campan and Mostar, and 4 younger. Lady Pendra had been constantly pregnant, another source of indelicate comment among the apprentice healers. It had never occurred to KPM, and certainly not to his shameless juniors, that the Fort horde had any wits or opinions of their own. In Nerilka, rebellion was full-blown. Lady Nerilka, if you leave now... I am leaving, she said in a firm, low voice as they entered the kitchen's back corridor. And in this fashion, Lord Tolocamp... She halted and faced KPM at the archway into the busy, noisy kitchen. Will miss neither me nor my dower. She lifted the demijohn. She sighed with exasperation, glancing at the door through which the drudges had exited. I can be of real use in the internment camp, for I know about mixing medicines and decocting and infusing herbs. I shall be doing something constructive that is needed, rather than sitting comfortably in a corner somewhere. I know your craftsmen are overworked. Every hand is needed. Besides, she gave him a sideways glance that was almost coquettish, I can slip back in whenever it's necessary. She patted the keys in her pouch. Don't look surprised. The drudges do it all the time. Why shouldn't I? Then she moved on, and he followed her quickly, unable to think of any counter-argument. The moment she passed the arch from the kitchen, her posture changed, her stride altered, and she was no longer the proud daughter of the hold, but a gawky woman, head down, shuffling, awkwardly overburdened and resentful. Once out in the great roadway, KPM looked, trying not to appear furtive, to his left, to the main forecourt and stairs. Tyrone and the dozens of harpers and healers regularly in attendance at Fort Hold were moving down the ramp. He'll be watching them, not us, Nerilka said. She chuckled. Try to walk less proudly, Master KPM. You are, for the moment, merely a drudge, burdened and reluctantly heading for the perimeter, terrified of coming down sick to die like everyone in the camp. Everyone in the camp is not dying. Of course not, but Lord Tollecamp thinks so. He is so informed us constantly. Ah, a belated attempt on his part to prevent the exodus. Don't pause, she added, again in that authoritative voice. KPM would have halted in consternation but for her warning. He saw 4 guards hurrying after Tyrone's group. You can walk as slowly as you want. That's in character, but don't stop, she advised. She watched, too, and if her eyes sparkled and she grinned at the discomfiture of her father's guards, there was no one but KPM to observe her unfilial delight. At that distance, KPM couldn't tell whether the guards were half-hearted in their efforts or not. There was a brief melee from which Tyrone and his companions continued unhurriedly down the roadway to the Harper Hall. Nerilka and KPM continued toward the perimeter. The internment camp had been established to the left of the massive Fort Hold cliff, in a small valley out of the direct view of the hold. The guard lines had been set above it, in full view of Lord Tollecamp's windows. A rough, timbered shack had been erected as a guard shelter, from which temporary fencing had been built in both directions. Guards constantly patrolled the fence. Nerilka's 3 drudges deposited their burdens at the guardhouse, where others were leaving baskets of food. Then the men had begun to retrace their steps to the hold, empty yokes balanced on their shoulders. If you go past the perimeter, Master KPM, you will not be permitted back, Nerilka reminded him. If there is more than one way into the hold, is there only one past the perimeter? KPM asked flippantly. I'll see you later, Lady Nerilka. As they approached the shack, guards were being assigned to carry certain of the baskets and bales into the prohibited area, where a group of men and women waited patiently for the exchange to be made. Here now, Master KPM. The guard leader came striding up, his expression alarmed. You can't go in there without staying. I don't want this medicine heaved about thing. Make sure they understand it's fragile. I can do that much for you, Thing replied, and he strode diffidently to add the demijohn to one side of the bales. This is to be handled carefully and preferably by a healer. Master KPM says it's medicine. The internees moved forward to collect the supplies, and Thing backed up. Nerilka was right behind him, and as he turned to come back to the guardhouse, she slipped past him and joined those picking up the baskets as if she were one of them. KPM waited for an outcry, for surely the other guards had noticed her. Nerilka was already trudging down the slope toward the tents of the internment camp, when Thing took him by the arm to escort him back. Now then, Master KPM, you know I can't allow you close contact with any of your craftsmen, Thing said as KPM cast one more glance after Nerilka's retreating figure. I know, Leader Thing. The medicine was my concern. So little of its ingredients remain. Thing made a conciliatory noise between his teeth, and then his attention was taken by the spacing of his guards. Slowly, KPM turned in the direction of the halls. As he walked, he realized that he could not walk out of his hall as Nerilka could leave her hold. Withdrawing his healers from the hold was quite within his right as master healer, but he must remain in his hall, available to those who needed him throughout Pern. However, he felt the better for his brief flirtation with the idea, and the camp had gained not only supplies but a valuable assistant. He must ask for volunteers to take the remainder of Nerilka's purloined supplies to Ruatha with all possible haste. The ichor can be extracted from one queen and applied to the joints of another, Moreta told Leroy, and you shouldn't be coming all this way for a message someone else could have brought. They were standing at the entrance to the hatching ground and talking in quiet tones, although it was doubtful that the sleeping Orlith would have paid them any attention had they bellowed. She was still exhausted from the laying of 25 eggs. Orlith had curled herself about the leathery eggs, the queen egg within the circle of her forearms, her head laid at an awkward angle. Her belly skin was beginning to shrink, and her color was good, so Moreta had no more anxieties about her queen, and time to worry about Falga's tamianth. "No one there is capable of doing that," Leroy said with a fine scorn. "Or so Holth was informed by Kylanath. Holth says she sounds very worried." "She has reason to be if tamianth is not producing any ichor on that damaged wing." Moreta paced up and down. "Is Falga conscious?" "Delirious." "Not the plague?" "No, wound fever. Under control." "Shards. Falga knows how to draw ichor. It would have to be Kylanath and Diona." Moreta looked back at the slumbering Orlith. "She'll be out a long while," Leroy murmured, stepping inside the hatching ground and gripping Moreta's hands tightly in hers. "It doesn't take long to draw ichor and spread it." "That's abusing Orlith's trust in me." "She trusts me as well. Every moment you delay—" I know. Moreta thought wretchedly of Falga and tamianth, of all that Weyr had done the last few days. "If Orlith should rouse, Holth will know, and considering the emergency, Orlith will understand. The clutching's over." Leroy pressed urgently on Moreta's hands. Unusual circumstances, of which there were far too many recently, in Moreta's opinion, warranted unusual actions. "Holth's willing. I asked her first, as soon as she told me about tamianth." Obviously, Leroy felt that no one at Fort realized that Moreta had been absent 2 days before to treat the injured High Reaches queen. Moreta cast a distraught look toward her sleeping queen, returned Leroy's clasp with an answering pressure, and walked hurriedly from the sheltering arch of the hatching ground, quickly leaving Leroy behind. "Don't stride so. I can't," Leroy whispered after her. Moreta adjusted her pace. Anyone really observant would have noticed the difference in height between the woman who had entered the ground and the one who left, but it was the gray hour before dawn, and no one was about. Thread would fall later that day at Nerat, and the Dragonriders rested whenever possible with so difficult a schedule. Moreta delayed long enough on her way to Holth to change into her own riding gear. Leroy's had left a broad, exposed band across her back, and she couldn't risk kidney chill. Holth greeted her at the entrance to her weir, and Moreta stepped aside for the queen to reach the edge. Then she mounted, conscious once again of the difference between dragons. She wished fervently that she did not feel that she was somehow betraying Orlith. "Take us to the High Reaches, please, Holth," she asked in a subdued voice. "The watch rider sleeps, and the blue will not note our departure," Holth said impassively, and despite her dark reflections, Moreta smiled. So Leroy and Holth had considered that detail. Then Holth propelled herself from her ledge and was barely airborne before she went between. Moreta gasped at the audacity and hadn't time to think of her verse before the darkness around them was relieved by the glows surrounding the High Reaches bowl. "Tamianth is below, but it is easier for me to take off from a ledge," said Holth, neatly landing on one. "Tamianth will not object to my tenancy." Then she added gently, "Orlith sleeps, and so does Leroy." "The pair of you!" Moreta's exasperation was good-natured. Holth turned gleaming eyes toward her and huffed softly. "Is that you, Moreta?" a quavering voice asked. "It's Moreta." "Oh, bless you, bless you. I'm so sorry to drag you here, but I simply can't do it. I'm so afraid of hurting Kylanath, hitting a nerve or something. They tried to explain to me how simple it all is, but I can't believe them. Oh, do wake up, Kylanath. Moreta's come." A pair of dragon eyes lit the darkness below the ledge. Moreta put her hand on the wall, her left foot seeking for the top step. Light spilled from the Weirling quarters now, occupied by Tamianth, but the stairs were still in confusing shadow. Oh, do hurry, please, Moreta. Diona's plea was more wail. I would if I could see where I'm going, Moreta spoke sharply, irritated by Diona's ineffectuality. Oh, yes, of course. I didn't think. You don't know where anything is in this Weyr. Dutifully, Diona opened a glow basket, but before she held it up, she turned its illumination away from Moreta. Yes, Preston, she's here. Oh, do hurry, Moreta. Oh, yes, sorry. Then she remembered to hold the basket high enough to show Moreta the steps. Moreta skipped down them as fast as she could before something else could distract Diona. Kylanath dipped her head close to Moreta and sniffed, as if testing the quality of the visitor. Now, don't fret, Kylanath, Diona crooned in a saccharine voice that Moreta thought ought to irritate a queen. You know she came here just to help. Diona turned apologetically to Moreta. She really will behave because she's terribly worried about Tamianth. As Moreta entered the Weyrling quarters, she could see why. Tamianth looked more green than gold, except for the gray wing and gray-spread score on her side. The wing had been propped at the shoulder and put in a sling so that the queen could relax, but her hide twitched constantly from stress. Tamianth opened one lid of her eyes, which were gray with pain. Water! Water, please! Water! Falga's voice rose in feverish complaint. That's all she says. Diona was wringing her hands. Presson, the bright-eyed healer, ran to Falga's side and offered her water, but she pushed it away before falling back into her restless tossing. Muttering an oath, Moreta strode to the queen, picked up a fold of hide on the neck, and cursed. The dragon was dehydrated, her skin parched. Water! Of course, it's Tamianth who needs the water. Has no one offered the queen water? Moreta looked about for a water tank, for anything resembling a container. Oh, I never thought of that. Diona snatched her hands to her mouth, her eyes wide with dismay. Kylanath kept telling me about water, but we all thought Falga... She waved feebly at the fevered woman. Then, by the egg of Pherenth, get some. Please, water, water, Falga moaned, restlessly trying to rise. Don't stand there, Diona. Are there Weyrlings in the next building? Well, rout them out. Use a cauldron from the kitchen, but get water for this poor beast. It's a wonder she's not dead. Of all the irresponsible, ineffectual, dithering idiots I have ever encountered. Moreta saw the startled expression on Presson's face as he rose from Falga's side. She pulled herself together, breathing deeply to dispel the impotent anger and dismay that boiled within her. I can't keep coming here for oversights. No, of course not. Presson's reply was conciliatory, anxious. The poor beast was too weak to reach farther than her rider, who had, even in her pain-racked days, tried to communicate. Fuming at Diona's ineptitude, Moreta snatched down the nearest glow basket to examine Tamianth's wing. 2 days without any lubrication, and the wing fragments might not reconstruct. The glow light glistened ominously on a stain on the floor, under Tamianth's injured side. With a muffled cry of despair, Moreta dropped to one knee, dipped her fingers in the moisture, sniffing it. Presson, bring me your kit, red wort and oil. This dragon's bleeding to death. What? Presson stumbled toward her, and she held the basket high at Tamianth's side. Grimly, she recalled the instructions she had given Presson, unused to dragon injuries. Keep the side wound covered with numbweed. Why hadn't she checked it? How could she have assumed, given the chaotic conditions at high reaches, the inexperienced healers, and the tired riders, that the wound had been properly attended? Instead, she had blithely flitted off, smugly pleased with her wing repair. The fault is mine, Presson. I ought to have seen to the side as well. What has happened is that thread score ruptured veins along the side and shoulders. Numbweed covered the ooze. My core isn't reaching the wing. We'll need to repair the veins. The surgery is much the same sort you do on a human. Color is the main difference. Surgery is not my specialty, lady, but, he added, seeing her desperate expression, I have assisted and can do so now. I'll need surgical clamps, oil, redwort, threaded needle. Preston was pouring oil and redwort into bowls. I have all the instruments we'd need. Barley's effects were handed over to me when I arrived. Dreading what she might find, Moreta examined the injured wing. Some ichor beaded the joints, but far less than was required. Tamianth would have to be very lucky. Stupidity had already worked against the poor beast. Possibly, with application of Kylonath's ichor at crucial points, the damage could still be reversed. Liberal and frequent dressings of numbweed had at least kept the fragments moist. Once Tamianth's veins had been mended, and water brought the poor thirsty beast. Moreta scrubbed her hands in the redwort, hissing at the sting in half-healed scratches. Then she oiled her hands thoroughly, while Preston made the same preparation. First, we must clean the numbweed away from the wound. I'd say the stoppage is here, and perhaps even down here near the hearts. She lightly indicated the areas. Then, with oil-soaked pads, she and Preston cleaned away the numbweed. Tamianth shuddered. With all this numbweed, she can't feel any pain. Here. See where the ichor is oozing? Her father had always talked as he worked on injured runners. Much of what she had heard from her earliest years she had been able to apply to dragons. She oughtn't to think of her father at a time like this, but his habit would help her teach Preston. Someone in the Weyr had to know. Ah, here's the first one. Just below your left hand, Preston, should be another. Yes, and a third, a major vein leading to the hearts, and the belly vein. Moreta reached for the fine needle and the treated thread Preston had made ready. Yes, the colors are different. Preston saw the greenish flesh and the darker green ichor that was dragon blood, the curious shining fiber that was dragon muscle. He was absorbed. Has she had any supply to the wing at all? His nimble fingers were suturing the first severed vein. Not really enough. Thirsty, thirsty. Water, please, water, Falga raved. Can't that idiotic woman do anything? There's a lake full of water out there. There was suddenly a great amount of noise, the hollow sound of metal banging against another object, the sleepy complaints of young voices. The smell of desperately desired water roused the dragon from her stupor. Hidden from sight, behind the droop of the wing, Moreta could not see what was happening, but she heard the bong of the kettle being dropped and the plash of buckets of water being poured. She heard the greedy slurping of Tamianth as the dragon sucked water down a parched throat. By the egg, she'd drink barrels, said the bemused voice of an older man. She mustn't have too much at once, boys, so take your time with the refills. Anything else I can do? The whirling master ducked carefully under the wing and stared in surprise at Moreta. I thought your queen had clutched, Moreta. She has, but this one would have died. When Moreta pointed to the ichor-stained puddle on the floor, the disapproval in the whirling master's face turned to shock. Saligar's down with a touch of the plague, despite the vaccine, Kernot said. But he gestured impotently toward Preston at the sound of Diona's voice thanking the Wehrlings. I could hear Falga calling for water. It's no one's fault, Kernot. Everyone's tired, pushed beyond their strength, or trying to take on unfamiliar tasks. I should have examined this wound 2 days ago. It's no one's fault, Kernot. Everyone's tired, pushed beyond their strength, or trying to take on unfamiliar tasks. I should have examined this wound 2 days ago. Sometimes I think it's only the momentum of routine that keeps any of us going, Kernot said, rubbing at his face and eyes. You could be right. There, that's the last. Thank you, Preston. You've the makings of a good Weyr healer. Once I get accustomed to such large patients, Preston smiled back at Moreta. And you're about to learn another invaluable technique for healing dragons, Moreta said, beckoning to Preston to follow her. She took the largest syringe from Barley's kit, feeded a needle thorn to its opening, soaked a pad quickly in redwort, and then ducked under Tamianth's wing. Diona. Oh, no. Diona moaned timorously, spreading her arms to protect her queen. "Tamiant's looking ever so much better. Her color's improved enormously." "I should hope so. But if we don't get some ichor on her joints, she may never fly again. Holth, tell Kylanath." Kernot moved toward the weir-woman, his expression ferocious, and Diona moaned again. "It doesn't take long, and it won't hurt Kylanath." The queen was a good deal more cooperative than her rider, dipping her wing as she knelt for Moreta's ministration. "Presson, see? Here, where the vein crosses the bone." As Presson nodded, Moreta rubbed on some redwort, turning the golden skin brown. The fine, sharp needle-thorn entered hide and vein so smoothly that the dragon never felt the prick. Moreta deftly drew ichor into the tube. It glistened green and healthy in the glow-light. "Most interesting," Presson said, his expression intent. Neither of them paid any attention to Diona's moaning or Kernot's exclamation of disgust. "Now, we will apply this," Moreta returned to Tamiant, Presson right beside her, "to the joints and the cartilage. See how dry the cartilage is? Soaks the ichor right up. Well, here, nearest the shoulder, see how the beads are forming? Tamiant's beginning to function again. We'll save that wing yet." She grinned at the little man whose face beamed back at her. "And color's returning to Tamiant's eyes, too." "Why, so there is. Is she winking at me?" Moreta chuckled. The gray had certainly receded from Tamiant's huge eyes, and the winking was just the sparkle returning to the facets as the dragon improved. "I believe so. She knows who's helped her." "And Falga is sleeping." Presson hurried to the cot, feeling the pulse along Falga's neck. He sighed with relief. "She's much quieter now." "Holth?" Moreta asked, aware of other obligations. "They sleep." Holth was unperturbed. "I must get back to fort. Kernot, will you keep checking on the wing for me? Presson knows how to draw ichor and where to put it, but not when. You would." "I will." Kernot nodded solemnly. "Now, you ought not to leave your queen," he added, shaking his head worriedly. "There is a point at which ought has little to do with actions, Kernot. I was sent for. I came. Now I'm going." She gave him a curt nod. Whirling masters were a breed of their own and felt they could criticize with impunity anyone in a weir. As she collected her riding gear, she gave Presson a saucy wink and then strode out of the building. She ran to the stairs and took the steps 2 at a time. "They sleep," Holth repeated, her eyes whirling serenely. "And so shall we, once we're back home," Moreta said, swinging up onto Holth's lean back. "Take us to Fort Weyr, please, Holth." Obligingly, Holth sprang from the ledge and, once again, went between as soon as there was free air about her. As the chill of nothingness wrapped them, Moreta wondered if she should mention Holth's curious trick to Leroy. Was it just that the queen was old and could not jump as forcefully? Did it not seem an impertinence on Moreta's part to criticize? Then they were back in the dawn, skimming low above the lake in Fort Weyr. That was the explanation. Holth was practicing stealth. The watch rider was unlikely to notice a dragon leaving so low in darkness. Holth glided to her own ledge and accepted Moreta's effusive thanks before lurching wearily into her weir. Moreta ran down the stairs and into the hatching ground. To the weir-woman's relief, Orlith hadn't so much as changed the angle of her head during her rider's absence, and Leroy slept soundly on Moreta's cot. Chapter 13. Ruatha Hold and Fort Weyr, Present Pass, 3.19.43. Alesan had to stop. Sweat was beaded on his forehead, ran down his cheeks and chin. His hands were sweaty on the plow handles, and the team panting as hard as he from their labors in the rain-heavy field. Ignoring the sting of the blisters he had acquired in the last 2 days, he dried his hands, finger by finger, on the grimy rag attached to his belt. Then Ruatha Hold's Lord Holder rubbed the sweat from his face and neck, took a swallow from the flask of water, picked up the reins, slapped the rumps of his reluctant team, and managed to grab the handles of the unwieldy plow before the runners had pulled it out of the furrow. Another day, and he was sure they'd forget they'd ever been trained to race. Of course, he told himself that every day. One day it would have to be true. He had mastered feistier beasts to the saddle, and he must, if he wished to hold, prove equally capable at retraining. With bitter humor, Alesan wondered if his predicament could be a retribution for his defiance of his father's wishes. Yet none of that breeding had survived. The heavier runners, the draft and plow animals, the sturdy long-distance beasts, had been especially susceptible to the lung infections that had swept the racers' camp after the first days of the plague. The light, wiry runners of his breeding had survived to graze contentedly on the lush river pastures, until he had had to harness them and himself to the plows. The land had to be tilled, crops sown, the tithe offered, the hold fed, no matter how the Lord Holder managed to accomplish those responsibilities. He came to the edge of the field and wrestled the team into the wide arc, turning back on the furrows. They were uneven, but the earth had been turned. He looked briefly out at the other fields of the hold proper to check on the other teams. He also had a view of the northern road and the mounted man approaching along it. He shaded his eyes, cursing as the off-sider took advantage of his momentary distraction. As he lined it up again with its teammate and the plow righted, he was certain that he saw a flash of Harper blue. Tuero must be back from his swing of the northern holds. Who else would be brave enough to venture to Ruatha? Alesan had drummed for heavy plow beasts, and been told that no one had any to offer. Neither threats of withholding nor doubling the marks brought better results. "It's the plague, Alesan," Tuero had said, for once unsmiling. "It was at its worst here in Ruatha. Until Master Capiam has sent the vaccine round to everyone, they won't come here. And even then they won't bring animals, I think, because so many died here." Alesan had cursed futilely. "If they won't come, I'll have to go. I'll bring teams in myself. They can't deny their Lord Holder to his face." While Alesan railed at his people, he understood their viewpoint, especially since he himself had not yet had the courage to send for Dag, Fergal, and the Bloodstock. Fallon had given him the most strict assurance that the plague was passed by coughing or sneezing, personal contact, and could not be in the soil of the race flats or the pickets where so many beasts had died. But Alesan would not risk the few priceless breeders that Dag had whisked away the morning after the accursed gather. After considerable discussion with Tuero, Defer, and Ochlana, his inner council, it had been decided that he couldn't leave the hold proper, for there was no one else of sufficient rank to enforce his orders. He hadn't wanted Tuero to make the journey, as the Harper was only just out of bed. But Tuero had been a wily talker, which was why, Tuero had said at the conclusion of the council, he was a Harper, and why he was the best emissary to send. A few days or so in the fresh spring air on an untaxing mission would complete his recovery. After all, while a Harper was generally able to turn his hand to most tasks, Tuero couldn't plow. Alesan hadn't believed a word of Tuero's cheery bluff, but he had no one else to send. Despite the awkward height of its rider, Tuero's lean mount moved easily with a quick high step, head held high and eager once it knew itself to be home. Tuero's feet were level with the wiry beast's knees, and the Harper's gaunt frame towered above its ears. Certainly not the mount that Alesan would have assigned Tuero by choice, but they seemed to have gotten along. They were riding at a right angle to Alesan's field, but he could not remove his hands from the plow to hail Tuero. He'd reached the downslope of the field, and the team was fractious with the pole hitting against their hocks. The field was nearly done. He'd finish it. Once he had, he could give all his attention to Tuero's news. He would have wished to see Tuero returning with a sturdy team, but there did seem to be something in his pack. 2 more furrows and the day's stint was done. As he drove the weary team back to the beast hold, the sowers were still busy setting seed. They'd have some sort of a crop in spite of the bloody plague. That is, if the weather held, and some other disaster, like a thread burrowing, did not overtake wretched Ruatha. To Alessan's surprise, Tuero was waiting for him in the beast hold, sitting on an upturned pail, his saddlebags at his feet, and a look of satisfaction on his long face. His mount was munching sweetgrass in its stall, all saddle marks rubbed from its back. "I saw you at your labors, Lord Alessan," Tuero began, a sparkle of amusement in his eyes as he rose to take the bridles of the team. "Your furrows improve." "They could stand to." Alessan began to unhook the harness. "Your example inspires many. In fact, your industry and occupation are already legend in the hold. Your participation does you no disservice." "But brought me no team. Or is there more bad news?" Alessan paused before he removed the heavy collar from the off-sider. "No more than you've probably figured out for yourself." Tuero nodded to the saddlebags and took the collar from the other runner. "I've some bits and stashes, but I saw myself how bare the cupboards are of what is needed most, at least in the north." "And?" Alessan liked all his bad news at once, so he could absorb the different shocks according to their merits. "Others have started working the land, but in some of those holds," Tuero gestured north with the twist of straw he made to rub the mount's sweat marks, "they had severe losses. Some gatherers left before the quarantine and made it to their homes, bringing the virus with them. I've made a list of the deaths. A sad total it is, too, and no way I can ease the telling of it. They say misery loves company, and I suppose if you're of a dismal temperament, you get joy of it." Tuero quirked his eyebrows. "I've a list of needs and musts and worries, but I'd a thought on my way back which may sweeten all. I was right about people's being afraid to come here, to Ruatha Hold proper. I was right about their not wanting to send good stock to their deaths for all the marks you'd be willing to give. I had a time of it to get them to let Skinny there in their holds. They were afraid." "Afraid?" "Afraid it carries the plague." "That runner survived it." "Precisely. It survived, you and I survived. I got over my bout faster because I had the serum. Wouldn't serum from recovered runners protect others the way it protects people?" He grinned at Alessan's reaction. "If that notion's valid, you got a field full of cures, and a good trade item." Alessan stared at Tuero, condemning himself for not having thought of vaccinating runners. So many of his small holders depended on their runner breeding that he could not, in conscience, have demanded his right to a portion of their labor in this emergency, recognizing their fear of bringing plague back to their holds. "I'm disgusted I didn't think of it myself," he said to the grinning Harper. "Come on, let's put these two away. I need a little chat with Healer Fallon." He gave his beast an exultant swat on the rear to impel it into its stall. "How could I have been so dense? You have had a few other problems on your mind, you know." "Man, you've revived me." Alessan gave the lean Harper a clout on the shoulder, grinning in the first respite from grim reality that he had enjoyed since Auchlina had recovered. "And to think I hesitated about sending you." "You may have. I didn't," Tuero said impudently, scooping up his saddlebags and following Alessan's quick lead to the hold hall. They found Fallon quickly enough in the main hall tending the sick. Alessan felt his nostrils pinch against the odors that the incense could not mask. He avoided the hall whenever possible. The coughing, the rasping breaths, and the moans of the patients were a constant reminder of the sad hospitality he had offered. Fallon's anxious expression cleared when Tuero raised the saddlebags. When the men had converged into the hold office Fallon now occupied, his hopefulness waned as he examined the bags and twists of herbs. Alessan had to repeat his question about vaccinating runners. "The premise is sound enough, Lord Alessan, but I'm not conversant with animal medicines. The master herdsman—" "Oh, yes. Well, I forgot. But there must be someone at Karoon Beast Hold who could give you a considered opinion."
Tuero sighed with disappointment. It's too late now to drum across to Karoon. They wouldn't thank us for rousing them from their beds. There is someone else, much closer, who would know, Olesan said in a thoughtful voice. And, Fallen, is there any human vaccine left? Enough for 2 people? I can, of course, prepare some. Please do, while Tuero and I drum up Fort Weyr. Moreta will know if we can vaccinate runners. Then he added to himself, I can bring Dag back and see what he managed to save. Moreta was startled when the request came in to the Weyr drummer. The quarantine no longer applied. Olesan had specifically mentioned that he had been vaccinated and was healthy. She had no reason to deny a meeting, and more than a few to grant it, curiosity about why the Lord Holder of Ruatha would urgently require a meeting being the least of them. Orlith was not a broody queen, and quite happy to have people admire her clutch, particularly the queen egg, though she kept it always within reach of a forearm. Once she indulged in her post-clutch feeding, she had piled the other eggs in a protective circle about the unique one. As if anyone would rob your clutch, Moreta teased her affectionately. She had told Orlith all about her early morning visit to High Reaches, and received a serene absolution for her errand of mercy. Leroy was here. Holth was with you. Fair exchange in those conditions. I slept. Moreta slept for a while after her return from the High Reaches, waking nervously, almost as if she had expected another summons. She would have preferred to stay at Tamiant's side until she was certain that the I-Corps was flowing to the wing, but Preston had learned of the dangers and was able to perform necessary countermeasures. Further, as Tamianth strengthened and Falga recovered from wound fever, another crisis was less likely to develop. So Moreta ascribed her nagging sense of apprehension to the tensions of a long day, and sent Mubarak, Leroy's favorite Wyrling rider, to Ruatha Hold. Kalan told Leroy and Moreta how appalled he had been by Ruatha. Moreta did not like to dwell on the scenes of a derelict Ruatha that her active imagination could conjure. What could she say in condolence to a man who had suffered so many losses? Suddenly, Olesan, dressed in rough leathers but a clean shirt showing at the neck, stood to one side of the entrance to the hatching ground. Beside him was a lanky man in a faded, patched tunic of harper blue. Mubarak was grinning at their hesitation and waved them toward the portion of the tiers that Moreta had converted to a temporary living space. Orlith was awake and watched them enter, but displayed no agitation. Moreta rose, one hand raised in unconscious protest against the change in Olesan. Too vividly she recalled the assured, handsome, buoyant young man who had greeted her at Ruatha's gather 8 days before. He had lost weight, and his tunic was belted tightly to take up the slack. His hair no longer looked trimmed or brushed. She wondered why that detail should matter so much to her. The stains on his hands, witness of his efforts to plow and plant, were honorable ones, as was the redwart on hers. She grieved, too, for the lines of worry and tension in his face, the cynical slant to his mouth, and the wary expression in his light green eyes. This is Tuero, Moreta, who has been invaluable to me since the gather. After the slight pause, Olesan's voice deepened as if to ward off comment. He has a theory against which I can raise no objections, but as we cannot reach an authority at this hour in Karoon Beasthold, I thought you might give us an opinion. What is it? Moreta asked, put off by his diffidence. The change in him went far deeper than appearance. Tuero, Olesan gave the harper a slight bow of acknowledgment, wondered if a vaccine could be made from the blood of runner beasts to protect them from the plague. Of course it can. You mean it hasn't been done? Moreta was consumed by such a surge of fury and frustration that Orlith rose to all 4 legs from her semi-recumbent position, her eyes whirling pinkly, and a worried question rumbled from her throat. No. In the one word, Alesan mirrored her own intense reaction. "No one thought of doing it, or there hasn't been the time?" she demanded, sick at the thought of more loss, animal or human. The grim set of Alesan's mouth and the harper's sigh gave the answer. "I would have thought that—" She broke off the angry sentence, closing her eyes and clenching her fists. She recalled the heavy losses at Karoon Beast Hold, the emptiness of her family's runner hold. "There have been other priorities," Alesan said. He spoke without bitterness, but from a resignation to harsh fact. "Yes, of course." She pulled her wits back from useless conjecture. "Have you any healers?" "Several." Runner blood would produce the same serum by the same method, centrifugal separation. More blood can be drawn from runners, of course, and the vaccine should be administered in proportion to body weight. The heavier... Alesan cocked his left eyebrow just enough for her to realize that there were no more of the heavier beasts at Ruatha. "Would you have any spare needle thorns?" Alesan asked, breaking the silence. "Yes." At that moment, Moreta would have given Alesan anything he needed to alleviate his problems. "And whatever else is needed by Ruatha." "We've been promised a supply train from Fort," Tuero said. "But until we can assure the wagoners that man and animal in Ruatha are plague-free, no one will venture near the hold." Moreta assimilated that information with a slow nod of her head, her eyes on Alesan. They might be discussing something completely foreign to him, to judge by his detachment. How else could he have survived his losses? "Mubarak, please take Lord Alesan and Journeyman Tuero to the storeroom. They may have anything they need from our supplies." Mubarak's eyes widened. "I'll be right with you," Alesan told Tuero and Mubarak, who left him. Alesan swung down the pack he carried. "I did not come," he said with a wry smile, "in expectation of bounty. I can, however, return your gown." He took out the carefully folded gold and brown dress and presented it to her with a courteous bow. She managed to take it from him, but her hands trembled. She thought of the racing, the dancing, her joy in a gather as one should be, her delight in the perfection of that gather evening as she and Ocklena had made their way to the dancing square for an evening she would never forget. The pent-up frustrations, angers, suppressed griefs, the mandatory absences from Orlith that she thought of as betrayals of impression, the whole accumulation burst the barrier of self-control, and she buried her face in the dress, weeping uncontrollably. As Orlith crooned supportively, Moreta was taken into Alesan's embrace. The touch of his arms, fierce in their hold, the mixed odors of human and animal sweat, of damp earth, combined to free her tears. Abruptly she felt the heave and swell of his body as his grief found expression at last. Together they comforted and were comforted by each other's release. "You needed this," Orlith said to Moreta, but she knew that the dragon included Alesan in her compassion. It was Moreta who recovered from the catharsis first. She continued to hold Alesan tightly to ease his shuddering body as she murmured reassurances and encouragements, repeating all the praise for his indomitable spirit and fortitude that had come to her through Kalan, trying to make her voice and hands convey her own respect, admiration, and empathy. She felt the shuddering subside, and then, with one final deep sigh, Alesan was purged of the aggregation of sorrow, remorse, and frustration. She relaxed her grip, and his arms became less fierce and clinging. Slowly they leaned apart, so they could look into each other's eyes. The lines of pain and worry had not diminished, but the strain had eased about his mouth and brow. Alesan raised his hand, and with gentle fingers smoothed the tears from her cheeks. His hands tightened, and he pulled her toward him again, bending his head to one side so that she could evade him if she chose. Moreta tilted her head and accepted his kiss, thinking to put the seal of comfort to their shared sorrow with that age-old benison. Neither expected their emotions to flare to passion. Moreta, because she had stopped thinking of relationships outside the weir. Alesan, because he had thought himself spent from his losses at Ruatha. Orlith crooned serenely, almost unheard by Moreta, who was caught up by the surge of emotion, the flow of sensuality so remarkably aroused by Alesan's touch, the hard strength of his thighs against hers, the sensation of being vital again. Not even her girlhood love for Talpan had waked such an uninhibited response, and she clung to Alesan, willing the moment to endure. Slowly, reluctantly, Alesan raised his mouth from hers, looking down at her with incredulous intensity. Then he, too, became aware of the dragon's crooning and looked, startled, in the Queen's direction. She doesn't object. That amazed him further, and he was sensible of the risk he had taken. If she did, you'd know about it, Moreta laughed. His expression of dismay, swiftly altering to delight, was marvelous. Joy welled up from a long, untapped source in her body. Orlith's croon changed to as near a trill as the dragon larynx could manage. With great reluctance, Moreta stepped back from Alesan, her smile expressing that regret. "They'll hear it?" he asked, smiling back at her ruefully, his hands clinging as he released her. "It may be chalked up to the joys of clutching." "Your gown!" He grasped at the excuse of retrieving the crumpled folds where the dress had fallen unremarked to the stone at their feet. He was passing it to her when Mubarak and Tuero entered the hatching ground, Tuero with a keen sparkle in his expressive eyes. "With so much on your mind, Alesan," Moreta said, amazed at her self-possession, "it is very good of you to have remembered." "If the simple courtesy of returning what had been misplaced is always rewarded with such generosity, leave more with me." Alesan's eyes burned with amusement at his turn of phrase, but it was Tuero's full pack that he indicated. Moreta could not but laugh. Mubarak was looking from her to Orlith. Tuero was aware that something had occurred, but he couldn't identify it. "I didn't take all we needed," the harper said as he looked from weir-woman to Lord Holder with a bemused smile. "That would have stripped your stores completely." "I shall be able to get replacements more easily than you, I think. As I was telling Alesan," Moreta felt the need to dissemble, "I think there are old records about this sort of animal vaccination, though I cannot remember the details. I would try the serum on a worthless beast." "Just now there are no worthless beasts at Ruatha," Alesan said quickly, a slight edge to his voice. "I have no choice but to proceed and hope the animal vaccine is as efficacious as the human." "Did you inquire of Master Capiam?" Moreta asked, wishing that Alesan had not distanced himself from her quite so soon, though she could appreciate the necessity. "You know runners, not Master Capiam. Why rouse them if the notion was not feasible?" "I think it is feasible." Moreta put her hand urgently on Alesan's arm, yearning to recapture some trace of their encounter. "I think you should inform the Healer Hall immediately, and keep me informed." Alesan smiled with polite acknowledgment, and under the pretense of a courteous pressure on her hand, his fingers caressed hers. "You may be sure of that." "I know Ochlena lives." The words came in a rush from her lips as Alesan turned to leave. "Did Dag and Squealer?" "Why do you think I want so desperately to vaccinate the runners? Squealer may be the only full male I have left." Alesan left, pausing briefly at the entrance to bow toward Orlith. With a startled expression, Tuero hastened after him, and Mubarak hurried after his two passengers. Orlith crooned again, her many-faceted eyes whirling with flashes of red amid the predominant blue. Feeling rather limp after the spate of emotions and resurgent desire, Moreta sank to the stone seat, clasping her trembling hands together. She wondered if there was any chance that Hoth and Leroy had missed that tumultuous interview. Chapter 14. Healer Hall, Ruatha Hold, Fort Weir, Ista Hold, Present Pass, 3.20.43. Look at the situation as a challenge, KPM suggested to Master Tyrone. The harper slammed the door behind him, an uncharacteristic action that startled Desdra and sent Master Fortine into a spasm of nervous coughing. A challenge? Haven't we had enough of those in the past 10 days? Tyrone demanded indignantly. Half the continent sick, the other half scared sick. Everyone suspicious of a cough or a sneeze. The Dragonriders barely able to meet thread. We've lost irreplaceable masters and promising journeymen in every craft. And you advise me to look on this news as a challenge? Tyrone jammed his fists against his belt and glared at the master healer. He had fallen into the pose that KPM irreverently called the Harper attitude. KPM dared not glance at Desdra, to whom he had confided the observation, for it was not a moment for levity. Or perhaps that was all that was keeping his mind from buckling under the new challenge. "Did you not tell me yourself earlier this morning," Tyrone continued, his bass voice resonant with vexation. Harper enunciator, KPM's graceless mind decided, that there had been no new cases of the plague reported anywhere on the continent? I did. I'll be happier when the lapse is 4 days long. But that only means that this wave of the viral influence is passing. The flu, as the ancients nicknamed it, can recur. It's the next wave that worries me dreadfully. Next one? Tyrone stared blankly at KPM, as if wishing he had misheard. KPM sighed. He was not at all happy with the discussion that he had hoped to put off until he had completed a plan of action. People were less apt to panic if they were presented with a course of action. He had nearly completed his computations for the amount of vaccine needed, the number of Dragonriders, and he had to assume they wanted to avoid a repetition of the plague as much as he, needed to distribute the vaccine, and the halls and holds where it would be administered. The confrontation had been precipitated by apprentice gossiping, speculations about why healers were still asking for blood donations for more serum, when the reported cases of the flu were dropping, and why the internment camp had not been struck. Next one. Tyrone's voice was incredulous. Oh, dear me, yes, Master Fortine replied from his corner, thinking his colleague needed support. So far we have found 4 distinct references to this sort of viral influence. It seems to mutate. The serum, which suppresses one kind, does not always have any effect on the next. The details would bore Master Tyrone, I fear, KPM said. No sense in fomenting total alarm. KPM had seized on the hope that if they could immunize everyone in the northern continent, catching all the carriers of this type, they would be in less danger from further manifestations, the symptoms for which would now be easily recognized and speedily dealt with. I am less bored by details than you might imagine, Tyrone said. He strode forward, pulled out the chair at KPM's desk, and seated himself, folding his arms across his chest in an aggressive fashion. He stared pointedly at KPM. Acquaint me with the details. KPM scratched at the back of his neck, a habit he had recently acquired and that he deplored in himself. You know that we looked back into the records to find mention of the viral influence. Yes, stupid name. Descriptive, however. We found 4 separate references to such flus as periodic scourges before the crossing, even before the first crossing. Let us not get into politics. KPM opened his eyes in mild reproof. I'm not. But I always thought you were of the 2 crossings school of thought, and the language in the text supports that theory. Suffice to say, KPM hurried on as Tyrone twitched his eyebrows in growing irritation. Our ancestors also carried with them certain bacteria and viruses which were ineradicable.
Indeed they were, but they are necessary to the proper function of our bodies, and the internal economy of the animals brought on both crossings, Master Fortine said in earnest support of his colleague. Yes, as Fortine says, we cannot escape some infections. We must prevent a second viral infection. It can recur. Here. Now. As doubtless it does periodically on the southern continent. We know to our sorrow that it only takes one carrier. We can't let that happen again, Tyrone. We have neither the medicines nor the personnel to cope with a second epidemic. I know that as well as you do, Tyrone said, his voice rough with irritation. So, do those precious records of yours say what the ancients did? He gestured at the thick records on KPM's desk with a contempt based on fear. Mass vaccination. It took Tyrone a moment to realize that KPM had given him a candid answer. Mass vaccination? The whole continent? Tyrone made a lavish sweep of one arm, glaring at KPM. But I've been vaccinated. His hand went to his left arm. That immunity lasts only about 14 days with the sort of serum we can produce. So, you see, our time is limited. It might even be running out in Eigen and Karoon, unless we can vaccinate everyone and anyone who might harbor the virus. That's the challenge. My hall provides the serum and the personnel to vaccinate. Yours keeps Hall, Hold, and Weyr from panic. Panic? Yes, you're right about that. Tyrone jerked his thumb in the direction of Fort Hold, where Lord Tollacamp still refused to leave his apartment. You would have more to fear from the panic than the plague just now. Yes. KPM put a great deal into that quiet affirmative. Desdra had moved perceptibly closer to him. He wasn't sure if her intention was supportive or defensive, but he appreciated her proximity. And we have to proceed with speed and diligence. If there should be a carrier in Eigen, Karoon, Telgar, or Ruatha. The vulnerable, angry look in Tyrone's eyes reminded him of his own reaction when he had to admit the inescapable conclusions drawn from the 4 references Fortine and then Desdra had reluctantly shown him. To prevent a second epidemic, we must vaccinate now, within the next few days. KPM turned briskly to the maps he had been preparing. Portions of Limos, Bitra, Crom, Nabal, Upper Telgar, High Reaches, and Tilak have not had contact with anyone since the cold season started. We can vaccinate them later, when the snow melts, but before the spring rains, when those people begin to circulate more freely. So we have to concern ourselves with this portion of the continent. KPM brought his arm down the southern half. There are certain advantages to the social structure on Pern, Tyrone, particularly during a pass. We can keep track of where everyone is. We also know approximately how many people survived the first wave of the flu and who has been vaccinated. So it comes down to the problem of distributing the vaccine at the appointed day. As Dragonriders are vulnerable to the disease, I feel we can ask their cooperation in getting vaccine to the distribution points I've marked out across the continent. Tyrone gave a cynical snort. You won't get any cooperation from Atenai at Telgar. Labal at Eigen is useless. Wimia's running the Weyr, and it's a Mercy Fall as a consolidated effort. Fagal might help. KPM shook his head impatiently. I can get all the help I need from Moreta, Saligar, and Kadren, but we must do it now to halt any further incidents of the flu. It can be halted, killed, if it does not have new victims to propagate it. Like thread? That is an analogy, I suppose, KPM admitted wearily. He had spent so much time arguing lately with Fortine, Desdra, the other masters, and himself. The more he presented the case, the more clearly did he feel the necessity for the push. It takes only one thread to ruin a field or a continent. Only one carrier is needed to spread the plague. Or one idiot master seaman trying to stake a premature claim on the southern continent. What? Tyrone took from his tunic a water-stained sheaf, its parchment pages roughly evened. I was on my way to see you about this, Master KPM. Your healer at Eigen Seahold, Master Berdion, entrusted this to my journeyman. I wanted it for an accurate account of this period. Yes, you badgered me on my sickbed. KPM made to take the book from Tyrone, who reproved him with a look. There was no floating animal, no chance encounter, KPM. They landed in Southern. Berdion was quite ill, you know, and during his convalescence he read the log of the good ship Windtoss for lack of anything more stimulating. He's been in a sea-hold long enough to know sailing annotations, and he said that Master Varney was an honest man. He logs the squall right enough, and that did send them legitimately off course. But they ought not to have landed. Exploration of the southern continent was not to be undertaken until this pass was over. It was to be a combined effort of Hall, Hold, and Weyr. They were 3 days in that anchorage. Tyrone punctuated his remarks by stabbing his finger at the journal in such a way that KPM couldn't see the page properly. Then Tyrone relinquished it to his grasp, and Desdra sidled up to look. Oh dear, how very presumptuous of Master Varney, Master Fortine said. But that means this is not a case of zoonosis, KPM, but a direct infection. Only if there were humans in the southern continent, KPM said hopefully. The log entries do not suggest there are. Tyrone sank that possibility. Indeed, the records concerning the second crossing are clear on that point. Are we sure, Desdra asked, that they were in southern waters? Oh, yes, Tyrone said. A sea-bred journeyman harper confirmed that the positions correspond to the southern continent. He said there wouldn't be any place shallow enough to anchor anywhere short of the landmass of the continent. 3 days they were there. The log says, Desdra was reading, that they had to jury-rig repairs to the sloop after it was damaged by a storm. That's what it says, Tyrone agreed sardonically. Undoubtedly, they did make repairs, but Berdion added a note. Tyrone produced a scrap that he flourished before he read it. I found fruit pits of unusual size in the unemptied galley bucket and rotten husks of some specimens which were unknown to me, though I have been many turns in this hold. Tyrone leaned toward KPM, his eyes brilliant. So, my friends, the Windtoss made a premature landing. And look where it has landed us. Tyrone threw his arms wide in another of his grand gestures. KPM sank back wearily in his chair, staring at the maps, flicking his careful lists with his fingers. The log may shed light on certain aspects of this, my good friend, but also warns us against that projected return to the southern continent. I heartily agree. And it reinforces my conclusion that we must vaccinate to prevent the spread of the plague, and vaccinate the runners as well. I really hadn't counted on that complication. Look on it as a challenge, said Desdra dryly, her hands kneading at the tense muscles of KPM's shoulders. Not one which I think our unofficial master herdsman is capable of answering, I fear, said KPM. Would Moreta know? She was runner-hold bred. Her family had a fine breeding hold in Karoon. Even the brash Master Harper paused, knowing of the tragedy there. She did attend that mid-distance runner at Ruatha Gather. That was the first case to be noted here in the West, remember? No, I don't remember, Tyrone, KPM said irritably. Did he have to cure the sick animals of this continent, too? You're the memory of our times. Surely, if we have a human vaccine, we can produce by the same methods an animal one, Desdra said soothingly. And there's Lord Alessan, who certainly has enough donors.
I did hear, did I not, that some of his runner beasts survived the plague? Yes, they did, Tyrone said swiftly, glancing with an anxious frown at the despondent master healer. Come, my friend, you've solved so many of our recent problems. You cannot lose heart now. Tyrone's bass voice oozed entreaty and persuasiveness. No, my dear KPM, we cannot lose heart now, Master Fortine added from his corner. Tyrone rose, his manner suddenly brisk. Look, KPM, I'll drum for a convey. You can go to Fort Weyr, see what Moreta can tell you. Then on to that new man. What's his name? Bessel? At Beastmaster Hold. Meanwhile, since I take it that this vaccination program of yours is more urgent than ever, I'll sweeten Hall and Hold. I'll start with Tolocamp. Tyrone jerked his thumb toward Fort Hold. If he agrees, we'll have no trouble with the other Lord's Holder, even that crevice snake Rotoshigan. Considering Tolocamp's mental state, however will you accomplish his cooperation? KPM asked, jarred from his depression by Tyrone's obvious confidence. If you recall, my fellow master, Lord Tolocamp has been deprived of our services for the past few days. As he has never encouraged any of his children or his holders to have ideas, he is going to need ours. He's had long enough to reconsider his intransigence, Tyrone replied with a deceptively bland smile. You take care of the vaccine. I'll organize the rest. The Master Harper was careful to retrieve the log of the wind toss from KPM before he left with an energetic stride and a brisk slam of the door. The elation that Alesan had experienced after his visit to Fort Weyr was compounded of renewed hope and the unexpected sympathy of Moreta. He would have liked to savor that incident, but the most urgent problem, producing a usable vaccine for runner beasts, especially those he devoutly hoped that Dag had saved, took precedence over any personal consideration. Mubarak returned Alesan and Tuero to Ruatha Hold, landing in the forecourt. The speed with which Ochlina emerged from the hold suggested she had been anxiously awaiting her brother's return. She paused on the top steps, her face turned up to him. As he slid down the blue dragon's side, Alesan let out a joyful whoop, and her expression turned to relief as she rushed to meet him. Exuberantly, Alesan swooped her up in his arms, achingly aware of the difference between his sister's slight body and Moreta's. He gave Ochlina a gentle kiss on her cheek. There had been scant time for affection between brother and sister lately, and during her illness, Alesan had come to know how much he valued Ochlina. A kiss, he had good reason to know, was a kind gesture. Moreta said the serum idea is valid. We're going to try it. Now, Alesan told her. If it does work, then Ruatha is open again, and my holders cannot deny me their labor. If it doesn't work, we're no worse off than we have been. It has to work, Ochlina cried fervently. Alesan shouted for Fallen. We'll need his help, his implements, and that old brood mare. I know she caught the plague, and I can't risk any of the team animals. Aerith, behave yourself. That's Lady Ochlina, Mubarak called. The blue dragon had turned his head round toward brother and sister, and was now whiffling closer and closer to Ochlina, his eyes whirling. By no means afraid of such attentions, Ochlina didn't know what to do, and clung to Alesan. At his rider's reprimand, Aerith made a tiny little noise, a disappointed snort, and turned his head away while Mubarak apologized profusely. I really don't know what came over him. Aerith is usually very well behaved. But it is late, he is tired, and we'd better get back to the weir. Aerith snorted audibly, and Mubarak looked startled. I'd best be back at the weir. Thanking Mubarak and Aerith for their convey, Alesan guided Ochlina out of the way, a bemused Tuero following. Blue dragons are not usually fascinated by the opposite sex, the Harper remarked dryly to Alesan. Really? Alesan's reply was polite, for his mind was on the mechanics of turning runner blood into serum vaccine.
There is a queen egg on the Fort Weyr hatching ground. And Alessan's courtesy turned crisp. He had a lot to do before he could see what Dag had salvaged of the Ruathan herds. Tuero's grin broadened. As I recall it, Ruatha has quite a few blood ties with Dragonriders. Alessan stared from Ochlana to the dragon already airborne, and remembered Kalan's remark the day he had brought the vaccine to Ruatha Hold. It couldn't be. At that point, Fallen rushed out of the hold, his expression hopeful, and Alessan devoted his full attention to putting vaccine theory to test. Tuero brought the brood mare in from the field. She was quiet enough to be led by her forelock. Fallen, Ochlana, Deefer, and the trustworthy fosterlings bore the medical equipment to the beast hold. The momentum of exhilaration was briefly checked when they discovered that they didn't have large enough glass containers for the quantity of animal blood. Then Ochlana remembered that Lady Oma had put away huge ornamental glass bottles, long ago presented by Master Klargesh to Lord's Holder as samples of apprentice industry and design. To spin such large bottles, Alessan, Tuero, and Deefer contrived a big centrifuge from a spare wagon wheel attached to spit cogs and a crank. The runner mare stood quietly impassive, since the blood-taking caused no discomfort. Strange, Fallen said as the first batch was completed and the straw-colored fluid drawn off. It's the same color as human serum. It's only dragons who have green blood, Ochlana said. We'll try the vaccine on the lame runner, Alessan said, wondering which blue rider was harassing his sister and why. All the time the wheel was turning, Alessan fidgeted. Since he'd no other option, he had been patient, but now that he could search out Dag, he was fretting to be gone. If there's no ill effect on that creature, we have to assume that the serum works, since the same principle is efficacious for humans. It's too late to do more tonight anyhow, Fallen said with a vast yawn when he had injected the serum in the lame beast. No one at the Harper Hall will think kindly of a message at this hour, Tuero agreed, knuckling his eyes. I think I'll just stay here tonight, in case there's a reaction. Alessan nodded toward the lame runner. And you'll be off first thing in the morning, won't you? Ochlana leaned toward her brother, her dark, soft eyes on his, her comment for him alone. To find Dag and Squealer? He nodded and gave her shoulders an affectionate squeeze before he sent her off after the healer and the Harper. Alessan watched the three until the glow baskets they carried were out of sight in a dip of the roadway. Then he fixed himself a bed of straw in the stall next to the runner. Despite his good intention to remain alert enough to check on the beast, he slept soundly until first light. The injected runner was still lame, but it exhibited no signs of distress, no mark of sweat, and had eaten a good deal of the clean bedding with which it had been furnished. Reassured, Alessan saddled the runner that Tuero had nicknamed Skinny, not a mount he would have chosen for anyone, but beggars couldn't be choosers at Ruatha those days. Alessan carefully packed the serums, needle thorns, and Fallen's glass syringe into the saddlebag, cushioning them with clean straw, then mounted and urged Skinny onto the roadway. The night before, he had had many doubts as they waited for the serum to be produced. Doubts about many things, including Moreta's unexpected response to him. He thought of kindness and the kiss he had given his sister. Had Moreta only meant to be kind? Today, in the dawn of a bright, fresh spring morning, he knew it had not been mere kindness in Moreta. He and the Weyr woman had been of one mind in that brief instant, and the Dragon Queen had trilled in concord. Skinny shied at some imaginary bogey in the greening bushes by the track. Alessan swayed to the motion, checking the animal's sideway plunge with a firm pressure of that leg, while he made sure that the flaps on the saddlebags were secure. Alessan liked an active mover, but he couldn't risk the precious fluid or pause to school a fractious beast. He must concentrate on riding, and not be diverted by visions of the impossible. Moreta was the Fort Weyr woman. Although she might,
just might enjoy a discreet relationship with him, might even allow a pregnancy. And suddenly Alesan longed for a child as he had not with Suriana. Alesan was still lord of a severely depleted bloodline. He had to have an acknowledged wife, and others to bear his children, as many as he could beget. Old Runel was dead, he thought with a flash of regret. Old Runel and all the Ruathan begets, as well as the bloodlines of runners back to the crossing. He'd never thought he would rue the loss of that man. Skinny trotted, its hocks well under it, and with a fine forward extension. Too bad the creature was gelded. Ruatha had once had far better specimens to propagate. Alesan inhaled against the hope at the end of this track. He tried to keep from wondering which animals Dag had seen fit to take with him. If only Dag had included one breeding pair of the Lord Leaf's heavy carters. The records of animals destroyed that Norman had started to keep had been lost when the Race Flats temporary hospital had been abandoned. Alesan wished futilely that he had made time to look in on the beast hold that frantic morning before he had taken ill. Alesan came to the fork in the track, each direction leading to nursery fields. Dag would have taken the less accessible one, he'd decided, but he paused long enough to see if there had been a message left at the division. Not a rag, a bone, or an unnatural formation of the pebbles. 9 days had passed since Dag left with Fergal. Fear burrowed from the trap in his mind to which Alesan had banished it. He dug his heels into Skinny, and the beast responded instantly, skittering at a good rate up the track, high-breathing as it caught the excitement generated in its rider. Runners were considered stupid, had few ways to communicate with riders, and yet occasionally one seemed to know exactly what was going on in the human it bore. Alesan laid a soothing hand on Skinny's arched neck and brought the animal to a more sensible pace. Then they were at the rise that led to the pasture, and for a heartbreaking moment, Alesan could see nothing of man or beast in the rolling fields. But the barrier had been man-made, with prickly hedge and stone, high enough to contain docile beasts. He rose in his stirrups, numb with the fear that Dag had brought the plague with him and died with all the animals. Then he saw the thin column of smoke to his right, saw the flapping of a shirt drying on a branch. He heard a piercing whistle. From the slope down to the stream, runners trooped obediently in answer to the summons. Alesan felt tears prick his eyes. He hauled Skinny smartly back down the road, turned, set his heels to the bony ribs, and Skinny charged the barrier, sailing nobly over it, clacking with surprise when they landed on the far side. Alesan hauled the delighted animal to a more sedate pace, remembering his mission. It was only then that he saw, among the beasts jogging up the slope, the wobbly-legged, awkward, infantile bodies, the waddling pace of the gravid. Alesan let out a whoop of jubilation, and it reverberated from the hills. Had Dag taken all the pregnant mares with him? Alesan had bleakly had to assume that all the anticipated foals had died of the plague or been aborted, for all he found in the fields of the hold proper had been gelded males and barren mares. His whoop was answered from the rude shelter dug into the high side of the slope. The small figure standing at its entrance waved both arms. One small figure. Inadvertently, Alesan checked Skinny and then urged it forward. One small, black-haired figure, now with impudent arms cocked against ragged pants. Fergal. "You took your time, Lord Alesan." The boy's expression was as impertinent as his words were resentful and unforgiving. "Dag?" Alesan's voice broke in consternation. He could not move from the saddle. Until that moment he hadn't realized how much he had looked forward to seeing the old handler, how sorely he needed Dag's knowledgeable advice if Ruathan runners were ever to regain their former prestige. Annoyingly, Fergal shrugged and then cocked his head up at Alesan. "I thought you'd forgotten us." He stepped to one side and gestured toward the shelter. "He broke his leg. I took care of all the runners, even the ones who birthed. Didn't I do a good job?" Alesan would have swatted him for impudence had he been able to catch him, but Fergal, grinning with positive malice at his little hoax, had slipped neatly out of range into the shelter of his charges.
"Alesan?"
Dag's summons came from the shelter, and Alesan put aside any thought of discipline to rush in to his old ally.
"I saved all I could for you, Alesan. I saved all I could."
"You have also saved Ruatha."
"I do apologize for intruding on the hatching ground, Moreta,"
KPM said, peering cautiously around the entrance. Come in. Moreta beckoned him eagerly to join her in her temporary accommodation in the first tier. KPM looked back over his shoulder a moment and then entered, keeping an anxious eye on Orlith among her eggs.
"She does seem quite serene, doesn't she?"
"Oh, she is."
"Mubarak, who conveyed Desdra and me here, said that she will even show off that splendid queen egg she clutched."
With due respect for the hot volcanic sands, KPM walked quickly to Moreta. "Desdra's here? I've heard a great deal about her from Mubarak and Kalan."
"She's chatting with Jalora, so I could have a private word with you."
KPM cleared his throat in an uncharacteristic show of nervousness. Moreta thought he was wary of Orlith and extended her hands to him. She supposed she must get used to the changes wrought in people by the plague. KPM appeared only to have lost weight, for his eyes sparkled out of a craggy face that would become more attractive with age. His hair was thinning at the temples, and she fancied that the gray had encroached farther into the black. But there was no diminution in the force of his personality, or in his grip as he clasped her hands. "And to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" she asked. His eyes twinkled.
"An unexpected challenge is what I told Master Tyrone."
Alerted by his geniality, Moreta searched his face. "What sort of a challenge?"
"I'll come to that in a moment, if I may. First, would you know if runner beasts would respond favorably to a serum vaccine against the plague they also suffer?"
Moreta stared at him a moment, surprised to be asked the same question twice in a short space of time, and surprised that the question had to be asked at all. She was angry that no one had taken steps to safeguard the runner beasts, which were such valuable assets of the northern continent. She had tried to appreciate that saving human life had been the priority, but surely someone must have been rational enough in one of the runner holds to apply the principle to the beasts. She had been complimented and touched that Alesan had sought her advice yesterday evening, and, despite her varied irritations, slightly amused that she, Weir-woman of Fort, was now being approached by the master healer. "I answered that same question for Alesan last night."
"Oh?"
KPM blinked with surprise.
"Oh? And how did you answer Lord Alesan?"
"Affirmatively."
"He contacted Master Balfour?"
"It was too late to drum up the Karoon beast-hold. Is Balfour the new master herdsman?"
"He is acting in that capacity. Someone must."
"Alesan ought to have informed you, or at least the Harper Hall." Moreta frowned. "Tuero should have done it if Alesan was too busy. Perhaps Alesan had not had enough time to produce a serum?" No. She had the impression that he wouldn't have wasted any time.
"It is not quite noon,"
KPM said tactfully, willing to give the harried Lord Holder the benefit on any doubt.
"In theory, serum vaccine ought to produce similar immunization in the runners. Alesan needs all the luck and help he can get."
Moreta nodded in solemn agreement. "So why does the Healer Hall concern itself suddenly with animal vaccines?"
"Because, unfortunately, I have good reason to believe that the plague is transmitted to man by animals and may break out again. Zoonotic and recrudescent are the terms the ancients used to describe those qualities."
"Oh." Moreta struggled to assimilate the information. The ramifications were staggering. "You mean we could easily have a second epidemic?" Shards!
KPM, the continent couldn't survive a second epidemic. She threw up her arms in an excess of dismay that had to be vented. The Weyrs are only barely able to get the requisite number of wings in the air with every fall, what with riders recovering from secondary infections and new injuries. If the plague went through us again, I doubt there'd be a full wing available. In her agitation, she began to pace. Then she noticed his patient watching. She halted and gave him a closer scrutiny. If the animal vaccine works, then you could stop the zoonosis? You would vaccinate both man and animal against it. And your challenge is... She had to smile at the way he had led her to the conclusion. To the Dragonriders for their assistance in distributing the vaccines. Preferably on the same day to all distribution points. KPM carefully unfolded a copy of his plan. He peered at her from under his brows, watching her reactions as he handed her the document. Mass vaccination is the only way to stop the plague. It would require a tremendous effort. My halls have already started to accumulate human vaccine. To be candid, my hall had not quite evaluated the runner susceptibility. Between Tyrone's reports and Desdra's exhaustive investigations, we can find no other way than zoonosis for the plague to have spread so rapidly and so far. We now know that the only way to prevent a recurrence of this viral influence is to stop it within the next few days or endure a second wave. Moreta shuddered with dread. She studied his plan. Of course, he added, tipping the edge of the parchment, the scheme depends first on the feasibility of the runner vaccine and the cooperation of the Weyrs to circulate both. Have you approached any of the other Weyrs yet? I needed an answer to my question on runner vaccine, and you were the nearest authority. He grinned at her. Surely Lord Tolacamp. I'm leaving Lord Tolacamp to Master Tyrone. There was considerable acrimony in the healer's voice. And such a question as this to someone who can give me a rational answer. Not only have I an answer, I have a source. That is also an assumption, which I will confirm as soon as you can also assure me that the Weyrs can assist us in delivering the vaccines. One of my journeymen is a wizard at figuring out what he calls time and motion processes. If we could rely on a minimum of 6 riders from each Weyr to cover their traditional regions, in a scheduled roster of stops to the various halls, holds, and Weyrs, that would be sufficient. Moreta was doing some calculations of her own. Not unless the riders... She caught herself and gulped in astonishment. In KPM's broadening grin, she had an unexpected answer. I've been doing rather a lot of reading in the archives, Moreta. KPM sounded more pleased than apologetic for the shock he had given her. How did that bit of information come to be in the healer archives? She demanded, so infuriated that Orlith came fully alert, claws hooking protectively about the queen egg. Why shouldn't it be? KPM asked with deceptive mildness. After all, my craft bred the trait into the dragons. Can they really go from one time to another? He asked wistfully. Yes, she finally replied, as austerely as she could. But it's not encouraged at all. She thought of Kalan, knew very well how often the Blue Rider had been at the Healer Hall, and wondered about such convenient records. On the other hand, KPM's craft had been credited with many incredible feats and displays of skill, secrets forgotten by disuse. She chided herself for doubting the integrity of Master KPM, especially at such a critical hour when any strategy that might restore the continent to balance might be condoned. KPM, traveling in time, produces paradoxes that can be very dangerous. That's why I suggested the progressive delivery, so there is no overlapping. The eagerness in his manner was disarming. There might be some trouble convincing Matenai of Telgar. Yes, I'd heard of his disaffection. I also know that Fagal of Ista is very ill of a kidney chill, and Labal of severe depressions, which is why I specify the minimum number of riders the effort would require. I don't know how the continent would have survived without all the assistance the Dragonriders have given Hall and Hold up to this point.
You have enough vaccine for people?
We will have. Master Tyrone is adroitly broaching the subject to Hall and Hold.
A wise precaution. KPM heaved a sigh.
So what must be ascertained now is whether or not Lord Alesan has successfully produced the animal vaccine.
Go to Roatha with them, Orlith said. After a flicker of a pause, she added, Holth agrees. Illogically, Moreta resisted that gratuitous permission and wondered why. She had a perfectly natural wish to see the results of Alesan's experiment, not necessarily Alesan. Was she resisting the attraction she felt for him? She was not normally bothered by indecision.
You have always liked runner beasts. They deserve your help now.
Holth, Orlith was speaking. Moreta decided from the doubly deep tone.
You will have to see Roatha sometime again.
That, undeniably, was spoken only by Orlith. Moreta sighed deeply and sadly. Orlith had touched the core of her resistance, for Moreta did not want to see Roatha in the ruins Kalan had described. I think, KPM, she said slowly, steeling her mind, that I should accompany you.
Aerith is more than willing. He likes the girl, Orlith said.
She unsheathed her claws from the queen egg. From the bowl, Aerith bugled agreement. Which girl? Moreta was surprised at the remark. Orlith shrugged and went about making a depression in which she rolled her egg. So, trying not to appear resigned, Moreta collected her flying gear. Aerith says he will take us to Roatha Hold.
You can leave her?
KPM looked toward the queen. My going is her idea. She's not a broody dragon, like some who must have their rider in constant attendance. Leroy and Holth are nearby. I shan't be gone very long, you know. She gave KPM a dour glance and then smiled at his startled expression. When Moreta and KPM reached the bowl, Jalora was talking earnestly with a dark-haired woman who was standing a few lengths from Mubarak and Aerith. Desdra was older than Moreta had expected from Kalan's comments, older than Moreta herself. But then Jalora had said that the woman was taking her mastery at the Fort Healer Hall. Desdra had a reserved air about her, not quite haughty, but certainly a woman who kept herself to herself. A trait that did not, however, keep her from being keenly aware of the activity in the bowl. 2 wings from Fort would fly later across Bitra and Limos. Chagall had gone forward to Bendon to see Kadren. The Bendon Weyr leader was tactful, as Matenai of Telgar was not, and Moreta counted on Kadren to smooth matters over in the day's consolidation. She would be everlastingly grateful when the Weyrs could return to traditional territories.
Desdra, Moreta is coming with us to Roatha, KPM was saying. It would seem that Lord Alesan has anticipated the matter of runner vaccine.
Desdra inclined her head courteously to the Weyr woman, her large gray eyes calmly taking Moreta's measure.
Don't let Desdra make you uncomfortable, Moreta, KPM said. She takes no one at face value, claims detachment is required of a healer.
Jalora had told me of the superb reconstruction work you do on thread-scored dragonwing, Desdra replied in a low, unhurried voice, her eyes flicking a glance to Moreta's hands as she put on her gloves. When there is time again, please return and examine Dylent. The Istan Weyr healer, Ind, taught me the technique. I've not had opportunity to perfect it.
I'd forgot about fall today, Moreta,
KPM was saying uncertainly, as he looked about and saw the unmistakable preparations. I must be back for the end of fall, certainly, Moreta replied.
now perversely compelled to go to Ruatha. As it happens, the wings have taken fewer injuries since the plague. It might just be that flying against other weirs has improved performances." "Really? How interesting." KPM's surprise was genuine. Then Mubarak courteously gestured for Moreta to mount Aerith first. She did so, settling herself at the back and assisting Desdra. Although Desdra made no comment and appeared perfectly composed, Moreta decided that the healer had not often ridden a dragonback. KPM was clearly delighted, twisting about to grin past Desdra at Moreta, then checking discreetly that Desdra was comfortable. "4 riders are not excessive weight for your Aerith, Mubarak?" he asked as the blue rider swung into his forward position. "Not my Aerith," the boy replied stoutly, "or I'd have mentioned it." As if to prove his ability, Aerith leaped from the ground so enthusiastically that his passengers were abruptly pressed backward. Moreta instinctively locked her legs and grabbed the ridge behind her to balance Desdra, who was pushed back by KPM's weight. Aerith made a quick adjustment as Mubarak wrapped his neck. Conscious of his weirwoman's presence, Mubarak made a ceremony of taking leave of the watch rider, accepting and returning salutes as Aerith winged to a respectable altitude. Mubarak looked back at Moreta with a warning nod of his head before he gave Aerith directions. "Black, blacker, blackest." Moreta's litany broke as they appeared in the sky again above Ruatha. She caught her breath, closing her eyes against the sickening view of the violated field, the rutted racing flat, the great fire circles, and the appalling burial mounds. She knew that her grip on Desdra's waist had locked, and she was aware, too, of warm hands that lay gently on hers in shared sympathy and dismay. All too clearly, Moreta could recall her compliments to Alesan on Ruatha's gather gaiety, a bitter memory now that she was faced with the grim reality of the gather's aftermath. Aerith glided across the racing flats directly at the hold. Moreta could see the starting poles forlornly tumbled about where the spectacular dead heat of the last race had been run. Moreta forced herself to look at the raw earth of the burial mounds and accept the fact of so many casualties from that carefree throng of visitors in their gather finery, and to accept as well the cremation fires that had consumed dead animals, winners and losers both, of the 10 races that had drawn them to Ruatha on that fatal occasion. For a callous moment she thought that Alesan could have found the time to clear the pathetic debris of travel wagons, trunks, and gather stands from the roadway and the fields. She marked where campfires had blackened the stubble field from which she and the young Lord Holder had so blithely watched the racing. Where banners had brightly flown, the upper tiers of Ruatha Hold were shuttered, unneeded, reminders that Ruatha had withstood a siege more savage than any Threadfall. Yet, even as her heart contracted at the disheveled look of the proud hold, her eyes went to the fields and the runners grazing there. Not the large, solid beasts that Alesan had bred on Lord Leif's instructions, but the wiry, thin-boned runners of Squealer's ilk. The irony helped restore her composure. Her tears would not comfort Alesan now. Aerith was not going to land at the forecourt, for which mercy Moreta was extremely grateful. His line was taking them along the roadway to the beast hold, where considerable activity was evident. 3 runners were being disengaged from plows, saddles lay on the ground, and a small cart had been pulled from storage. People were rushing up the road, carrying baskets with careful haste. The basic vitality of Ruatha appeared resurgent. "Mubarak says that he has seen Alesan at the beast hold," Desdra said to Moreta, projecting her voice sufficiently to counter the glide breeze. Nothing in her expression indicated that she was aware of Moreta's painful first reaction to the plague-scarred hold. Those at the beast hold had become aware of the dragon's approach, and just as Aerith landed neatly on the far side of the roadway, 2 men emerged. Both were tall and their faces in shadow, but Moreta identified Alesan on the right.
That he recognized her was apparent by his sudden start before he strode to meet his visitors as fast as a lord's dignity would allow. And he walked like the Lord of Ruatha again, Moreta was relieved to see, confident and proud.
"Sorry to arrive at an awkward moment, Lord Alesan," KPM called as he dismounted.
"Your arrival could never be awkward. Your appearance is always welcome," Alesan replied, but his eyes held Moreta's for a long instant before he courteously handed KPM to the ground. "Tuero and I," he indicated the tall harper who had followed him, "were composing a message to you." Then Alesan abandoned his formal manner and grinned broadly up at Moreta. "Dag saved Squealer. We've foals, too. 3 fine males." He shouted the last sentence, giving vent to a joy he could no longer contain. "Oh, how marvelous, Alesan!" Moreta swung her right leg over and behind her and dropped down Aerith's side. Fortunately, for Aerith was rather higher than she had thought, Alesan caught her about the waist and eased her to the ground. She turned in his arms, very much aware of his hold on her, his light green eyes bright with elation, and, she hoped, her unexpected visit. And to think it's Squealer's breed that survived, and foals. Oh, how relieved you must be. "I'm only just back from the nursery meadows," he told her as he led her away from Aerith, his hands moving along her arm, anxious to remain in contact with her, and happy at a civil excuse to do so. "I didn't have enough vaccine with me. I never counted on foals. And Dag's got a broken leg, so we have to send the cart. There'll be fall here in 6 days. But Dag saved Bloodstock for us. He saved enough, and he saved Ruatha." Moreta found herself grasping and shaking his hand repeatedly, and wondering suddenly if anyone was noticing. But surely she could publicly congratulate him for such splendid good fortune. Then KPM brought Desdra forward to introduce her, and Moreta saw that Desdra was measuring Alesan with the same penetrating gaze to which she had already been subjected. Moreta felt protective of Alesan and worried that the healer would divine her attraction to him.
"I deduce that you have produced a serum vaccine and used it."
"I have indeed, KPM, for I couldn't risk the bloodstock in this infected area." Alesan's hand eloquently swept the hold proper and its fields. "Journeyman Fallen is in the process of making more." He nodded toward the beast hold. "The plague dealt us terrible losses, both in men and animals." He motioned them all to follow him into the beast hold. "We prepared a serum as soon as I returned last evening, and I injected that beast." Alesan pointed to the lame one, its right front leg pointing despite the depth of the straw of its bed. "It seems none the worse for it."
"It won't be, I assure you," KPM said warmly, adroitly steering them to an isolated area, away from others. "The theory is as sound for animals as it has proved for people. And," he lowered his voice, peering first at Alesan and then at Tuero with a meaningful stare, "absolutely essential at this juncture." He shot Desdra a quick look at his inadvertent use of one of Tyrone's favorite phrases. A twist of her lips showed that she had marked it. With a quick motion of his hands, KPM circled the others closely around him, tucking his hands about Alesan's and Tuero's arms. He glanced about to be sure that everyone was busy, Fallen with his group around the centrifuge and the holders about the animals being retacked. "Lord Alesan, the plague could break out again." Moreta caught Alesan's free arm as he staggered back from KPM. The healer supported him on the other. Tuero's first reaction was to see how Alesan coped with the news. The harper's expression was usually serious and compassionate. "Animals as well as humans must be vaccinated this time round," KPM continued, "all across the continent. I have worked out a plan of distribution, and Moreta will seek Dragonrider assistance. What is needed is serum from recovered animals. You have them, sufficient at least to supply the needs of this hold, fort, southern ball, and that portion of Telgar which marches your boundaries. Lord Shatter, I know, will accommodate us in the east." "But the herds in Karoon are vast." Alesan was clearly stunned by the enormity of the project. "No longer," KPM said gently. "If this dag of yours has saved bloodstock for you, you are richer than you think. May we have your help?" Alesan looked at the master healer, a curious expression playing in his light green eyes and the oddest twist to his lips. Roatha lost much, of its people, its herds, its honor, and its pride. Any help which Roatha can now offer may perhaps remove the stain of our enduring, Alesan indicated the burial mounds, hospitality. There was no bitterness in the young Lord Holder's voice, but there was no doubt in anyone's mind that the aftermath of his first gather had burned indelibly into his soul. "What makes you think that you are responsible for that, or any of this?" One flourish of KPM's hand indicated the burial mounds, the next their meeting in the beast hold, and the veterinary preparations being made to one side. "No blame adheres to you, Lord Alesan. Circumstance, unpredictable circumstance, drove the wind-toss from her course. Opportunism prompted its master to land in the southern continent, and greed kept him there for 3 days. What prompted the crew to transport that animal to the unprotected north will never be known, for every witness to that reprehensible decision is now dead. But that circumstance was beyond your control. What has been in your control, my Lord Alesan, is the courage with which you have conducted yourself, your care of the sick, your effort to sow crops, and the preservation of Roathan bloodstock. Most of all," KPM drew in a deep breath, "most of all, that you are, in the midst of the severe trials you have endured, willing to help others. Most of all, that you are, in the midst of the severe trials you have endured, willing to help others. When bad fortune occurs, the unresourceful, unimaginative man looks about him to attach the blame to someone else. The resolute accepts misfortune and endeavors to survive, mature, and improve because of it. A fishing ship is blown off course in an unseasonal squall, and that minor event has influenced us all." KPM's expression was rueful. He glanced at Desdra, who was staring at him in a baffled manner. "If you view justice as the foundation of your life, then it has been served, for captain, crew, and cargo are dead. We live, and we have work to do." KPM gripped Alesan by the shoulder, emphasizing his words by shaking him. "Lord Alesan, take no blame to yourself for any of this. Take credit for your vision." Outside, Aerith suddenly bugled in welcome and was answered by a deeper note. "A bronze? Here?" Moreta hastily made her way to the entrance of the beast hold. Mubarak stood by Aerith, who was gazing skyward. The blue was not agitated, even if Moreta feared that Chagall might have followed. "Mubarak, who comes?" Why hadn't Orlith contacted her? "Nabeth and Belerion," Mubarak said without concern, shielding his eyes from the sun. "Belerion?" Moreta was relieved, but when a slender figure rushed down the ramp from the hold, she began to understand Belerion's presence. Aerith rose on his hind quarters, emitting what Moreta could only interpret as a challenge. "I don't know what's got into him, Moreta," Mubarak cried, embarrassed. "He's gotten to be awfully protective of Lady Ochlana." "There is a queen egg on the hatching ground, Mubarak," she said, and added, when it was obvious her explanation eluded the weirling. "Blue dragons are often very keen on search. Aerith would seem to be precocious, though." She frowned, observing Ochlana awaiting Belerion. "I don't think Fort Weyr has the right to deplete Roathan resources." She swiveled around. Alesan was escorting KPM, Desdra, and Tuero to the centrifuge. The big wheel was slowing, and the next batch of serum could be examined. Turning her head, she saw that Nabeth had landed, and Belerion was sliding gracelessly from the bronze back. Ochlana greeted him with restraint, pointing toward the beast hold. Belerion caught her hand, and the girl fell in step with him willingly enough, but did not reclaim her hand. As the pair turned down the roadway, Moreta could see Balarion's left arm was in a sling. He could not fly threadfall. Had he been glad to escape from his weir when the high reach's wings rose? Did Balarion feel, as she did when the wings rose without her, an irrational compulsion to be with them? Or did he feel the injury was little more than a valid excuse to visit Ochlana? Drawing back into the shadow, Moreta turned to join the group by the centrifuge, standing a little to one side, the better to watch Alesan, as the healers discussed the quantity of vaccine they would need, the minimum effective dose, and how they could discreetly discover how many runners were in-holded. Body weight is always the factor, Moreta said, slipping into the conversation. We must make the determination of dosage as easy for the uncertain and the inept as possible, Alesan said. Some of the handlers in the back holds are going to be incompetent as well as skeptical. Where handlers are still alive, that is. He flushed as KPM fixed him with a reproving eye. We have been relocating capable people and trying to ascertain where more might be needed. It is amazing what people can do when they have no other options available. Master KPM, how crucial is it that the runners be vaccinated at this juncture? Desdra asked, her gray eyes intent on the healer's face. With zoonosis the determining factor, and I thought we had agreed on that point. We have, but we cannot also waste effort. Desdra indicated the ornamental glass, the layers of blood now at rest. I am forced to admit to you now that we have barely enough needlethorn to vaccinate the people, much less the animals. It would be unwise to reuse needlethorns, Desdra went on softly. The danger of contagion. I know. KPM pulled his hand across his forehead and down his cheek, rubbing at his jaw. He gave a weak laugh, tossing his hand in the air in a futile gesture before he eased himself to a bale of straw. And we can only be sure of eradicating the threat of plague if we vaccinate both. It is just needlethorn which you lack? Moreta asked, catching KPM's despondent gaze. The master healer's eyes began to widen, and his stricken expression changed to incredulity as he realized what her question implied. And will lack, unfortunately, until autumn, Desdra was saying, turning away from the disappointment she had just inflicted on her master. She did not see the exchange that passed between Moreta and KPM. I have appealed to every hall and hold on the drum network to send us their inventory. As it is, we may be forced to exclude some people. How? Who? When? KPM's terse questions to Moreta were hoarse whispers, but so intense was his voice that it caused a hush, and Desdra whirled to face him. Shrugging off discretion with a nervous laugh, Moreta answered him. How is walking down the roadway? Who is us, for I can count on your silence, and that is as essential as needlethorn. And when has to be now, before I have time to reconsider this aberration? She grinned in reckless glee. Knowing it was a dramatic gesture, but unable to resist, she pointed to the entrance just as Balarion and Ochlana entered. Are you badly injured, Balarion? She said, hailing the bronze rider cheerfully, and in a lower voice to KPM. He can't be that bad, or he wouldn't have risked between. No, my shoulder was only dislocated, the bronze rider replied diffidently. But I can't stand seeing the wings form without me. Preston needed someone to bring Roatha what we can spare from our stores, so I volunteered. Balarion did not look at Ochlana, who was standing breathlessly beside him, but bowed with tacit sympathy to Alesan. I have wanted to express... He broke off, sensing Alesan's distress. There is something you can do to help, now that you're handy, Moreta said, and Balarion gave her a startled look. She drew him to one side and explained the situation and made her audacious request. I concede, he said, darting quick glances at KPM and Alesan, that the matter is urgent, even overwhelmingly so. He spread the fingers of his uninjured hand in appeal. "But it is quite one thing, Moreta, to add a few more hours to a day, and a completely different matter to flit across months. You know very well that it's damn dangerous." He kept his reply low while trying to argue sense into her. Though Beleriand might often behave with apparent disregard for proprieties, he was far from careless and irresponsible. "Beleriand, I know where we need to go, in both Ista and Nerat. I know when needlethorn is ripe to be harvested. The ging tree is always in bloom. I have seen the rainforest resemble a green face with 1,000 dark-rimmed eyes." "Highly poetic, Moreta, but not exactly the guide I'd need." "But it is a when, and to get the proper coordinates, we've only to check the autumnal position of the red star. Alesan would have the charts. It's rising farther and farther west. One only has to calculate the autumnal degree." She could see that argument did much to reassure Beleriand. "I had not really expected to spend my free afternoon harvesting needlethorn." His protest was half-hearted as he came to a conclusion that Moreta hastily reinforced. "We can spend as much time as we need there, Beleriand, and still harvest what is so desperately needed now. But we must go now. I have to be back at the weir for the end of fall. Nabeth is equal to the feat." "Of course he is. But they'd know," he jerked his thumb at the waiting group, "that we had traveled forward in time, Moreta." "KPM and Desdra already know it's possible." She grinned at the expression on his face. "After all, the Healer Hall bred dragons." "So they did." Beleriand recovered from his astonishment. "We will also have to use the ability on the day the vaccine is distributed." Beleriand blinked wildly, glancing about him, but his gaze fell more regularly on Ochlina's figure, and Moreta began to relax. "I could actually see the Weirs condoning that application, Moreta." "They do not need to know we have taken time today. Who knows you've been here?" "Presson and that lad out there." "I'll send Mubarak off on an errand. Surely we can expect silence from Ochlina, so that gives us a working party of 6. We must make the time and take it, Beleriand. Weir, Hold, and Hall cannot sustain a second epidemic." "I have to concede that, Moreta." Beleriand looked out over the debris strewn in the roadway and fields. "The change here is staggering." He grasped her hands tightly, his grin giving her the assent she required. "I'll have Nabeth speak to Orlith. If she agrees, what difference would a few moments make among friends?" "Tell Orlith it's for the runners. They deserve our help." "You and your runners." When Moreta outlined her plan to KPM, Desdra, and Alesan, she received startled demurrals from each one that they didn't have the time to join the expedition. "Master KPM, it takes no time from now, today, this hour, to do what I have in mind," she replied to their protests with vexed severity. "Alesan, you can surely arrange matters in your hold for an hour's absence. It will take longer than that for the cart to collect Dag and the men to herd the mares and foals down. What will you do? Watch bottles spin? The risk, I fear, is a breach of discretion about the entire project. KPM and Desdra already know about the dragon's ability, and they earnestly require the needlethorn. I know I can count on Ruathan honor to respect Dragonrider privacy. Beleriand is fortuitously here, willing and able. Nabeth is well able to carry 6 of us, and in a day's hard harvesting, we will accomplish what is necessary to ensure the plague does not spread across the continent again. No one else will be the wiser, and that is also essential." "6?" Alesan asked into the thoughtful pause. "It is your sister's company Beleriand seeks." Desdra chuckled. KPM grinned after he considered that development. Alesan reacted in surprise, and then with dour amusement. "You mentioned time paradox, Moreta," KPM began. "That would not apply to us in this venture so long as none of us return to Ista on the day the ging trees flower." "Highly unlikely," KPM agreed with a humorous grimace. "The ravines I have in mind can only be reached from a high cliff. I harvested there many turns while I was still at Ista." Alesan hesitated a moment longer, his eyes straying from Fallen to the men waiting outside with saddled runners and the beast in the cart shafts. "Another minor but extremely important detail, Alesan," Desdra said. "Your beast hold is well kept, but not exactly the proper environment if one is producing quantities of a serum which must be free of contamination." She indicated the droppings of the lame beast. "A wise precaution," Alesan agreed, then smiled wryly as he added, "The removal should not take much more than an hour. What supplies should we bring with us?" "Carry nets," Moreta replied quickly. "The rainforests will provide everything else we're likely to need." Beleriand came striding back, a grin wide on his face. "Nabeth found it unusual to talk to 2 queens at once, but you have permission to go and not be long about it. I sent Mubarak off to High Reach's hold for more of Master Clargish's apprentice bottles. And there'll be more at every major hold in the west, I shouldn't wonder. Clargish was so proud of them. That will keep him busy." "Good, Beleriand. Now find a jacket for Ochlina to wear." "She is rather special in an understated way, isn't she? Clever of Aerith to notice. No wonder I've been attracted to her." "Wait till the egg has hardened, my dear friend. Each one splits in its own way." KPM and Desdra were directing Fallen and Tuero to reposition the vaccine manufactory. When Alesan returned from dispatching the men to collect Dag and the runner herds, he suggested the vaccine apparatus be moved to the main hall of the hold, since most of its patients could safely be moved to the upper stories or their own cot-holds. Moreta helped Alesan secure all the carry nets hanging from the walls of the beast hold, lashing them into one large bundle. By the time Beleriand and Ochlina returned from the hold, the other 4 were impatient with the delay. "Had to find the charts, my dear Moreta. I am not jumping without a more positive coordinate than a green face with 1,000 dark-rimmed eyes. We'll have to arrive at dawn to be perfectly certain, for the moons will both be visible then." He brandished his fist to signal success and readiness. As they began to mount the stalwart Nabeth, Moreta turned to Alesan. "Tuero's watching us. Has he any idea?" Alesan moved his hands about her waist more than was strictly required to heave her toward Beleriand, who was already seated on Nabeth's neck. "One can't keep a harper from having ideas, but he should be under the impression that we are going to see Master Balfour at the beast hold about the animal vaccine. Moving everything up to the main hall presently will occupy even his active mind." Then all were aboard. Beleriand had insisted that Ochlina ride before him, where he could secure her with his fighting straps. Moreta he positioned behind him to help direct Nabeth. Alesan rode behind Moreta, then Desdra, and finally KPM as the most experienced of the other passengers. "Orlith, I shan't be long, but I must go," Moreta said. "So Nabeth has told me." Orlith sounded unconcerned. "Moreta." Beleriand's voice and a hard nudge of his right elbow interrupted her private communication. "I've got the moons and the red star visualized. Facing northwest, the red star's horizon, Belior half-full ascending, and the quarter horn of Timor mid-heaven. You will please concentrate on how Ista looks with those ging trees in bloom. Think of them as now and in Ista, and the heat of autumn and the smell of those rotting rainforests." Nabeth was excited, but his launch had the smooth precision of the experienced dragon, and did not even sway his passengers as he took off. Moreta had become accustomed to 2 dragon presences in her mind. Now a third one, a lighter one, but by no means weaker, added itself. She conjured the image of Ista's southern palisades in their autumnal finery, the red star balefully glowering above the western sea, Belior half full and rising, and the quarter horn of the smaller Timor demurely above. She held that vision locked in her mind as she felt Nabeth take them between. She wanted to make use of her usual litany, but the blossom eyes of the ging tree and the heaven-held guides were sufficient comfort. Then, fearfulness mounting to an incredible pressure in heart and lungs, they were suddenly in the warm air, high over Ista's rocky coast, the creamy eyes of the ging tree blossoms seeking the early morning sun, just rising in the east. Beleriand let out a whoop, and Ochlina a tiny scream. This time it was Alesan who clung to Moreta for reassurance. Nabeth immediately noticed the rocky ledge where Moreta had often landed Orlith to harvest needlethorn. It was high above the incoming tide that battered diligently at the rock palisade. Nabeth landed as competently as he had taken off, his wing strokes flattening the thick brush that clung to the very edge of the cliff. "Needlethorn will be down that slope," Moreta called as they prepared to dismount. Beleriand made an ostentatious descent from Nabeth, causing the dragon to turn his head with a startled exclamation. "You could have broken your other arm, Beleriand," Moreta said, but she had to laugh because he'd succeeded. She explained to Ochlina the proper and safer way of dismounting a tall dragon, and Nabeth obediently lifted his foreleg. "Are we really in the future?" KPM asked as Alesan handed out the cargo nets. He looked about him with an expression of awe. "We'd better be," Beleriand said, glowering with mock ferocity at Moreta, before taking another speculative glance at the three guides in the lightening sky. "We are," she replied as calmly as she could, for she was becoming increasingly aware of a curious sense of disorientation within her, a sensation of weightlessness and a growing euphoria, neither of which she had ever experienced before. Action would dispel such contradictory agitations. She pointed down the slope. "We'll go this way, and we'll know soon enough if we find needlethorn. I harvested here myself last year, with Ista's permission, since they gather on more accessible slopes." And she led the way. The ravine was 10 or more dragon lengths from the cliff edge, and Moreta was suddenly filled with apprehension. She hadn't cleared the bushes completely last autumn, but then the moons had been in a different conjunction, and the red star was higher in the west. No one was more relieved than she to break onto the lip of the ravine and see needle bushes thick with brown spikes. Above them the rainforest closed over the sky. The ravine, winding away to the north and the south, had been caused by an ancient earthquake, and the shallow soil over solid rock could not support many of the lush rainforest plants, though creepers draped its sides, keeping well clear of needlethorn bushes. Alesan commented on that. "The needlethorn is omnivorous," she said. "The spines are poisonous through spring and summer. They'll suck the juice from anything that comes near them until the autumn, when the thick stem of the plant has stored enough moisture and food, vegetable or animal. The vine grows during the winter and has to shed its old corona or leave too many unprotected gaps. I understand that the flesh is tasty." Ochlina shuddered, but Desdra went down on one knee by the specimen they were examining. "During spring and summer, the bush has an odor to attract snakes and insects. The hollow spines suck essential juices from the creatures the plant impales, and also rainwater. See, on that one there, the top is scarred. Some animal broke off the spines. That'll make it easier to harvest." "You said the spines are poisonous." Beleriand was not too keen to start picking. "In spring and summer, but right now the poison is dried up. See where new thorn buds are capping the scarred one? It's the new growth that forces the spines off. So all you do is, with a sweep of her hand starting in the scar, she cleared a swath of needlethorns, holding the handful for all to see. Very simple, but don't get too ambitious. Clear a small area first to give your hand room. You don't want to tick off the point, and you want to avoid the fine hairs on the skin of the plant. They can cause an irritation and possibly an inflammation that would be rather difficult for us to explain." "We can't transport them like that," KPM said, looking at Moreta's handful. "No, we have to wrap them in the fronds of the ging tree. Slice the edge, and sap from the frond provides its own glue. Very handy, and the fronds are thick and spongy enough to cushion and protect the needlethorn. It takes only a moment to strip a bush, so it might be more efficient if we paired off, one to pick and the other to pack. I'll pack for you, Moreta, Alesan suggested, and taking his belt knife out of its sheath, went off to hack down the nearest ging frond. A grand idea, Beleriand said, his eyes dancing as he laid a possessive hand on Ochlana's shoulder. If you don't mind working with a one-handed man. My dear journeywoman, pick or pack? Capiam asked in high good humor as he bowed to Desdra. Though we can switch off as the whim takes us. I dare say I've picked more often than you, good Master Capiam. She laughed as she led Capiam off down the ravine. You'd best see how it's done. Take the tenderer fronds, Alesan, Moreta cautioned. They've more sap and suppleness. He had cut several, muttering about doing hatchet work with a table knife, when Moreta showed him how to break the frond off at the stem of the tree with a quick downward jerk. She laid the needle thorns on the petiole that was sufficiently concave to form a bed, and, deftly cutting away the excess leaf, she closed the needle thorns in a tough, tight little envelope, sealing the ends with the sap of the severed frond. No wonder you said we'd have everything in the rainforest. It's easy once you get the trick of it. That's all there is to it. Just a knack. She grinned up at him. That package has roughly 200 needle thorns. I tried to count as I picked, but my concentration is abominable. Time distortion, I expect. Some of the bigger bushes will have thousands of spikes, each big enough for the largest runners on the continent. Alesan caught her hand, and she stopped her babbling, suddenly shy. They were alone, even though Desdra's amiable taunting of Capiam for his timorous dexterity and Beleriand's cheerful encouragement of Ochlana were audible. You said that we could remain here as long as it took to complete the harvest, Alesan said quietly. He was kneeling beside her now, and return with no more than an hour elapsed there. His eyes searched her averted face, and his hands captured hers before she could reach for more needle thorns. Can we not make a little time for ourselves? Ochlana's delighted laugh rang out, followed by Beleriand's startled curse. Damn things bite! Moreta grinned at the outrage in the bronze rider's voice, and her eyes met Alesan's, saw his amused reaction. She lifted her hands to Alesan's face, her fingers tracing the lines that tension and anxiety had etched on a young man's countenance. Merely touching him in light intimacy evoked a response in her body, and she swayed quite willingly into his arms as they kissed. The resurgence of her own sensuality dispelled the last vestige of restraint, and she slid one arm about his neck, the other clasping his strong, hard body against hers, as they knelt together by the needle-thorn bush they had been stripping. What more can you expect of a one-handed man? Beleriand demanded in a loud complaint. Moreta and Alesan broke apart, but the bronze rider was still out of sight, if audible. Alesan grinned for their discomfiture, expressing regret at the parting. It will be far too hot to work midday, Alesan, and I have no doubts that we can find some privacy then. Clever of you to bring mixed pairs, wasn't it? One is always more sorry for the things one didn't do than the things one has done. Moreta spoke with mock severity, and Alesan quickly silenced her the most effective way. Personally, I don't like it when it's too hot, Alesan was saying, releasing her lips to give her eyes and cheeks and ears and throat equal attention. An injudicious movement brought his arm in contact with the needle-thorn bush, and he spun away, dragging Moreta with him. They really do bite, don't they? He rubbed his arm, where a fine row of bloody beads rose on the skin. Oh, dear, they do. She reached for the cut ging and squeezed some of the sap onto the punctures. There, that'll seal them, too. Really, Alesan? And she gave him a quick kiss, fondling his ear. We have to do what we came here for. She tried to be stern, but he was still frowning from the indignation of having his ardor abruptly pricked. I'll settle a score for myself, too, he said, snatching handfuls of the needle thorns from the bush that had wounded him. That'll teach you, my spiny friend. There, there, and there. You're stripped." Laughing at his outraged monologue, Moreta worked as fast as she could to pack the products of his vindictive harvest. "You picked the first one. Now you pack for me," Alessan said with a growl, but his hands impeded hers as she worked to close the last package. He kissed her at the base of her throat, then on her chin. "Fastest packer on Pern," he said in a complimentary tone, while his hands made investigations of their own. "Now it's my turn to pick," Moreta said, nibbling at his ear and running her hands through his thick hair. "Someone must be able to give you a trim," she murmured solicitously. Alessan was beginning to look like his former shaggy self, and that annoyed her. "I'll trim you if you don't get to work, Moreta." "I work faster than you." She allowed herself to sound peevish as she snapped quick handfuls off the nearest bush, piling them for him to pack. "Can't you two get along together?" Beleriand demanded, bursting suddenly from around a bend of the ravine. "She'll learn. He'll learn," they said in chorus, waving cheerfully. Beleriand looked at them for a long moment, then stalked off. "Work now, play later," Moreta said, continuing to strip the needle thorns down. "It's as easy to combine work and play." Alessan drew a gentle finger from her ear to her shoulder. They worked steadily, but each utilized every opportunity for a quick caress or a kiss exchanged, as deft hands folded ging over a pile of needle thorns. They knelt by the bushes, knees or thighs touching. Moreta felt the light hairs of her arms rising toward his. She was becoming so sensitized to the delightful friction of his proximity. She had an idiotic desire to giggle, and saw that Alessan, too, wore a rather foolish grin on his face most of the time. They were scarcely conscious of the others and almost forgot their existence, until Beleriand and Ochlana crashed to the top of the ravine. "You have been busy," Beleriand said with grudging approval. "Haven't you noticed the heat?" He had stripped to the waist, and Ochlana had tied her shirt up under her breasts, leaving her midriff bare. She carried 4 nets of packaged needle thorns. "I'm hungry, too, even if you aren't." He swung his shirt by the sleeves so that its burden was discernible. "Found some ripe fruit and chopped down one of those palms for the edible heart. You can't keep on at the pace you've been going." He gestured to the filled nets. "Without sustenance, and a bit of a rest in this humidity. KPM, Desdra, let's eat." KPM and Desdra were arguing about the astringent properties of the ging sap when they sauntered up to join the others. KPM, too, had stripped off his tunic, which was now draped over his shoulders. He was very thin, his ribs showing plainly. "I know it's hot," Moreta began adroitly, "but none of us can return to Roatha suffering from sunburn." KPM exhibited a leaf he was using as a fan. "Or heat prostration." He raised his eyebrows in satisfaction with the filled nets. "We left ours back a bit. I rather thought we should rest, as is the custom on this hot island, during the hottest part of the day." Everyone agreed that that was a sensible idea. "I found some melons and the red roots that Istons are so fond of," Desdra said, producing her contribution. "There are clusters of soft nuts on all the trees, Alessan. That is, if you can climb at all," Moreta said. "I climb, you catch." Alessan took off his shirt to keep it from being torn. Moreta used it as a receptacle for the soft nuts. He was a dexterous climber and a swift picker. When finished, he sought his reward in a close embrace, his hands slipping up the back of her tunic, caressing her shoulders as she found, to her surprise, that his skin was as soft as Orlith's, and the smell of him almost spicy in its maleness. They recalled themselves to the task, not wishing to take too long for what was a simple enough operation. Moreta decided that her flush would be attributed to an incipient sunburn. "Sun's rays at this latitude are too strong for winter-white skins," Desdra said, lounging on some ging fronds that she and KPM cut just for that purpose. "And that heat's enough to drain anyone," she added, making use of KPM's fan. They relaxed during the meal. The red roots were succulent, the soft nuts just ripe, and the melon so close to fermentation that the juice had a winey tang to it. The palm heart was crisply cool and crunchy, a nice texture to complement the others. Throughout the meal, Valerian kept up a stream of quip and comment about his being one-handed in a venture that was destined to save the continent. Would he receive full marks for his participation, or just half for the hand that had worked? "Is he always like this?" Alesan asked quietly after Valerian had told an extravagantly funny tale at the expense of Lord Diatus's reputation. "He's better than most harpers. He sings a good descant, but Valerian's always seemed to be the epitome of a bronze rider." "Why, then, is he not your weir-mate?" "Orlith chose Cadith." "Do you not have any say in the matter?" Alesan was irritated for her sake. From remarks he had made during their morning's work, she knew that Alesan didn't like Chagall, and wondered just how much their new relationship would strain Ruatha's dependence on Fort's weir-leader. She was struggling to find an honest reply to a question she had evaded in her own heart, when Alesan contritely covered her hand, his expression pleading with her to forgive his rash remarks. "I'm sorry, Moreta. That is a weir matter. To answer you in part, Valerian is always like that," she said, charming, amusing. "But Chagall leads men well, and he has an instinct about fall which his predecessor, old Lamal, considered uncanny." Well, Valerian, I'd never heard that particular narrative." KPM was still chuckling as he hoisted himself to his feet. "I suppose harpers must be discreet in circulating their tales." He extended his hand to Desdra. "Can you remember exactly where you saw those astringent plants, Desdra? I know we're here for needlethorn, but the hall's supplies are dreadfully short." "We'll look at the plants, but, my dear Master KPM, you are also going to rest through the heat of the day." Neither healer looked back as they disappeared up the ravine and around the first bend. "Well, I suppose that one must allow an older man some rest," Valerian said. "Come, Ochlina, there's plenty of shade in our patch of needlethorn and a smart breeze. We shall put our time to the use intended." Smiling affably, Valerian made a running leap up the ravine, turning only to lend a long arm to Ochlina. They disappeared from view, and the thick foliage settled to stillness in the thick noontime heat. "If he expects me to believe that," Alesan finished his sentence with a chuckle. Then, taking a deep breath, he pulled Moreta against him and kissed her deeply and sensually, his hand deftly stroking her to arousal. "Come on, Moreta. I'm not chancing another attack by those needlethorns." He led her from the ravine toward the cliff. "What I'd like to understand is why that blue dragon of Mabarax is sniffing around Ochlina. I could understand Nabeth with Valerian entranced by her, but Aerith? Would it have anything to do with that queen egg on the hatching ground, as Tuero suggested?" "It might, but Fort Weir would not deplete your bloodline by searching Ochlina, Alesan." "This will do. Let's just throw down some ging fronds," Alesan said, hauling on the nearest at hand. "I won't have you bruised, either. That would be almost as hard to explain as a sunburn or heat prostration." Moreta helped him arrange a bower, all her senses suddenly awake, wishing that Orlith, not Nabeth, were on the Istan ledge. "About Ochlina now, since I've been reliably informed." Alesan paused to grin at her, his light eyes vividly sparkling with merriment. "That she already has Dragonrider blood in her." Then he turned briefly serious. "If it could be understood that her children would return to Ruatha, I would not stand in Ochlina's way if she had the chance to impress a dragon." He dumped his last handful of frond on the ground with a decisive gesture and pulled Moreta into his arms. "I'm not my father, you know." I wouldn't be in a rainforest with your father." "Why not? He was a lusty man, and I intend to prove that I'm a suitable heir to his reputation." She was laughing as he laid her down on the sun-dappled frond bed, and he proved himself as lusty and tender as any woman could wish a man. For a shining moment at the height of their passion, Moreta forgot everything but Alessan. The heat of the day did overcome them briefly, and they slumbered in each other's arms until tiny insects sought the moisture of their bodies and made them uncomfortable enough to wake. "I'm eaten alive," Alessan cried, pinning one of the biting insects to his forearm. "Take some of that broad-leafed vine, the one climbing the tree by your side," Moreta said. "Bruise its leaves. It'll neutralize the sting." "How do you know so much?" "I did impress at Ista. I know its hazards." They spent considerably more time neutralizing one another's insect bites than was necessary. When Alessan, trying to kiss her, got too much of the astringent liquid on his lips and his mouth began to pucker, they laughed and were still laughing about that when they returned to the ravine, slightly cooler now that the westering sun no longer shone directly above it. When the tropical dusk had made work impossible, the six of them gathered on the ledge where Naboth lounged somnolently and began to stack filled nets. "Naboth says," Belerion thudded the bronze dragon affectionately on the cheek, "that the only moving things he saw were fire lizards fishing. He's got a good sense of humor, my bronze lad. I hope we've got enough for your purpose, Master KPM, because I'm telling you, this single hand of mine," he held it out to display the tracery of thorn scratches, "has done enough today." KPM and Desdra gazed speculatively at the nets and then at each other. Desdra covered her mouth and turned away. KPM looked distressed. "Did anyone remember to count?" he asked, beseeching each one in turn. "I'll tell you another thing," Belerion said firmly. "I'm not going to count 'em now." "I wouldn't suggest it. However, I would gladly return to this secluded spot to pluck whatever number you find you lack." Moreta tapped him on the shoulder. "Not here, Belerion. If by any possible chance we did not pick enough today, go to Nerat. Not here." "Oh, yes. That would prevent a time paradox, and the moons would be in roughly the same alignment on Nerat tip." "Well, if that's settled, I expect we'd best return," KPM said wearily. "On the contrary, my dear Master KPM, that would be a sure clue to our day's employment." Belerion clucked his tongue. "We leave Roatha, energetic and in great spirit, and arrive an hour later, exhausted, reddened, hungry. Ochlina, which one is the dinner net? Oh, here we are. Just settle yourselves. Use Naboth as a backrest. There's more than enough of him to go round." Ochlina handed him a net of tied vines, which he hoisted so that all could see balls of hard-baked mud. "Did a bit of fishing during my rest," Belerion said, his broad grin daring anyone to challenge the truth of his statement. "And Ochlina found the tubers. So we baked them. On the rocks in the ravine this noon it was hot enough to fry a dragon egg, begging your pardon, Moreta. A good meal would go down now without a struggle, wouldn't it? And while there's light enough, Alessan, if you and Moreta could find a few more of those ripe melons, why, we'd have a feast fit for a hatching." Belerion caught himself so quickly that only Moreta knew that he had quickly substituted one festive occasion for another less painful one. She had distracted Alessan by pulling him after her to find the melons. They knew exactly where to find more, since they'd raided the patch several times in the afternoon to slake their thirst. Hunger was part of the fatigue they all felt, and Moreta was glad to take her share from Ochlina and thank the girl for such foresight. "It was Belerion's idea, you know," Ochlina said. "He actually tickled the fish to catch them." "Did he teach you how?" Alessan asked. "No," Ochlina replied with admirable composure. "Dag did. The same principle works in our rivers as Ista's."
Moreta could not resist chuckling at Alessan's expression as he sank beside her. "On mature reflection, I think she deserves to be in a weir," Alessan said in a severe undertone. Then he realized that he was leaning against a bronze dragon and jerked forward apprehensively. "Nabeth won't mind. He's an old friend of mine, too." With a mutter of mock discontent, Alessan cracked the mud to produce a long, slender tuber. Then Moreta broke one open to prize out the fish, and they shared bits of the contents, keeping the second course warm. "What a clever fellow you are," KPM said, his mouth half full. He and Desdra had arranged themselves in the curve of Nabeth's tail. Desdra nodded agreement, too busy licking her fingers to speak. "I have a few talents," Beleriand said with a becoming show of modesty. "Eating is one of my few bad habits. Fruit is all very well in the heat of the day, but something warm soothes the belly before sleep." "Sleep?" KPM and Moreta protested simultaneously. Beleriand held up a restraining hand. "Sleep," he pointed his finger sternly at Moreta, "for you have to mend dragons after fall in another 4 hours. You can't do that effectively after the day you just put in." He flipped his hand toward the carry nets lying in the shadows. "You, Alessan, will have to vaccinate and escort those priceless brood mares and foals of yours down from the meadows. I do not see you permitting anyone else to head that expedition. Desdra and KPM, you will be returning to the pressures of expanding this vaccination program of yours to include runner beasts. So we shall finish our meal, and then we shall sleep." He allowed the sibilance of the word to emphasize his meaning. "When Belior has risen, Nabeth will rouse us, won't you, my fine fellow?" Beleriand thumped his dragon's neck. "And we'll all be the better for the time spent here." "Beleriand," Moreta protested vigorously, "I really should get back to Orlith." "Orlith's fine, my dear girl, fine. You're only going to be gone an hour in real time. And frankly, dear friend, you look dead right now." Beleriand leaned over to ruffle her hair in a proprietary gesture that made Alessan tense beside her. Moreta quickly checked him with a hand on his thigh. "And anyway," Beleriand continued affably, "you've no choice, Moreta." And his grin widened with keen amusement. "You can't leave here except on Nabeth, and he follows my orders." "You're a managing soul," KPM said without rancor. "He's sensible," Desdra said, making a minor correction. "I was dreading the thought of being plunged back into all that must be done. Not to mention explaining these." She examined her scratched hands. "If you keep everyone as busy as you usually do, Desdra," KPM replied at his driest, "no one will have time to notice. So just make yourself comfortable beside Nabeth. He won't mind being pillow as well as windscreen, but there's enough cover on the ground to keep you from scratching yourselves, and the landward breeze will keep the midges off." Beleriand then had Nabeth stretch out his neck so that he and Auclena could settle themselves. KPM and Desdra arranged themselves in the tail curve, so Moreta lay down against Nabeth's ribs and gestured for Alessan to join her. "He won't roll over or anything?" Alessan whispered to Moreta as he lay down. "Not while Beleriand's lying on his neck." So Alessan fitted himself against Moreta, drawing her arms around his waist and clasping them in his. She could feel his breath slow as he began to relax, and she pillowed her forehead against his strong shoulder blade. The tropical night was warm and fragrant. Moreta tried to compose herself for sleep. She could hear KPM's baritone murmur and then silence. Alessan slept, and she wanted to, but was haunted by the sense of disorientation she had felt that morning. Then the spicy smell of dragon, still tainted by a hint of firestone, began to soothe her, and she realized that, for the first time in 20 turns, she had passed a day without Orlith. She did miss her. Orlith would have liked Alessan's exuberant loving. All that had been missing from that experience had been the dragon's share of her rider's gratification. Comforted, Moreta slept. The moment Nabeth burst into the air above Ruatha, Moreta felt Orlith's distressed touch. "You are there. You are there. Where have you been? Where could you have been?" That deep-toned question was from an equally distraught Hoth. "To Ista, as Nabeth told you." "We could not find you there." That came from both queens. "I am here. I have what we went for. All is well. I won't be long here now." The time distortion that accounted for the strange feeling of separation and disorientation, lingering even in her dreams at Ista, had dissipated the moment Moreta felt Orlith's touch. She was not only rested, but extraordinarily revived, to the point that the warm sphere of euphoria in her belly expanded to fill her entire body with strength. Beleriand had been sensible indeed to insist they take time for rest. Seated behind Moreta, Alesan became suddenly tense, his hands tightening about her waist fiercely. She knew he was swearing, though the wind of Nabeth's glide obscured the words. She looked down at sad Ruatha and knew that a dragon-back perspective of the ruins could not fail to distress him. When she managed to twist to speak to him, his expression was full of urgent determination. As soon as Nabeth came to a graceful landing across the roadway from the beast hold, he turned to Ochlana. "Surely some of the convalescents must be strong enough to do maintenance, Ochlana. Did you have a good look at the hold proper? It's a shambles. Here, Moreta, I'll give you a hand." Alesan slid down Nabeth's side and extended his hands to her. It was, Moreta quickly realized, an excuse to hold her, and he kept one arm loosely about her shoulders as they backed far enough away from the dragon's bulk for Alesan to address the other riders. "I'll continue making the serum, Master Capiam, and wait for any further instructions. Ochlana, have you seen what I mean? Then I'll help you down. My duty to you, Nabeth, and my eternal gratitude." Alesan bowed formally to the bronze dragon, who winked at him from eyes that whirled pleasantly green-blue. "He says his duty was a pleasure," Beleriand replied, smiling as he handed Ochlana down to his dragon's raised forearm. He waited until she was clear and then waved cheerily as Nabeth sprang aloft again. They had made most of their farewells at Ista when Belior rose, round and greenly gold in the dark Istan sky. Beleriand would convey the two healers to their hall with the needle thorns. If more should be needed, Beleriand would harvest it discreetly at Nerat with Ochlana and Desdra. Capiam had composed messages for the master herdsman and all the holds that bred or kept runners. Relays would go to drumless settlements. The dust of Nabeth's departure was blowing away from them when Tuero came out of the beast hold, a look of surprise on his homely face. "That didn't take you long," he said. "Alesan, we can't make up another batch unless Mubarak finds more glass bottles. I don't know what's taking him so long." The three travelers recoiled in a group, but before Tuero could comment on their reaction, Arith and Mubarak hurtled across the fields to land almost exactly in the spot Nabeth had just occupied. Moreta clung to Alesan's hand for support. "Who's he got with him?" Tuero demanded. As the blue dragon settled, it was obvious he bore 3 passengers as well as the carry nets. "Moreta," Mubarak called, gesturing to her urgently. "Hurry up. I need help with these silly bottles, and I've people here who say they can handle runners. And we've got to hurry because I have to prepare for the fall. Feneldril will skin me if I'm late." So Alesan, Tuero, Ochlana, and Moreta rushed to unburden Arith of passengers and ornamental apprentice-blown glass bottles. Then Alesan gave Moreta a leg up to Arith's back, and if his hands lingered on her ankle as she settled herself, no one remarked on the Lord Holder's behavior. As Moreta looked down at Alesan's upturned face, she wished she might give him more than a smile in farewell. Then he stepped back, and one of the newcomers touched his arm. The woman was tall and thin, with dark hair as close-cropped as a weirwoman's.
She reminded Moreta of someone. Then they were airborne, and Mubarak warned her that they'd go between as soon as Aerith had airspace. Back at Fort Weir, there was so much activity in the bowl, readying the two wings, that no one noted their arrival, though Mubarak had craftily come in over the lake. Aerith glided to deposit Moreta at the hatching ground cavern. After remembering to give the Blue's ribs a grateful thump, Moreta ran toward Orlith across the sands, not totally surprised to see Leroy's figure beside her. "You're here. You're here." Orlith was bugling in relief, her wings extended, sweeping sand over Leroy's small figure. "It's all right, Orlith. I'm here. Don't make so much commotion." Moreta raced to her dragon, throwing her arms around Orlith's head and hugging her as tightly as she could, then scratching eye ridges and murmuring reassurances. "By the first egg," Leroy was saying, leaning against Orlith's side, "am I glad to see you. What have you been doing? Hoth couldn't find you either." "Oh, do be quiet, Orlith." "Hoth." "You have finally returned." There was more reproof in Hoth's voice than Orlith would ever express. "Couldn't you contact Nabeth?" Moreta asked Orlith, then Leroy and Hoth. Orlith's color was very poor, and there was an ashen hue to Leroy's complexion. She was full of remorse for having caused them a moment's anguish. "Why didn't you speak with Nabeth?" "I wanted you," Orlith said piteously. "Could you spare me a word of explanation?" Leroy asked in a caustic tone, her voice breaking effectively. Contrite, Moreta grasped Leroy's shoulder. "The past hour has been dreadful. It took all my tact and patience to keep Orlith from blasting after you, wherever you were. Which was where?" "Didn't Nabeth explain? Valerian said he had." Leroy waggled her hands irritably. "He only said that you had to go on an imperative journey that would take no more than an hour." "And we were back at Ruatha within that hour." Moreta knew that had to be the truth, and indeed, now that she was back with Orlith, the past subjective 20 hours seemed the dream, not the reality. "Just an hour?" "No, actually," Leroy said firmly. "A little longer than an hour. You were talking with KPM about something." Leroy underscored her ignorance of that interview by a significant pause. "Before you, he and that journeywoman of his went skiting off to Ruatha on Mubarak. The next thing I hear is a request through Hoth from Nabeth and Valerian." She gave Moreta a stern look, an effect that was slightly spoiled by her changing from one foot to another during her reprimand. "You look a bit uncomfortable on these hot sands, Leroy. I think we'd better get off the ground. I've rather a lot to tell you." "No, Orlith, I won't leave your sight, but what suits your eggs is hard on your rider." Moreta gave Leroy a gentle shove toward her temporary living space, and then fondled Orlith's muzzle. Leroy had already seated herself before Moreta had sufficiently reassured Orlith. The queen gently pushed her weirmate off and began to reposition the queen egg. "It all began," Moreta said to Leroy as she settled herself, "when Master KPM came to ask me the same question Alesan had." Moreta caught herself before she could blurt out 2 nights ago, "about vaccinating the runners." Leroy gave a disgruntled snort. "I would have thought he had enough on his hands healing humans." "He does, but the plague is an instance of zoonosis, animals infecting people and other animals." Leroy stared at Moreta, her jaw dropping in alarm. "Zoonosis? Even the term sounds repulsive." She fiddled with the cushion behind her back. "So, now that I'm comfortable, give me all the details." Moreta told Leroy about KPM's visit, his fears for the continent's health, how via zoonosis a second, more virulent wave of the viral infection could spread, and why mass vaccination was so essential. KPM had left his chart behind, and Moreta produced it for Leroy to examine. KPM has it all planned so that a minimum of Dragonriders would be needed. She broke off, seeing the shock on Leroy's face as the method of distribution became apparent to the older Weirwoman. The riders would have to time it. Leroy stared at her, the nostrils of her straight, finely arched nose flaring with indignation. You did say that Master KPM brought this incredible plan with him. When Moreta nodded, Leroy's voice crackled with fury. How, may I ask, how did Master KPM know that dragons can move in time? I'll flay Kalan to his bones. Leroy all but bounced off the stone tier. From above, Holt bugled a protest. It wasn't Kalan, Moreta said as she clasped Leroy's wildly gesticulating hands in hers. Calm Holt down. She'll have Chagall on us. If you told KPM, Moreta... Leroy freed one hand to raise it aggressively. Don't be silly. He knew. Remembering her own outrage at KPM's knowledge, Moreta could well appreciate Leroy's reaction. He knew because, as he had to remind me, his craft bred the ability into dragons. Leroy opened her mouth to protest that statement, then took a deep breath and nodded her head in belated acceptance. You still have some explaining to do, Moreta. Where have you been the past hour, where neither Orlith nor Holt could reach you? Moreta was not so certain, suddenly, of Leroy's reaction to the truth of her whereabouts, especially now that it was obvious that Nabeth's explanation had been somewhat less than candid, and she'd given Belerion far too good a reason to prevaricate. We went to Ista. We went forward in time to Ista to harvest needlethorn. There's not much point in producing vaccine if there's no way to administer it. Meekly, Moreta endured Leroy's piercing stare, the expression of disbelief, anger, anxiety, and finally resignation that flashed through the woman's eyes. You just casually, Leroy flapped one hand in a careless motion, jumped 4 or 5 months ahead. Not casually. Belerion checked the position of the red star and the 2 moons to be sure he was near the autumnal equinox. And we arrived back in Ruatha in an hour. Nabeth told you that much, didn't he? That much. Leroy drummed her fingers on her short thighs, indicating a displeasure she evidently couldn't express in another way. Moreta put out a tentative hand, a request for absolution, and Leroy caught it, noticing for the first time the delicate tracery of needle scratches. Serves you right. With a snort of disgust, she released the hand. Then, with a grudging smile, she added, I'd have thought you'd have taken a lesson from Kalan's ineptitude. Sunburn. Scratches. Nothing that Redwart won't hide this afternoon. But Moreta tucked both hands under her thighs, the stone cool on the deeper slashes. Nabeth didn't tell you he took us to Ista? I chose a spot that isn't easily reached through the rainforests. There are only 2 places on the northern continent where needlethorn grows, and I thought the ravine on Ista safer than Nerat. We were perfectly safe the entire time. We? Leroy eyed Moreta with renewed alarm. I could scarcely harvest the quantity of needlethorn required by myself. Then Moreta realized that, in her effort to reassure Leroy, she had said altogether more than was strictly necessary. Who went? Leroy was quietly resigned to her indiscretions. Belerion. He would have to. Moreta winced at Leroy's dry sarcasm. Master KPM and Desdra, the journeywoman. She knows about timing because she found the entries in the old records. Could we ask Master KPM to burn those old records? Leroy asked hopefully. He's agreed to lose them, which is why I agreed to go. That makes 4 of you. So, who else went? We've known each other far too long, my dear, for you to delude me. Alessan and Auchlana. Leroy sighed heavily, covering her eyes with one hand. Alesan has too much at stake and too much honor in him to prate about dragon capability. And judging by the way Aerith has been snuffling around Ochlana, she would make a candidate for Orlith's egg. You couldn't. You wouldn't take his sister from Alesan. Leroy was astounded. I wouldn't, but the Queen might. Alesan said he'd be agreeable if any children she bears are allowed to go back to Ruatha. Well, Leroy's exclamation was complimentary. You accomplished rather a lot in 1 hour, didn't you? Balerion insisted that we sleep 6 hours in Ista in that time, but we did have to leave an hour's leeway before appearing back at Ruatha. So you skited back to Ruatha Hold, bearing nets full of needlethorn and no explanations tendered. Moreta began to relax. Once Leroy got over her shocks, she'd begin to see the humor of the whole adventure, that the sheer reckless momentum had worked to their advantage. Balerion dropped off Alesan, Ochlana, and me, and took off to the Healer Hall with KPM and Desdra. The dust hadn't settled before Mubarak arrived with more glass bottles and volunteers, and... Besides, who will ask the Lord of Ruatha to explain an hour's absence, or inquire of Master KPM where he got needlethorn? He has it. That's all anyone needs to know. A point to remember. Leroy's humor had been restored enough for her to be witty. So, Moreta said, having achieved another minor miracle in soothing Leroy, tomorrow I have only to approach the other Weyrs to ask for aid in distributing the vaccine. I promised KPM. My dear girl, you can skite out of here for an hour on a mysterious, time-consuming errand. But what excuse could you possibly find to go Weyr hopping? The best. There's a queen egg in front of us. I can visit them on search. Even Orlith would agree to the necessity for that. And if I remember correctly, the Weyr leaders promised at that historic Butte meeting of theirs that they would supply candidates for Orlith's clutch. Ah, but that was then, Leroy pointed out sardonically. This is now. You have surely been aware of Matenai's disaffection. He's unlikely to part with the dullest wit in his cavern. I thought of that. Remember the lists the Weyr leaders gave Sepirin? Or did you give them to Chagall? Don't be ridiculous. They're safe in my Weyr. We can figure out which of the bronze riders at Telgar are likely to time it. I can't imagine that Bendon or High Reaches would renege on the offer of candidates. Of course they wouldn't. Tigrel would be the bronze rider you should see at Telgar. And you could apply to Delova at Eigen. She may tend to babble, but she's basically rather a sensible person. You have thought this all out, haven't you? Leroy gave a little chuckle at Moreta's cunning. My dear, you've the makings of a superior Weyr woman. Just shuck that bronze rider and get someone you're happy with. And I do not mean that light-eyed Lord Holder, with his convenient stashes of Bendon White. Though, mind you, he's a handsome lad. Outside, the bronze voice of Cadith called the fighting wings to the rim. Chapter 15. Fort, Bendon, Ista, Eigen, Telgar, and High Reaches Weyrs, present pass, 3.21.43. One day, Mubarak, and not too distant at that, Moreta told the slim young Weyrling the next morning, we'll all have nothing to do but lounge in the sun. I don't mind conveying, Moreta. It's such good training for Aerith. Then Mubarak averted his eyes, and she could see the color staining his neck and cheek. Feneldril explained to me last night the responsibility of search dragons, and why Aerith's been so discourteous. It isn't discourtesy, Mubarak. Well, it's not proper dragon behavior, and it doesn't look right for him to be doing such things to people like Lady Ochlana. Mubarak, she understands, too, and it is an instinct that we want very much to encourage in Aerith. He's a fine, sensitive blue, and you've been of great assistance to Weyr, Hall, and Hold. Now, today, we must search first at Bendon. The Weyr leaders promised as candidates. Ones who've been vaccinated, Mubarak added hastily. Moreta gripped him by the arm, amused by his conditioned qualification. Then they mounted Erith and left Fort Weyr. "You are always welcome at Bendon," Lavala said when Moreta was ushered into the Queen's Weyr, "as long as you arrive without Orleth to plague Tuzeth." The Bendon Weir-woman cast a sly glance at Cadren. "I trust she is welded to the hatching ground." "That's one of the reasons I'm here." Moreta was alone with Cadren and Lavala since she had been able to recommend to Mubarak that he remain in the bowl with Erith. Both Weyr leaders looked tired, and she wished that she did not have to tax their resources further. But there was no way one Weyr could manage to distribute the vaccine. "Orleth a reason for coming here?" Cadren grinned. "Oh, yes, of course. Candidates for your hatching. Never fear that I will go back on that pledge. There are some promising fosterlings in our caverns. All have now been vaccinated." "That's the other reason I'm here." Moreta had to blurt out her real mission at the first opportunity he gave her. Cadren and Lavala heard her out in weary silence. Cadren scratching at his sideburns, Lavala sliding a worry-wood piece through her fingers, its surface smooth from long use. "What we don't need is another epidemic. I quite see that," Lavala said when Moreta had finished outlining the plan. "We didn't lose that many runner herds here in the East, but I'm sure Lord Shatter would be glad of the vaccine. Imagine a Lessan being able to produce it with all he's been through." "I don't like asking riders to time it, Lavala." "Nonsense, Cadren. We'll only ask those who do it. Only last turn, Orabeth had to discipline Vamul, and he's only a brown rider. Bone lazy, the pair of them. You know how brown riders can be, Moreta. And you know perfectly well, Cadren, that Magent makes time whenever it suits him." "Then we'll put him in charge of the Bendon riders assisting the healer Hall," Cadren said with a snap of his fingers. "Just the sort of challenge to keep him out of mischief. He was annoyed, you know," and he winked at Moreta, "that I recovered from the plague so quickly. He enjoyed leading to fall. He'll make Weyr leader soon enough, won't he, mate?" He cast such a ludicrously suspicious look at his beautiful Lavala that it was obvious he had no anxieties on that score. Lavala laughed. "As if I had time for any dallying these days. You're looking exceedingly well, Moreta. Any injuries in your Weyr from yesterday's fall?" "A few thread scores and another dislocated shoulder. I'd say that this consolidation puts each wing on its mettle." "My thoughts, too," Cadren said. "But I shall be eternally grateful when we can resume our traditional regions. It isn't Chagall, I'll have you know. He's a bloody fine leader. It's that sour excrescence from Telgar." "Cadren!" Lavala spoke in firm remonstrance. "Moreta's discreet, but that man—" Cadren balled his fists, setting his jaw as his eyes flashed with antipathy for the Telgar leader. "He won't assist in either of your requests, you know, Moreta." "He might not." Moreta took out the lists. Cadren exclaimed in surprise at seeing them. "So they will serve a purpose after all. Let me have a glance." He flipped the sheets till he came to the angular, backhanded scrawl of Matenai's. "Tigrel would be the man to contact at Telgar. Even if he weren't a responsible rider, he'd do it in reprisal for some of Matenai's tricks. And you must have riders from each Weyr, ones who know how to find the hole-in-the-hill cots that aren't well marked. Well, you can be sure of Bendon support. I wondered why our healer was bloodletting again." He rubbed his arm with a rueful smile. "And KPM's sure about this vaccination of his?" Lavala asked. Her fingers betrayed her anxiety by the speed with which she flipped her worry-wood. "He likens it to thread. If it can't get a grip, it can't last." "How about your hatching now? We do have a very keen young man from a Limos Highlands mine-hold, whom we found on search 2 turns ago," Lavala said, reverting to Moreta's ostensible errand. "I don't know why he didn't take, but we'll have him back if he doesn't find a mate on your ground. Dan'l's his name, and he's eager to keep up with his mining craft if he can." "Are you searching more among the crafts than the holds these days?" "With the end of Pass in sight, it's best to have men who can occupy their spare time profitably for the Weyr." "We receive the tithe, whether there's Pass or not," Moreta said with a frown. Cadren looked up from his perusal of the names. "To be sure. But once a Pass is over, the lords may not be quite so generous." Cadren's expression indicated that his lords had better sustain the quality of their tithes. "I've underlined the writers who I suspect due time." His grin was raffish. "It's not something anyone admits to, but Tigrel must have to use it to cope with Matenai. Don't bother with Labol at Eigen. He's useless. Go directly to Dolova, Alaneth's writer. She lost a lot of bloodkin at Eigen Seahold. She'd know who among her riders time it. And Eigen has all those little cot-holes stashed in the desert and on the riverbanks. Surely you've got a few good friends left at Ista. You were there 10 turns. Have you heard that Fagal's bad with kidney chill?" "Yes, I'd planned to speak to Wimia out of courtesy. Or Desay, Critus' rider." "You have a son by him, don't you?" Lavala said with a tolerant smile. "Such ties seem to help at the most unexpected times, don't they?" "Desay is a steady man, and the boy impressed a Brown from Torrent's last clutch," Moreta said with quiet pride. She rose. She would have liked to stay longer with the Bendon leaders, but she had a long day ahead of her. "We'll give Dan'l time to pack up and send him on to you at Fort tomorrow with Magent. You can use the opportunity to go over any details with him. Shall I have a discreet word with my lords?" "Master Tyrone is supposed to be sweetening them, but your endorsement would be a boon." As Cadren escorted Moreta to the stairs, Lavala waved an indolent farewell, still worrying the wood in her left hand. The encouragement that Moreta received from the Bendon Weyr leaders did much to sustain her during her next 3 visits. At Ista, Fagal and Wimia were in her Weyr, Bronze Tymant's on the ledge, the tacit signal for privacy. So Moreta directed Mubarak to land Erith at Desay's Weyr, where Critus greeted Moreta with shining blue, spinning eyes, rearing to his hindquarters and extending his wings. He peered out to the ledge, patently disappointed that Moreta had arrived on a blue instead of with her queen. Then Desay emerged from his sleeping quarters. To her chagrin, she had obviously awakened him from a much-needed sleep. He was one of the few who had not succumbed to the first wave of illness, and he had ridden Fall continuously, nursed other sick riders, and tried to bolster Fagal's leadership during the latter's kidney ailment. As she argued with Desay on the necessity of once again cooperating with the healer Hall, she wished that he had had the plague. Then he would not be so slow to comply. Desay resisted her presentation in such a glum silence that she was becoming depressed when their son Murray suddenly charged up the steps. "I beg your pardon, Desay, but my Quoth told me that Moreta is here." The boy, in his height he was more manly than boyish, paused just long enough in the threshold to receive permission to enter. Then he rushed to Moreta, embracing her with a charming enthusiasm. He peered anxiously into her face with eyes the color of her own, set in a head with the same deep sockets and arching brows. Yet he was far more Desay's child in build and coloring. "I knew you were ill. It's very good to see you well." "Orlith has clutched. I've had little to do except repair scored riders and dragons." Murray opened his arms, looking from sire to dam, hopeful of answers to his outspoken questions. "Moreta needs help, which I don't think she'll get from Fagal in his state of health," Desay replied noncommittally. He refilled Moreta's cup with claw tacitly giving her permission to tell their son. She did, and the boy's eyes widened with apprehension and a growing eagerness that answered the challenge. Wymia would agree to say. You know she would. We only have to present the urgency to her. She's not a passive person like Fagal. He's changed a lot recently. As Moreta blurted out his opinion, he eyed Desai to see if the bronze rider would try to refute him. Desai shrugged. Anyway, I'd like to help, and my wing leader, Talanig, is hold-bred. If there's anyone who'd know the rainforest holds, it's him. He caught the plague, too, and lost family. He should know about this. Desai, really he should. This isn't the sort of request you can deny, is it? No more than we can stop rising to fall. Moreta faced his sire, shoulders back, jaw forward, a pose she remembered striking when she had acted on her own initiative in treating a runner in her family's hold. I rose with Ista's wings at every fall. Haven't got so much as char in my face. Keep it that way, Desai remarked in a flat voice that masked the pride he had for his lad. Talanig says they fly well, Moreta and Quarth. What we'd expect, Moreta said fondly, smiling all the more warmly at the lad. It was a pity that she hadn't been able to give him more time, but she'd had to go on to Fort Weyr, and Desai had remained at Ista. Cadren thought that 6 or 7 riders would be needed from each weir. Desai rose to stand beside his son. There wasn't a hair's difference in height between them. Moreta had never been motherly toward her children. As a queen rider, she'd had to foster them immediately. She could be proud of Moreta, though, of his eager enthusiasm. Though he was committed to the weir, it suddenly occurred to her that she had other children, and her bloodline could be sustained in Karoon. We will recruit riders who are adequate to the task, and will discharge this duty to the hall, Desai assured her. I'll speak to Wymia as soon as she's free. She'll review the fosterlings for your queen's clutch, though I must remind you that we had heavy losses among the weir and hold folk. Everyone wanted to see that peculiar beast when it passed through here on its way to the gather. I grieved to know you had such heavy losses. Moreta looked up at the fine lad, grateful he had been spared. When you've arranged the matter, send a messenger to Master KPM. He has all the details worked out. I'll see you at the hatching? Moreta winked impudently at her. Of course, Moreta laughed, and he embraced her again, a little more certain of where his arms should go, and not quite so fierce with his strong arms. Both riders walked her to the weir entrance. You're off to Eigen now? Desai asked. See Delova. She'll agree. Desai's smile showed some of the charm that had once attracted her. The bronze rider had always been slow to make up his mind, but his loyalty never faltered after he had. Don't try to talk to Matenai at Telgar. Ask for Tigrel. He's sensible. Then the bronze and brown rider locked fingers to give Moreta a lift to Aerith's back, warning Mubarak in a jocular fashion that he'd better be careful with that conveyance. Mubarak replied solemnly that it was his sworn obligation. Then they were above Eigen Weyr, the brilliance of the sun glancing off the distant lake, painful to eyes between blinded. But the heat, the dry, intense desert heat, was welcome to chilled bodies as Aerith bugled his request to the watch rider. Delova was at her weir ledge to greet Moreta, her tanned face wreathed in delighted smiles for her visitor. You come in search, she cried, embracing Moreta and drawing her into the cool of her quarters. Delova had a demonstrative and affectionate nature, though the strains of the recent past were apparent in her nervous gestures and grimaces, the way she constantly shifted her position by her queen, often tapping her fingers on Alaneth's forearm as she listened to Moreta's explanation of her double search. There's no question of my refusing help, Moreta. Silga, Empai, and Namura won't refuse either. 6, you say KPM will need? I'd wager any amount, she laughed, a high, nervous laugh, that Pauline times it. You do get to know, you know, as I'm sure you do. She grimaced, causing the sun lines around her sad brown eyes to crease. If only Lebal were not so terribly depressed. He feels that if he hadn't let our riders convey that dreadful beast about... She broke off and threw her arms out as if she could scatter all the unpleasantness and misery. Absently, she patted her dragon's face, and Alaneth regarded her fondly. I can help you distribute the vaccines, but I cannot, in conscience, give you any candidates. We have so few young people to present to hatchlings, much less a queen. Besides, Alaneth should rise soon. I'm counting on it. A flash of desperation crossed Delova's mobile face. There's nothing like a good mating flight to buoy the spirits of the entire Weyr, Moreta said, thinking ahead to Orlith's next flight with increasing anticipation. Oh, my, not you too? Delova asked with a shaky little laugh. Tears formed in her expressive brown eyes, and now her queen licked her hand. Without hesitation, Moreta took Delova in her arms, and the woman wept, in the quiet, forlorn way of someone who has cried often without relief. So many, Moreta. So many. So suddenly. The shock of it when Chimon and Helith went. Then she could not continue for sobbing. And Lebal is sunk in apathy. Pauline has risen with the Eigen wings. That's not out of order. But when we're no longer consolidated, if he cannot lead... So I'm counting on Alaneth's rising, and me. Once there's been a good mating flight, everyone's spirits will improve. And once the fear of this hideous plague is over, everyone will be restored. Delova raised her head from Moreta's shoulder, drying her eyes. You know how Firestone makes me sneeze, and I nearly burst myself to keep from doing it because a sneeze frightens people so. Ridiculous, but it is the truth. Delova sniffled, found her kerchief, and blew her nose lustily. I must say, I do feel better because you know what it's like. Now, let me have a look at our Weyr maps. Yes, I see what Master KPM means, and he's worked so much of the detail out, it'll be no trouble. I'll organize Eigen. Have you been to Telgar yet? Well, ask for Tigrel. Then you'll go to High Reaches. Is Falga improving? Will Tamianth really fly again? Oh, that is good news. Look, much as I'd love you to stay, you'd better go or I'll drip tears all over you again. I'll try not to for Lebal's sake, because Tamianth tattles on me, and that depresses Lebal even more. You can't imagine what a relief it is to weep all over you. Look, I'll send Empi when we've decided, and I might not ask more than the Queens or Pauline. I can trust them, but Lebal never approves of timing it for any reason, and now is not the moment to upset him on minor matters. Delova had been ushering Moreta to the Weyr entrance, holding tightly to her arm as they walked. She smiled warmly up at Mubarak, stroked Aerith's nose, and gave Moreta a leg up. At Telgar, the brown watch-dragon bugled threateningly to Aerith, ordering the blue to land on the rim instead of proceeding down to the bowl. My orders, Weyr woman, Kavere said with no apology. Matenai wants no strangers in the Weyr. Since when are Dragonriders strangers to each other? Moreta demanded, offended by the order and insolence with which it was delivered. Aerith trilled with concern over their reception, and he could sense Moreta's fury. I've come in search. And left your queen alone? Kavere was openly contemptuous. The eggs hardened. I call Matenai to honor his promise to Sapiran to send us candidates for impression. I have vaccine with me if it is needed for the Weyr folk I seek. We have all of that we need for those who deserve it. If I were on Orlith, Kavere, even if you were on your queen, Moreta of Fort, you wouldn't be welcome here. Take your search into your own holds, if there are any holders left, of course. If those are your sentiments, Kavere, they are. Then have a care, Kavere, when this pass is over. Have a care. Kavere laughed, and his brown reared to his hind legs, trumpeting derisively. Aerith trembled from muzzle to tail tip. Get out of here, Mubarak. Moreta spoke through clenched teeth. Telgar could burn in fever, and she'd never answer them. They could be down to the last sack of firestone, and she'd not send them a sliver. The weir could be full of thread, and she'd take us to the high reaches. A rim landing, indeed. The cold of between did not dampen Moreta's fury, but Aerith stopped trembling only when the high reaches watch dragon caroled a welcome. Ask Aerith to request permission to land in the bowl near Tamiant's quarters. Say we come in search. I already did, Moreta, Mubarak said, his eyes still shadowed by Telgar's rejection. We are twice and twice times welcome at the high reaches. Aerith says Tamiant is warbling. As Aerith glided past the 7 spindles and the waving watchrider, they could indeed hear Tamiant's intricate vocalization. Balarion's Nabeth answered, then charged out of his weir to its ledge. Saligar's Gaianarth emerged as if catapulted, flapping his wings and uttering high, crackling trills as Aerith made his landing. Mubarak turned to grin at Moreta, his shattered confidence restored by the spontaneous greetings and goodwill. Then Moreta saw Balarion standing in the wide aperture to the whirling quarters that accommodated the wounded Tamiant. He waved his right arm vigorously and then trotted out to meet her. Just a quick word alone, he said, folding his good arm around her shoulders with careless ease. I took Desdra and Ochlana to the Nerat plantations late last night. We've all the needlethorn we could possibly require. I've not mentioned either of your searches to Falga and Saligar, and there have been no awkward questions from any other source. He raised his voice, chatting casually. Tamiant's wing is dripping ichor, and she's got a tub for diving. Saligar's improving, the sun is shining, the weir is righted, and Preston and I were just giving Falga a little walk. Preston thinks very highly of you, my dear Moreta. Kernot may tell me that Diona did it, but we know Diona, don't we? Preston attended the dragon injuries from yesterday's fall. Spends his free time badgering Falga about dragon cures, which keeps her from feeling useless. Ah, here we are, Falga, your water-bearer. The first thing Moreta noticed was the enormous water butt conveniently placed at Tamiant's left, full to its brim. Then she saw the neat stack of buckets. Balarion chuckled. My idea. Everyone who wants to visit Falga goes by way of the lake and brings in a full bucket. Every hour, a whirling returns the empties to the lake. If you count the current buckets, you'll realize that Falga's been having entirely too much company. Or Tamiant's thirst has finally been slaked. Falga was propped against cushions on a wide couch that had been made of several whirling beds tied together. Moreta was delighted to see the good color in Falga's face and returned her embrace, almost embarrassed by the woman's profuse thanks for saving her queen's life. Then, out of deference to Falga's fervent request, Moreta checked the progress of Tamiant's wing with Presson, while Tamiant hummed softly, watching Moreta with softly glowing eyes. Holth says Orlith sleeps. It was Tamiant who spoke. Startled, Moreta glanced at Falga, who was equally surprised, but smiled warmly at her. You've come on search, Falga began. Surely it's early, and even a shade unwise to assemble candidates. Falga indicated that Moreta should sit on one end of the couch, Balarion on the other. Moreta hesitated, glancing at Presson, but he was busy in the far end of the large room. I've 2 reasons for coming. But there's only one queen egg. Then Falga slumped back against her pillows, resigned. What else has gone wrong, then? No, I think you could say that something has come right, Moreta said in a positive manner. But Master Capiam needs our cooperation. Quickly, Moreta once more explained, irritated by the sincere way in which Balarion expressed astonishment. Parts of Nabal, Crom, and the high reaches are totally isolated. Master Capiam feels that they could wait so your involvement won't be as large. Moreta, after saving Tamianth, you can have anything in this weir, except Saligar and Gaianarth. Fortunately, Falga's delightful laugh pealed out. He's feeling his age. Valerian, I know you time it as a matter of everyday convenience. This is the sort of thing you're good at organizing. Besides, I doubt if there's a cot you don't know in any Western hold. Falga. Valerian affected indignation and hurt, laying his right hand on his heart. May I see this plan of Master KPM's? The bronze rider was a very shrewd dissembler, for he examined the plan as if that were his first viewing. Moreta wished that Valerian were not so comprehensively charming. Moreta, Falga said, eyeing her thoughtfully, if Tamiant says Hoth says Orlith asleep, High Reaches has not been your first stop. No, I kept the best for the last. Could that be why Tamiant tells me Hoth now informs her that Raylanth and his rider have arrived in great agitation at fort? When Moreta nodded grimly, she added, Matenai would have none of it. The watch rider made Aerith land on the rim. Valerian cursed with real fervor, all languor gone. If I'd been on Orlith, that squatty, mildewed brown of Kavers would... Consider the source, Falga said earnestly. A mere brown rider. Really, Moreta, save your wrath for something worth the energy to spit at. I don't know what has got into Matenai over the last turn. Maybe he's battle-weary from fighting Thread for so many years. He's gone sour totally, and it's affecting his whole Weyr. That would be disastrous enough in ordinary times, but this plague has only shown up his deficiencies. Do we have to force a change there? We'll take up that matter later. Meanwhile, High Reaches will take up distribution on the eastern side of Telgar's region. Becerra can time it, and has, which accounts for that smug look so often on her face. Valerian, which of the bronzes? Sharth, Melath, Odiath. Valerian closed a finger into his palm with each name. Nabeth, as you suspected, Ponteth, and Bydorth. That makes 7. And if my memory serves me, Nemuel, Bydorth's rider, comes from Telgar Upper Plains. Of course, Tigrell's not the only rider who's dissatisfied with Matenai's leadership. I told you, didn't I, Falga, that once those Telgar riders had had a taste of real leadership, there'd be trouble. He smiled winningly at Moreta. I actually do defer to Chagall's abilities. He may be a dull stick in other matters. Oh, no, you can't fool your old friend Valerian. But he is a bloody fine leader. Don't waggle your finger at me, Falga. Do stop your chatter, Valerian. Holt has told Tamiant that Moreta had better get back to her Weyr, and we'll send you over a few Weyrlings from our cavern. You can take your pick. If we discover any more likely lads and girls while we're delivering Master KPM's brew, we'll bring them in. I'll just give Moreta a leg up, Valerian called back over his shoulder as he hurried out with her. It's a good thing you've only the one arm, Valerian, Falga called after them good-humoredly. I was going back by way of Ruatha, Moreta said anxiously. I thought you might be. You don't have to. They're doing splendidly. KPM's sent more people in to help. Desra's overseeing. She says Tyrone and his harpers are doing a magnificent job with the Lord's Holder and the Craft Hall Masters. He must be. I haven't seen Kalan in days. Good fellow, Kalan, and I don't say that about just any blue rider. Then they were beside Aerith, and, one-armed or not, Valerian nearly lifted her over the blue dragon. Orlith was awake on Moreta's return to Fort Weyr because Chagall had roused her while looking for Moreta. He was pacing up and down in front of the tier and whirled belligerently at her when she entered. Matenai sent a green Weyrling, he cried, fuming. Hardly more than a babe, to give our watch rider the most insulting message I have ever received. He has repudiated any agreement made at the Butte, a meeting at which I was not present. Chagall shook his fist first at Moreta and then in the vague direction of the Butte, and at which arbitrary decisions were made, which I cannot condone, though I've been forced to comply with them. Matenai has repudiated any arrangement, agreement, accord, understanding, undertaking. He is not to be bothered, he says, not to be bothered by problems of any other Weyr. If we are so poor that we have to beg and search from other Weyrs, then we do not deserve to have a clutch at all. Chagall ended up swinging his arms about like a drum apprentice. Moreta had never seen him so furious. She listened to what he had to say, but offered no response, hoping he would vent his rage and leave. Having repeated himself at length on his displeasure with her shameless venture for the Weyr that had resulted in such an insufferable message from Matenai, he ranted on through his usual grievances about his illness, about the puny size of the clutch. Finally, Moreta could bear no more. There is a queen egg, Chagall. There have to be enough candidates to give the little queen some choice. I applied to Telgar Weyr as I did to Bendon, Eigen, Ista, and the High Reaches. No one else thought my appearance or my request importunate. Now leave the ground. You've upset Orlith sufficiently for one day. Orlith was visibly upset as Moreta ran across the hot sands to her, but not, Moreta knew very well, by Chagall, by Telgar Weyr. She paced in front of her eggs, her eyes wheeling from red to yellow and orange, as she recited to her rider a list of the damages she would inflict on bronze Hogarth in such detail that Moreta was torn between laughter and horror. A mating dragon could be savage with the drive of that purpose, but a clutching dragon was usually passive. Moreta scratched Orlith's eye ridges and head knob to soothe her, urging the dragon to have a care for her eggs and come lie down again and let the hot sands lull her. She has some very good ideas, came the unmistakable voice of Hoth. Leroy says that Raylin's rider understands all that is necessary. She says that in the interests of tranquility, you are to stay in the ground, eat and sleep well. Do you miss anything, Hoth, Leroy? No. If Orlith does not finish Hogarth appropriately, I will do so. Leroy says, and the voice was now only Orlith's, her tone sullen, that we must not stop Hoth. Why not? If you had ridden me, you would not have been insulted. Actually, I'd rather have Kaver's skin for a floor rug, Moreta said in a considered tone. He's hairy enough. The notion of flaying a rider was originally Leroy's, but thinking about the process restored Moreta and indirectly placated Orlith. Perhaps she should go for Chagall's hide, too, except that she was fond of Cadith and wouldn't cause him anxiety. Kamiana comes, Orlith said, her tone calmer, her eyes more green than yellow. Moreta looked up and saw the Weyr woman beckoning urgently for Moreta to join her on the tier. Leroy told me to wait until you'd both had a chance to cool down, Kamiana said, rolling her eyes and grinning sympathetically at Moreta. Chagall will drone on when he's offended, won't he? You'd think the plague had been invented to annoy him alone. And that Matenai? We're all tired of thread, but we still do what is expected. He may find himself flying by his lonesome, and I know his Weyr's at half strength. Can we not replace him? Or must we wait until Telgar's Dalgath rises to replace him as leader? However, we're flying for KPM tomorrow. Lydora, Haura, and myself. I wish you could persuade Leroy not to, but she does know the hole-in-the-hill places better than anyone else in the Weyr. She's talked Sapirin into taking a few runs, and Kalan, though he's only a blue. Kamiana frowned dubiously over that choice. I think Pennine would have been wiser, but he got scored. Kalan's already stumbled onto timing. Besides, he's done a lot of conveying lately, you know. I didn't know, Kamiana rolled her eyes expressively again, just how much was going on around here, Moreta, and your queen on the hatching ground, pushing sand about to warm her eggs. 3.22.43. In the main hall of Ruatha Hold, which had so recently been a hospital, 40 cartwheels had been rigged as centrifuges. 100 or more ornamental bottles had also served their purpose and were now stacked against the stair wall, where once the banquet table of Ruathan lords had graced the raised end of the long hall. The frenzied activity of the past 3 days had, in the late hours of this night, abated to weary preparations for the morning's final effort. It was no comfort to the fatigued that similar activity had wearied anxious men and women in Caroon Beast Hall and Bendon Hold. In the corner nearest the kitchen entrance, a trestle table had been serving as dining table at appropriate hours, and a work table at all other times. The remnants of an evening meal were at the end nearest the wall, where maps and lists had been tacked to the hangings. On its long benches sat the 8 people whom Alesan called his loyal crew, relaxing with a cup of wine from Alesan's skin of Bendon white. "I wasn't so taken with that Master Balfour, Lord Alesan," Dag was saying, his eyes on the wine in his cup. "He's not confirmed in the honor," Alesan said. He was too weary to take part in an argument, and well aware that Fergal was listening with avid ears to store bits and pieces of irrelevant information in his cunning young mind. "I'd worry who else might have the rank, for Master Balfour certainly hasn't the experience." "He has done all that Master Capiam asked," Tuero said, with an eye on Desdra, who apparently was not listening. "Ah, it's sad to realize how many good men and women have died." Dag lifted his cup in a silent toast. "And sadder to think of the fine bloodlines just wiped out. When I think of the races Squealer will walk away with, and no competition to stretch him in a challenge." Alesan poured a bit more wine in his cup, Fergal's eyes on the business. He'd been offered a portion, but disdained it with an insolence that Alesan excused only because the lad had worked so diligently at any task assigned him. But then the work had been to save runners, and the boy had obviously inherited his grandfather's total commitment to the breed. "You say Runel died?" Dag continued, finding it hard to comprehend how few of his old cronies remained. "Did all his bloodline go?" "The oldest son and his family are safe in the hold." "Ah, well, he's the right one for it. I'll just have a look at that brown mare. She could foal tonight. Come along, Fergal." Dag swung his splinted leg off the bench and took up the crutches Tuero had contrived for him. For just a moment, Fergal looked rebellious. "I'll come with you, if I may," Rill said, rising and unobtrusively assisting Dag. "A berth is a happy moment." Fergal was on his feet in an instant, extremely possessive of Dag and unwilling to share the man's attention with anyone, not even with Narilka, for whom he had taken a curious liking. Tuero watched the curious trio until they had left the hall. "I know I've seen that woman before." "I have too," Desdra said, "or maybe her kinfolk. Faces have got blurred. Overdose." She was leaning back against the wall behind her, hands limp in her lap, a few wisps of dark hair escaping from the tight braids. "When this is over tomorrow, I'm going to sleep and sleep and sleep. Anyone, whosoever attempts to rouse me shall be... I'm too tired to think of something suitably vile." "The wine was excellent, Lord Alesan," Fallon said, rising. He pulled at Deefer's sleeve. "We've just 3 more batches to decant tonight. There could be breakages, so we must have spares. It won't take long now." Deefer yawned mightily, then belatedly covered his mouth, apologetically glancing around. But a yawn was not in the same category as a sneeze or a cough. "When you think that I thought," Tuero began with a long sigh as he regarded the interior of his empty cup, "that a Ruathan gather would be less tedious than a Crom wedding, you may wonder what I was doing for wits that day." Alesan looked up, his light green eyes sparkling. "Does that mean, my friend, you have considered my offer of a post here at Ruatha?" Tuero gave a little chuckle. My good Lord Holder Lesan, there comes a time in a harper's life when he decides that the variety and change of temporary assignments begin to pall, and he wishes a comfortable living where his capabilities are appreciated, where he can be sure of witty conversations over the dinner table, to save his fingers from the harping, where his energies are not abused. I wouldn't post to Ruatha in that event, Desdra remarked caustically, but she smiled. You weren't asked, Alesan replied, mischief in his eyes. It's no joy to serve a cautious man. Tuero flung an arm about Alesan's shoulders. There is one condition, however, which the harper held up a long forefinger, pausing before his stipulation, must be met. By the first egg, Alesan protested. You've already got me to agree to a first-story apartment on the inside, second tithe of our craft halls. When you've got them staffed again. Your choice of a runner beast, top marks as journeyman, and leave, if you wish, to take your mastery when the pass is over. What more can you ask of an impoverished Lord Holder? All I ask is what is fitting for a man of my accomplishments. Tuero humbly put one hand on his heart. So what is this final condition? That you supply me with Bendon White. He spoiled the gravity of his pronouncement by hiccuping, and gestured urgently for Alesan to fill his cup. He sipped wine to stop the spasms. Well? Good journeyman Harper Tuero, if I can procure Bendon White, you may have your just share of it. He raised his cup solemnly, and Tuero touched his to it. Agreed? Tuero hiccuped. Agreed. He tried to swallow the next hiccup. Desdra looked at Alesan, then leaned forward, and prodded the wineskin under his elbow. She made a noise of amused reproof. There's not much left in it, Alesan assured her. That's just as well. Tomorrow your heads must be as clear as can be, she said. Come, Auchlina, you're half asleep as it is. Regarding her through the lovely euphoria produced by several cups of his superlative Bendon White, Alesan wondered if Desdra was being solicitous of his sister, or merely needed support up the stairs. The progress of the two women was steady but uncertain, and their indirect course not entirely due to the cartwheels, apparatus, and equipment that lay strewn about the spacious, whitewashed hall. That was another thing he must do, Alesan decided suddenly. Repaint the hall. The austere white was too much a reminder of too many painful scenes. I say, Alesan, Tuero said as he tugged at the Lord Holder's sleeve, where do you get all that white Bendon? Alesan grinned. I have to have a few secrets. His head was wobbling, and if he wasn't careful, it would fall sideways onto the table. Secrets? Even from your harper? Tuero tried to sound indignant. If you find out, I'll tell you if you're right. Tuero brightened. That's fair enough. If a harper can't find out, and this harper is very good at finding things out, if a harper can't find out, he doesn't have the right to know. Is that right, Alesan? But Alesan's head reposed on the table. A snore issued from his half-open mouth. Tuero stared at him for a moment in mixed pity and rebuke, then pushed at the wineskin under his elbow and sighed in disgust. There wasn't more than a dribble in it. Footsteps sounded behind Tuero. He turned. Has he finished it? Rill asked. Yes, it's empty, and he's the only one who knows where the supply is. Rill smiled. The foal is a male, a fine, strong one. I thought Lord Alesan would like to know. Dag and Fergal are watching to be sure it stands and suckles. She looked down at the sleeping Lord Holder, an expression of ineffable tenderness lending her a look of quiet beauty. Tuero blinked to be sure it was the wine that had enhanced the tall woman. She had good bones in her face, he decided after making an effort at concentration. With a bit of thought to her clothing, brighter colors, With hair longer than that unattractive crop, she'd be attractive. Unexpectedly, her expression altered, and so did the illusion of beauty. Once again, she bore the resemblance that perplexed Tuero and Desdra. I know you," Tuero said. "I'm not the sort of person a journeyman Harper knows," she replied. "Get to your feet, Harper. I can't allow him to sleep in this uncomfortable position, and he needs a proper rest." "Not so sure I can stand." "Try it." Her terse reply was issued with an authority that Tuero found himself obeying, though he was shaky on his legs. Rill was only half a head shorter than Alesan, so she looped one limp arm over her shoulder, urging Tuero take the other. Between them they managed to get Alesan upright, though he remained only half conscious of their efforts. Tuero had to cling with his free hand to the banister, but fortunately Alesan's rooms were the first apartment past the head of the stairs. They got him through to the bedroom, where Rill arranged his limp body comfortably before she covered him. Tuero was mildly jealous that Alesan could arouse such tenderness. I wish, he began, but lost the words to express that longing. "The doss bed is still in the next room, Harper." "Will you cover me up, too?" Tuero asked wistfully. Rill smiled and merely pointed to the pallet on the floor and shook out the blanket folded on it. With a sigh of weary gratitude, Tuero lay down on his side. "You're good to a drunken sot of a Harper," he murmured as he felt the blanket spread over him. "One day I'll The morning began as any other in the Weyr, though bothered by a lingering cough. Nesso had otherwise recovered from her illness. She brought Moreta breakfast and had so many complaints about Gorta's management of the lower caverns during her illness that Moreta cut short the tirade by saying she had to check Leroy's harness. "I can't imagine why the Queen Riders would fly with Telgar after what Matenai did yesterday." Moreta was grateful that the fall would mask the Queen's real activities, and grateful, too, that Nesso had obviously not discerned that the rising to fall was merely an excuse, and that Telgar had nothing to do with the Queen's flight that day. "It's the last time," Moreta said, hastily draining her cup. "We had our duty to hold and haul." Orlith was carefully turning eggs on the hot sands, testing their shells with a gentle tongue. She was more solicitous of the queen egg, and turned it nearly every hour. The lesser ones were rearranged only 3 or 4 times a day. Moreta would see Leroy safely off on her mission and then take Orlith to the feeding ground. They would have to insist that drovers restock the Weyr once the threat of plague was over. Just then there wasn't much choice among what beasts were left. She'd speak to Peter Parr. Maybe wild wherries could be found nearby, fattening on the spring growth in the lower range. Once the day was over, there'd be a lot of details she'd best attend and get affairs back to a normal pace. And then a real search for candidates would be initiated. Leroy was dressed in her flying gear, but grumpy. "Maybe you'd better not fly your run if your joints are bothering you so much. Did you take enough Fellis juice in your wine?" "Ha! I knew there'd come a day when you'd beg me to take Fellis juice." "I'm not begging you." "Well, you don't need to remind me either. Just didn't sleep well last night. Kept going over the details of what goes where and with whom. Matenai couldn't have picked a better time to be obnoxious." Leroy was blackly sarcastic. "You're going to have to cope with Chagall today, you know, and all that injured dignity. Good thing we planned for you to stay in the hatching ground, otherwise he'd get suspicious." "He's asleep." "He should be. Gorta tells me he put away 2 wineskins on his own. Now, if you'll just pass that strap. There." Holt nuzzled Moreta with unexpected affection as she bent her head to accept the neck strap, and Moreta gave her eye ridge a scrape. "You'll take good care of Leroy today, won't you, Holt?" "Of course." "Of all the nerve, talking behind a rider's back. Leroy pretended indignation, but she smiled warmly at Moreta before she tugged at the harness to be sure that the clips were secure. There. She thumped Holth on the neck. We'd best be off. I'm taking the upper ranges. When I collect the animal vaccine from Ruatha, shall I leave in any messages?
You'll wish them well, of course, and see what Holth thinks of Auchlina.
Naturally. Moreta accompanied Leroy to the ledge, and as Holth crouched low, helped her mount. Leroy fastened her riding straps, settled her small frame against Holth's ridge, and waved a negligent farewell. Moreta stepped back against the wall while Holth leaped off, her wing strokes strong and sure. She flew toward the feeding ground, and then, in an instant, was gone between. Moreta worried at Holth's habit of flipping between so soon after takeoff, but the dragon was old. After they had treated everyone, Moreta was going to present the strongest possible arguments to Leroy about continuing flight at all. The wise old Weyr woman could be exceedingly useful down at Ista, where the climate would be much kinder to both dragon and rider. Other dragons were at the feeding ground, Moreta noticed, after reaching her decision about Leroy's future. The sparse numbers of the Weyr herd stampeded to the lake, and some ambled into the water. A pursuing green had a fine time splashing after a wherry, and sprays of water made rainbow dazzles in the mid-morning sun. The green's triumphant bugle was somewhat muffled by the wet mass in her mouth. Instead of flying up to her ledge to savor her meal, the green veered low and deposited the wherry at the feet of the blue dragon on the far side of the lake. Tigrath had prayed for Dylanth, Adan and Fedurl standing by. Unless Moreta's eyes deceived her, the third man watching the exchange was Peter Parr, the Weyr herdsman. When she joined the trio, Peter Parr was finalizing the details of a wherry hunt to be held that afternoon, if the weather kept fair. "They've nooks they squeeze into up in the ravines, Moreta," Peter Parr explained. "If it stays sunny," he twisted round to view the cloudless horizon, "and it looks to, they'll be out browsing. Adan here says he's willing." "I was thinking of asking Sigor to join us," Adan said. "Mouth could use an excuse to spread her wings, and the chase would do Sigor a power of good." "He oughtn't to stay immured like that," Fedurl agreed, glancing up toward Sigor's weir in the western arc of the bowl. "We'll do it," he added with a wink and a nod at Moreta. "Adan here could get a snake to walk when he sets his mind to it." Grinning, he hooked arms with his friend. "Nonetheless, Moreta, we'll hunt the hills out right quick," Peter Parr said with a shake of his head. He frowned as he pushed together some stones with the toe of his boot. "How soon do you expect the holders will be willing to send up a drove?" "Could we not just ask for permission to hunt until there's no more fear of spreading plague?" Adan asked. Neither he nor Fedurl had been infected, since both had stayed close to Fedurl's injured blue Dylanth during the worst of the contagion. "That would spare holders the necessity of a drove when they're short-handed and behind on spring work," Moreta agreed, adding that detail to the others she was accumulating. "Round up the strays for people in Karun and Telgar," Peter Parr said, nodding sagaciously. "I did hear that animals were let run when folk took sick and with no one to care for them." Then he pointed skyward. "Where are the Queen Riders going? Is that Sapirin with them?" "On search," Moreta said casually. "Queens don't go on search," Peter Parr said presumptuously. "They do when a Weyr woman has been treated as uncivilly as Telgar treated me," Moreta declared with sufficient severity to quell Peter Parr's curiosity. "Orlith does need to be fed. Do please get a few juicy bucks for her in your hunt." Smiling, she left the men. Trust Peter Parr to take an interest in everything. He hadn't mentioned Holth and Leroy, so perhaps Holth's shallow-angle approach to between had been justified. Kalan must have left earlier, but he was in and out of the weir so frequently on convey that his departure would not cause comment. It amused Moreta that she could turn Matenai's disaffection to advantage, so he was made useful instead of being merely obstreperous. Now, if Chagall would just sleep all day. She felt inordinately good that morning, aware of the smell of the spring in the air, the warmth of the sun, the laughter of the children playing near the cavern. Once the dragons had finished feeding, they would return to the lakeside, their favorite spot for games. The atmosphere in the bowl was returning to a normal buzz of pleasant activity, no longer silent with anxiety. However, an air of anticipation, of suppressed excitement, hung over the infirmary when she visited looking for Gelora, who was vaccinating one of the riders scored the day before. "Good morning, Moreta," Gelora said. "A well-timed arrival. Now I can give you the second vaccination which KPM has ordered for the Weyrs. Dragonriders travel so much," she said with a mild, apologetic smile. Nothing in her expression indicated that the procedure was anything but routine. She administered Moreta's dose with the deftness of long practice. "Can I give you a hand?" "I wouldn't object. I've got the lower cavern to do. I vaccinated the Queen riders before they left on their errand." Did Moreta imagine a twinkle in Gelora's eyes? At least she could keep busy helping the journeywoman, and so she passed the morning well occupied. When she saw Peter Parr with a Dan and Sigor, she went to tell Orlith that there'd be more choice if she could contain her appetite until later in the afternoon. "Wild wherries are tough," Orlith remarked a trifle petulantly. "But generally tasty," she added, sensing Moreta's concern and nuzzling her rider. "Cadith sleeps. Holt says that the errand proceeds well." Moreta was very grateful that Cadith still slept. Inevitably, Chagall would discover that Fort Weyr riders had taken part in KPM's vaccine distribution, preferably after he had recovered from the wine and when he had calmed down over Matenai's insult. Moreta could have been mistaken, but she had a fleeting thought that Chagall was obscurely pleased by Matenai's attitude toward her. Suddenly, Orlith reared up, her eyes flashing reddish-orange with such alarm that Moreta whirled to the hatching ground entrance, alert to danger. "He will not let the bronzes go. Sutaneth is worried. He is dangerous. Dalgeth, the senior queen, restrains all." Orlith sounded perplexed as well as defensive. "Sutaneth is speaking to you?" Moreta was amazed. Sutaneth was Miradan's queen, and she was a very junior weirwoman at Telgar. Moreta didn't know her well at all, for Fort did not often combine with Telgar Weyr, even when traditional territories were observed. "The leader has gone between to the fall, so Sutaneth warns you of the trouble that the bronzes cannot help." Matenai found out that Tigrel was going to distribute the vaccine? "Sutaneth has gone." Orlith relaxed her posture. "And Dalgeth restrains? How did Matenai find out?" "I thought Leroy and Tigrel had worked out every detail, and Karoon must have the vaccine." Moreta began to pace, scrubbing at her short hair as if she could tease out a plan. If Karoon doesn't get the vaccine, the whole plan could fail. She dashed across the sands to the tier and found KPM's notes. Karoon and Telgar had to be covered, and there were many halls and holes. Who else among her riders knew Telgar and Karoon well enough to... "Orabeth comes." This time Orlith jumped in front of her eggs, spreading her wings, arching her neck in instinctive protection of her clutch from the proximity of a strange queen. "Don't be silly, Orlith. Lavala's here to see me." Astonished that the Benden pair should appear in Fort Weyr, Moreta rushed out to meet Lavala. They had landed in the center of the bowl, well away from both hatching ground and cavern. As Moreta rushed out to meet her visitors, Lavala sighted the sun's position in relation to the star-stones before sliding down her queen's shoulder to await Moreta. "I timed that very well indeed. I didn't want you to worry unnecessarily." "You timed it here?" "Orlith just relayed Sutaneth's cryptic message. Do you know about it?" Moreta had to bellow over the noise made by the Weyr's dragons, which were bugling in bewilderment at Orlith's alarm and Oribeth's presence. Moreta sent powerful reassurances to her queen, who stopped bugling. "Do calm everyone down. I didn't mean to put the Weyr in a panic. My apologies to Orlith and the watchrider and all that, but I had to see you instantly. I did rather well, you know, timing it across the continent on top of everything else." Lavala had stripped off one glove and now fingered the worry-wood. "And yes, we know all about it in the East. About mid-morning our time, Magent thought something was amiss when Lord Shatter said no one from Telgar Weyr had collected any vaccine from him or Master Balfour, so we were slightly forewarned. Sutaneth got her warning through to Oribeth, Wimia, and Alaneth, so I gave Miradan full marks for courage. But then Cadren says she's mating with Tigrel, and he's determined against Matani now. So we took a little time." Lavala smiled eloquently at Moreta. "And we have assigned 2 brown riders who know Telgar Plains and the river holds. Desai has agreed to send one of his group on the runs along the Telgar coast to the delta. Delova says she can expand her responsibility to include the mountains, skipping back pre-fall because that's where it would choose to fall today. But we don't have anyone who knows the Karun Plains well enough." She paused then from her swift recital of emergency measures and gave Moreta a long stare. "You do. Could you fly it on that young blue?" "Holt comes. I come," said Orlith and Holt in different tones on the same breath. "Oh-ho, and here comes trouble without a shirt." Lavala looked up at the Weyr steps and pulled Moreta to one side, to be shielded by Oribeth's bulk. "Does Chagall know, or was it Orlith's fussing that roused him?" "He doesn't know." Moreta wasn't sure if she understood what was happening, or half of what Lavala had so tersely explained. Then Holt arrived, no more than 2 wingspans above the bowl. "Shells, but she's flying near the mark." Lavala instinctively drew back. "Chagall thinks you were only on search yesterday, is that right?" When Moreta nodded, she went on. "All right, then. I'll delay him. You do Karun on anything that will fly you. Those runner holds must get the vaccine. Master Balfour has it all ready, in order, and with handlers to help out at the appropriate holds. Find a dragon to ride. Oribeth and I have done all we have time for in one day." Then Lavala shoved the worry-wood back into her belt and strode off to meet Chagall, who was bellowing at such rude awakening and strange queens threatening the peace of his Weyr. Holt had continued her glide to land right at the hatching ground entrance, glaring at Oribeth, who was beginning to react to the air of hostility. Moreta rushed to intercept Leroy before Chagall saw her. "What has been going on?" Orlith called Holt in sheer panic about Sutaneth and Oribeth. Moreta made wild gestures up at the steps, indicating Chagall. Holt crouched down on the ground so that Moreta didn't need to shout up at Leroy, and the old queen hissed soothingly in Orlith's direction. Matani had Dalgeth restraining Tigrel and the other bronzes. No vaccine has been conveyed in Dalgeth or Karun. Sutaneth got a warning out to some of the queens, but Magent of Bendon had already suspected something was wrong because no riders from Telgar had collected any vaccine. Lavala has made arrangements for Telgar Plains and River. Desai has taken charge of the coast to the delta, and Delova is taking the mountains. "Which leaves the Karun Plains and you. Get your riding things. The day's half done in the east. I'll tell Kamiana to take over the rest of my run. Sapirin can do the western coast from the delta." I had the oddest feeling that something was going to go wrong. I did all the hidey holes in the top range first. The others are easy to find. Go, girl. I'll stay with Orlith. In truth, Leroy had difficulty swinging her leg to dismount. My bones are very weary today, and I'll be quite content to sit sipping my Fellis juice and wine by Orlith's side.
Peter Parr's gone to hunt wild wherries for her. Make her eat.
I'll save a few fat ones for Hoth when you two get back. She'll need to eat by then. Leroy called cheerfully after Moreta as she ran to grab her riding gear. She started toward Orlith to give her a parting hug, but Leroy cautioned her. "You've no time to waste, and a lot to make. I'll give her all the affection she needs." "You must go to Caroon," Orlith said, still keeping one eye on the Bendon Queen in the center of Fort Weir Bowl. "Holt will take you. I must guard my eggs." "Orabeth doesn't want your eggs," Moreta cried, scrambling up Holt's side. "I have told her that," Holt said. Moreta quickly lengthened the riding straps to accommodate her longer body, secured them, then told Holt she was ready. Holt turned, charged a few lengths toward the lake, not quite in line with Orabeth, and then launched herself in the air. Moreta caught a glimpse of Lavala standing on the steps in earnest conversation with Chagall, who didn't even look up as Holt took to the air. With relief, Moreta realized that the bronze rider had not noticed the switch of riders. "Please take me to Caroon Beasthold, Holt," Moreta said, visualizing the distinctive pattern of the fields that she knew as well from the ground as from the air. She didn't have time to think of her verse. She had to think of how much time she had to make. The Caroon region blazed in her mind, a map she had seen daily as a child in the big room of her family's hold. She knew it even better than she knew the northern holds, for she had trotted around it on runner-back as a child. She knew the north only from the back of a queen dragon. The Beasthold itself, set in its complex of paddocks, was a sturdy group of stone buildings in quadrangles of low, slate-roofed stables. It was there that the feline had been brought for identification, and from those fields that runners had carried the disease. Few enough beasts occupied the fields, but more than she had expected. Perhaps in her family's hold the strays had been rounded up, and all her father's careful breeding had not been wiped out. Holt glided into land near the building where a group of men obviously awaited them, a line of nets arrayed on the ground. Moreta recognized Balfour, an unsmiling man who generally confined his remarks to monosyllables. Or perhaps he had always diplomatically deferred to the affable and verbose herdmaster, Sufer. Balfour was certainly vocal now as he hurried to Moreta and Holt, beckoning his men to bring the first of the nets. "We have them all in order for you, Weir woman," he said, "if you know the holds from east to west. We've taken pains to be sure there is enough vaccine for every beast and human registered with the drum census. Go speedily, for the afternoon is half gone." Balfour exaggerated, too, for the sun was just past zenith. "Then I shall make the most of it. Don't go wandering off. I'll be back directly." Moreta angled Holt in takeoff so they both had a good look at the angle of the sun. Then she checked the first label, Caroon River Hold, situated where the river rushed through a gorge in its first wild charge from the higher plateaus. Holt jumped for the sky and went between, as Moreta kept the gorge hard in her mind. She was met by the healer of Caroon River Hold and her delivery received with thanks. They had begun to worry since the vaccine had been promised for early morning. Moreta did not dally. Next they went slightly northeast to the high plateau hold, where the runners were cleverly penned in a canyon, awaiting the vaccine. The holder wanted reassurance about this stuff, since they'd only had drum messages and no contact with anyone below since the quarantine was sent, and he wanted a fuller account of all that had been going on below. She answered him tersely, but told him that once the vaccination had been administered, he could go below and hear the whole story. Her next stop was westward, along the great plateau fault at Curved Hill Hold, where there had been a great ingathering of runners, and that was the last of the first run she did. She did 4 more holds, and each time she landed at the beast hold for more vaccine, the sun had dipped by another hour's arc, though she and Holt had been on the move hours longer than the sun told. And each jump Holt made seemed just that much shallower. Twice Moreta asked the dragon if she wanted to take time to rest. Each time Holt replied firmly that she was able to continue. The angle of the sun dominated the coordinates Moreta envisioned for Holth in her valiant leaps. It had become a blazing beacon, turning slowly orange as it dipped farther down in the west. Moreta began to think of the sun as her enemy, fighting the time it took for Holth to recognize each new destination, to glide into the hold or cot, hand over the bottles of vaccine and the packets of needlethorn, to explain, patiently, over and over, exactly the dosage for animal and that for human, repeating instructions already sent by drum and messenger. Yet Moreta had to admit that despite Master Tyrone's best efforts, there was still panic in the more isolated holds that had not been touched by the plague, and dreaded it more for its unexperienced terrors than its known qualities. Only the fact that she came a dragonback allayed some suspicions. Dragons had always meant safety, even to the most secluded settlers. She had to use valuable time reassuring Holt and still make it back to the beast hold for the next load of vaccine and the next run. All during the last round, she kept the sun at a mid-afternoon position, feeling the strain of timing it in her bones, in Holt's heaviness. But when she asked Holt if they should stop, the dragon replied that she wished Karoon had a few mountains instead of all these dreadful plains. Then they had delivered the last of the vaccine, and the net across Holt's withers was empty at last. They were at a small western hold, stark amid the vast rolling plain, the runners held in an uneasy assembly around the great water hole that supplied them. The holder was torn between administering the vaccine as long as he had light and offering hospitality to the dragon and rider. "Go, you have much to do," she told the man. "This is our last stop." Thanking her profusely, the man began to hand out the contents of the net to his handlers. He kept bowing to her and Holt, walking backward to his herd, all the while expressing his gratitude for their arrival. She watched him go, numbly aware that Holt's body was shaking under her legs. She stroked the old queen's neck. "Orleth is all right?" She had asked the question frequently, too. "I am too tired to think that far." Moreta looked at the mid-afternoon sun over Karoon Plain and wondered with a terrible lethargy exactly what time it was. "One last jump. That's all we have to take, Holt." Wearily the old queen gathered herself to spring. Moreta gratefully began her litany. Black, blacker, blackest. They went between. "Shouldn't Moreta be back by now, Leroy?" The blue rider had been prowling uneasily in the tiers, occasionally barking his shins. Leroy blinked, looking away from Kalan. His restlessness deepened her anxiety, despite the soothing effect of the Fellis-laced wine she had been sipping all afternoon. It had eased the pain in her joints caused by the morning's concentrated flying, but did not allay her worry. She jerked her shoulders irritably, arching her back, and peered down at Orleth, who lay drowsing beside her clutch of eggs. "Take a hint from Orleth. She's relaxed enough, and I won't disrupt their concentration with an unnecessary question at what could be an awkward moment," she replied testily. "They'll be very tired. They'll have had to fight time and make every minute into 20 to get the vaccine distributed." Leroy balled one hand into a fist and pounded her thigh. "I'm going to rend Matenai." She flexed her fingers as if to encircle Matenai's neck. "Holth'll rake that bronze of his into shreds." Kalan regarded her with startled awe. "But I thought Chagall—" Leroy gave a snort of contempt. "The Mal would not have needed to discuss the matter with Kadren and Saligar. He'd have been at Telgar, demanding satisfaction." "He would? What?" "No Weyr leader can disregard a continental emergency. KPM has not revoked his priority. Well, Matenai will wish he had cooperated. And," Leroy's smile was malicious, "Dalgeth will answer to the other queens." "Really?" Yes, really." Leroy drummed her fingers on the stem of her wine cup. As soon as Moreta comes back, you'll see. Kalan peered out of the hatching ground. The sun's nearly down now. It must be dark in Karun. Afterward, Kalan realized that both the rider and the dragon knew in the same instant. But Orlith's reaction was vocal and spectacular. Her scream, tearing at his taut nerves, brought him round to witness the initial throes of her bereavement. Orlith had been lying at the rear of the ground, her eggs scattered on the sand before her. Now she reared up on her hind legs, her awkwardly coiled tail all that prevented her from crashing backward as she arched her head back, howling her despair. The sounds she emitted were ghastly ululations in weird dissonances, like throat-cut shrieks. Then, in an incredible feat, Orlith launched herself from that fully extended posture over her eggs, missing them by a mere handspan. She sprawled, muzzle buried in the sand as all color faded from her golden hide. Then she began to writhe, thrashing her head and tail, oblivious to the fact that she had caught her right wing under her, flailing the air with the left. "Hoth is no more," Rogeth told Kalan. "Hoth? Dead? And Moreta?" Kalan could barely comprehend that statement and frantically tried to deny the corollary, even as he watched its effect on the stricken queen. "Leroy. Oh, no." Kalan whirled. Leroy lay against the cushions, gasping, her mouth working, her eyes protruding. One hand was pressed to her chest, the other clawed at her throat. Kalan leaped toward her. "She cannot breathe." "Are you choking?" Kalan asked, horror mounting as he scanned her contorted face. "Are you trying to die?" Kalan was so appalled at the thought of Leroy expiring before his eyes that he grabbed at her shoulders and shook her violently. The action forced breath back into her lungs. With a thin wail more piteous than Orlith's shattering cries, Leroy went limp in his arms, her body racked with sobs. "Hold her." Rogeth's voice was curiously augmented. "Why?" Kalan cried, suddenly aware that in his selfish panic he had thwarted Leroy. If Hoth was dead, she had the right to die too. His heart swelled with a crippling ache of compassion, anguish, and remorse. "How?" he demanded, unable to comprehend what terrible circumstance could have robbed Orlith of Moreta and Leroy of Hoth. "They were too tired. They ought not to have continued so long. They went between to nothing." The composite voice replied in the sad conclusion perceived by all the dragons in the weir. "Oh, what have I done?" Tears streamed down Kalan's face as he rocked the frail body of the old weir woman in his arms. "Oh, Leroy, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. Rogeth, help me. What have I done?" "What was necessary," the augmented Rogeth spoke in a tone ineffably sad. "Orlith needs her to stay." Now the air was filled with the lamentations of the weir's dragons as they joined Orlith's dreadful keen. Sound battered the hatching ground, echoing wildly in the great stony cavern. As Kalan rocked Leroy, the dragons were respectfully gathering at the entrances to the ground. They lowered their great heads, their eyes dulled to gray as they shared the grief of a dragon who was unable to follow her rider in death, held to the ground by the clutch of hardening eggs. People had edged past the guardian dragons now, pausing briefly in deference to Orlith. Then Kalan recognized Sapirin and Feneldril, closely followed by the other queen riders and Jalora. Kamiana turned with a peremptory gesture to the weir folk to remain at the entrance. But Jalora hurried to the steps, sliding to the blue rider. The healer murmured tenderly to Leroy, stroking her hair,
before she took the weeping woman from Kalan's arms.
She wanted to die, Kalan stammered, lifting his empty hands in mute apology to Kamiana. She nearly did.
We know. Kamiana's face was wretched. Pour some wine, Kamiana, Jalora said, rocking Leroy as Kalan had. He was obscurely relieved that he had, at least, done that right. Use plenty of Fellis juice from that brown vial. Pour a cup for Kalan, too.
We could all use some, Lydora muttered as she helped Kamiana. But when Jalora held the cup to Leroy's lips, the Weyr woman pressed them tightly closed over her sobs and turned her head away.
Drink, Leroy. Jalora's tone was deep with compassion.
You must, Leroy, Kamiana insisted, her voice breaking. You're all Orlith has. The rebuke in Leroy's pained eyes was more than Kalan could stand, and he buried his head in his hands, shaking with reaction. Feneldril laid a gentle arm across his shoulders to support him. Dear Leroy, Lamal would expect it of you. I implore you, drink the wine. It will help. Sapirin's voice was hoarse. Oh, brave Leroy, courageous Leroy. Jalora murmured in approval, and Kalan looked up as the old Weyr woman accepted the wine. Lydora pressed a cup into his hand. It must be half Fellis juice, he thought, as he recklessly downed the draught. Not that it would do any good. Not all the wine in Pern could assuage the pain and remorse in his heart. He willed the potion to numb his senses, but he couldn't stop weeping. Even Feneldril's seamed face was tear-stained as he stroked Sapirin's shoulder in comfort. Let's get her up to her weir, Jalora said, motioning for Sapirin and Feneldril to assist her. No. Leroy's response was vehement. Orlith screamed in echoing protest. No, said the voices, and Kalan caught Sapirin's arm. I'll stay. Leroy pointed toward Orlith. I'll stay here. Will she? Jalora asked the other queen riders, meaning the dragon. Orlith will stay, Kamiana said in a barely audible voice, while Leroy slowly nodded affirmation. She will stay until the eggs are ready to hatch. Then we'll both go, Leroy added softly. Her words would forever remain in his mind, Kalan knew, as indelible as the rest of the terrible scene. Sapirin and Feneldril stood beside him, drooping in grief, their faces suddenly aged. Haura and Lydora clung to each other weeping, while Kamiana stood to one side, her figure taut. Beyond them, the arched entrances to the hatching ground framed the press of dragons, all gray in sorrow, and the silent cluster of weirfolk bewildered by the grievous loss. Just then there was a stir, and 3 riders slowly moved onto the ground. Shigal escorted by Saligar and Kadren. Shigal continued forward alone, his body bowed with grief. He fell to his knees, covering his face with his hands, unseen by the inconsolable Orlith, who writhed in the soul-rending agony of separation from her beloved rider, Moreta. Aftermath. Present pass 4.23.43. The occasion of a hatching ought to be a joyous one, Master KPM thought, without a single buoyant fiber in his body, as he watched the dragons glide to the knots of passengers awaiting conveyance to Fort Weyr. He had not attended to what Tyrone had been saying to him. Then the Master Harper's parting phrase penetrated his gloomy reflections. I will be singing my new ballad, composed in celebration of Moreta. Celebration! KPM roared. Desdra caught his arm and prevented him from being trampled on by Rogeth. Celebration indeed! Has Tyrone gone mad? Oh, KPM! Desdra's soft exclamation was unusually gentle for that caustic lady, newly made a master healer. KPM glanced quickly about to see why. Then he saw Kalan's grief-stricken face as the rider dismounted. "Leroy and Orlith went before dawn," Kalan said, his voice breaking. "No one would have stopped them. But we had to watch, to be with them. That's all we could do." Kalan's tear-filled eyes begged for solace. Desdra folded her arms around him, and KPM stroked his back, offering the blue rider a kerchief that he needed himself in that instant. Desdra didn't weep, but her face was flushed, her jaw muscles tight, and her nose very red. "They only stayed because of the eggs, to be sure of the day. But we had to see them go," Kalan sobbed. Wondering if he should administer a restorative, KPM caught Desdra's eye, but she gave a little shake of her head. "They were so brave, so gallant. It was dreadful knowing they would go. Dreadful knowing that one day we would wake up and they would be gone, just like Moreta and Hoth." "They could have gone that day," KPM began, knowing that wasn't the thing to say, struggling to find something to ease Kalan's grief. "Orlith could not have gone till the eggs were hard," Desdra said. "Leroy stayed with her. They had a purpose, and now it is accomplished. Today must also be a glad day, for dragons will hatch. Surely that is a good day for going. A day that had begun in unmeasured grief will end in great joy. A new beginning for 25, no, 50 lives. For the young people who impress today begin a new life." KPM stared in wonder at Desdra. He could never have expressed it so well. Desdra might not speak often, but she chose the right words when she did talk. Yes, Kalan was saying, dabbing at his eyes. "I must concentrate on that. I must think of the beginnings of this day, not of the endings." He straightened his shoulders resolutely and remounted the doleful Rogeth. Dragons did not weep as humans did, but KPM thought he might prefer tears to the gray tinge that came to their eyes and hides. Rogeth bore the color of mourning. They mounted, and Kalan conveyed them to Fort Weyr. Old tears froze briefly on KPM's cheeks, to be renewed as he saw the dragon-crowned rim of Fort Weyr. He'd no time to count, but surely even Telgar's disaffected Weyr must be represented to produce such an assembly. Kalan angled Rogeth to land as close to the hatching ground as possible. Seemingly a dangerous task, for dragons were leaping and landing all over the bowl. "Everyone will have to make an effort today," KPM thought, and tears streamed down his face again. Desdra was stroking his hands, and he knew she was aware of his intense feelings. He knew she wasn't untouched by the tragedies, but grief can be exhibited in many ways, and her quiet summary to Kalan had given KPM some comfort, too. They dismounted quickly from Rogeth, smiling up at Kalan, who had mastered his tears, if not his mournful expression. Then the blue dragon leaped skyward again. KPM noticed that the usual tables and benches had been set outside the lower cavern for the impression feasting. He hoped to get drunk enough at it not to hear Master Tyrone's ballad. KPM could smell the roast meats, but they did not rouse his appetite as they usually did. It was a lovely day. It would have been a magnificent dawn, he thought, and rubbed his face harshly to stop the ready tears. If the master healer of Pern could not maintain his composure, what a poor example he would set. The day was a beginning, not an ending. As Desdra pulled him toward the hatching ground, he inadvertently looked to his right, to where Moreta had lived the last days of her life. He blew his nose fiercely and looked directly ahead of him, now pulling Desdra to a place as far from that tier as was possible within the confines of the ground. The eggs took his attention. They lay, neatly spaced, the queen egg separate on a neat mound of sand, lovingly piled to cushion and display it. He blew his nose again and stumbled on the first step of the tier. There seemed to be a good deal of nose-blowing, and kerchiefs of all colors were being flourished, There was no end to the sounds people made in clearing their nasal passages. Obscurely, KPM felt cheered that so many people were affected by the aura. Could the dragons massed on the rim have prevented Orlith and Leroy going? KPM chided himself for such wistful, futile thoughts. No, the halves that were missing could never be replaced. Orlith yearned for Moreta and Leroy for Holt. As Kalan had done, KPM must accept the inevitable. Then he felt the vibration through his boot soles and looked down. It took him only a moment to realize that hatching was imminent. The dragons had begun their hum, not just the dragons taking their place at the top of the ground, but those outside, until the solid rock of Fort Weir was resonating. The note managed, in some inexplicable manner, to be melancholy as well as expectant. It was low, the crescendo to hatching, but it produced an impetus. The audience rushed in. KPM looked around him again to identify faces no longer obscured by kerchiefs. On the upper tier, to his left, he saw Lord Shatter and his lady Lavala, Cadren and Magent beyond, sitting next to Master Balfour, who had declined the honor of becoming Master Herdsman. Some said he felt keenly responsible that Moreta had died helping his hold. Desdra's hand tugged at his, and he followed her gaze to see Alesan entering the hatching ground with Lady Nerilka. They were a striking pair, Alesan a half-head taller than his consort. But even at this distance, KPM could see that Alesan was pale. He walked steadily, if slowly, his arm linked through Nerilka's. Tuero was on his right side, Dag and little Fergal a respectful pace, for once, behind their lord's holder. KPM had been surprised by Alesan's choice of wife, but Desdra said that Rill would support Alesan, and he needed that. Master Tyrone arrived, with Lord Tollicamp and his ridiculous little wife. KPM wasn't certain if the emergence of Lord Tollicamp from his self-imposed isolation was a tribute to the occasion or would be a trial, but he had made the effort today. As Nerilka had noted to KPM, the man had never known he had a daughter missing. When told that Nerilka had become Alesan's wife, Tollicamp had remarked about Ruatha swallowing up his women, and that if Nerilka preferred Ruathan hospitality to his, that was the end of her in his eyes. Lord Ratashigan arrived, alone as always, mincing across the hot sands to the fast-filling tiers. The dragon hum was swelling now, more confident, less mournful. Other Lords Holder and Master Craftsmen scurried to the tiers. Saligar supported Falga, who still walked lame, though she rode every fall. Balerion walked by himself, quickly, and took a place without glancing about. Amid the journeymen, small holders, apprentices, folk from all the weirs, KPM saw a few wearing a Telgar badge, but many displaying Karoon. The hum became excited as the dragons, gripped by a sense of occasion, sang their welcome. One of the eggs began to rock, and a hush of expectancy fell over the visitors while the dragon's song became ecstatic. Chagall escorted the candidates in their white robes, the 4 girls leading. Chagall fussily motioned for the boys to walk on while he deferentially led the girls to the queen egg. KPM rapidly counted the boys. 32. Not as much choice as usual, but then... KPM thought Ocklina looked stunning. He remembered her as so shy and diffident in the bustling, lusty family that had once cramped Ruatha Hold as to be unremarkable. She had certainly bloomed. Then he noticed Balerion watching her intently. He, too, had changed dramatically since Moreta died. There, the phrase had come out, hurtful though it was. Tears stung his eyes again. Desdra's hand renewed its clasp on his. Did she always know when sorrow overcame him? People stirred and pointed as the first egg continued to rock and cracks became visible. The humming reached a new pitch of excitement, and KPM felt his breath quickening. Another egg became agitated, and a third. One didn't know where to look first. The hum became more than vibration. It became a sound enveloping everyone in the hatching ground, almost visible about the eggs. They responded by frantic rolling and pitching. The first one broke, and a moist dragon head appeared, crooning piteously as the dragonette shook itself free of the shell. It was a bronze. A sigh of relief rose from every throat. For a bronze to hatch first was a good sign. Pern needed every one it could discover. The little beast staggered directly toward a tallish boy with a shock of light brown hair. That was also a good sign that the dragonette knew whom he wanted. The boy didn't quite believe his good fortune and looked in appeal to his immediate neighbors. One of them pushed him toward the dragonette. The boy no longer resisted and ran to kneel in the sand beside the little bronze and stroke his head. KPM had tears in eyes again, but they were joyful ones. The miracle of impression had occurred and spread its anodyne, dispersing sorrow. While he was blotting his face, a second dragonette, a blue, found his rider. The hum of the mature dragons was joined by the crooning trill of hatchlings and the excited exclamations from the newly chosen riders. Suddenly a fresh flurry signaled activity about the queen egg, which rocked, KPM thought, more imperatively than the others. In fact, 3 good wobbles, and the egg cracked neatly in half, the fragments falling away from the little queen, who seemed to spring from the shards. Another excellent omen. 2 of the girls wavered in their stance, but in KPM's mind there was never any question of which girl the little queen chose. KPM turned to embrace Desdra in celebration. Clinging together, they watched Ochlina lift shining eyes, her gaze instinctively finding Belerion in the mass of faces confronting her. Her name is Hanneth. Dragon Decks. In order of founding, the major holds as bound to Weyrs. Fort Weyr. Symbol, a castle turret. Color, brown. Weyr leader, Chagall. Dragon bronze, Cadith. Weyr woman, Moreta. Dragon queen, Orlith. Wing leader, Sapirin. Dragon bronze, Clioth. Fort hold, oldest hold, Lord holder Tolakamp. Ruatha hold, next oldest, Lord holder Alesan. Southern bowl hold, Lord holder Ratashigan. Bendon Weyr. Symbol, a heavy Roman numeral 2. Color, red. Weyr leader, Cadren. Dragon bronze, Cusath. Weyr woman, Lavala. Dragon queen, Oribeth. Wing leader, Magent. Dragon bronze, If. High reaches Weyr. Symbol, 2 small clumps of grass. Color, blue. Weyr leader, Saligar. Dragon bronze, Gaianarth. Weyr woman, Falga. Dragon queen, Tamianth. Wing leader, Belerion. Dragon bronze, Nabeth. Tilloch hold, Lord holder Diatus. Eigen Weyr. Symbol, 3 hillocks. Color, yellow. Weyr leader, Lebol. Dragon bronze, Timinth. Weyr woman, Delova. Dragon queen, Perforth. Ista Weyr. Symbol, an inverted V. Color, orange. Weyr leader, Fagal. Dragon bronze, Sainalth. Weyr woman, Wimia. Dragon queen, Torrent. Wing leader, Taloneg. Dragon bronze, Jailurth. Wing leader, Desay. Dragon bronze, Critith. Ista hold, Lord holder Fatatric. Nerat hold, Lord holder Graham. Telgar Weyr. Symbol, 7 closely knit tall thin spikes. Color, white. Weyr leader, Matanai. Dragon bronze, Hogarth. Weyr woman, Meridan. Dragon queen, Sutanith. Wing leader, Tigrel. Dragon bronze, Raylanth. Pernese oaths. By the egg. By the first egg. By the egg of Farenth. Great Farenth. Scorch it. Shards. By the shards of my dragon's egg. Shells. By the shell. Through fall, fog, and fire. Some terms of interest. A genothree, a common chemical on Pern, HNO3, A genothree fuels the flamethrowers used by ground crews to burn thread, and traditionally carried by riders of the Queen's wings. Belior, Pern's larger moon. Between, an area of nothingness and sensory deprivation between here and there. Dawn Sisters, a trio of stars visible from Pern, also called Day Sisters. Day Sisters, a trio of stars visible from Pern, also called Dawn Sisters. Dead Glow, a numbskull, stupid, derived from glow. Dragon, the winged, fire-breathing creature that protects Pern from thread. Dragons were originally developed by the early colonists of Pern, before they lost the ability to manipulate DNA. A dragon is hatched from an egg and becomes empathically and telepathically bound to its rider for the duration of its life. Green, female, 20 to 24 meters, the smallest and most numerous of the dragons. Light, highly maneuverable, and agile, the greens are the sprinters of dragon kind. They breathe short bursts of flame. Greens are rendered sterile through a sex-linked disability triggered by chronic use of firestone. Blue, male, 24 to 30 meters, the workhorse of the dragons. Medium-sized, the blues are as tough as the greens, but not as maneuverable. They have more stamina under pressure and are capable of sustaining flame longer. Brown, male, 30 to 40 meters. Larger than greens and blues, some well-grown browns are as big as smaller bronzes and could actually mate with the queens if they so dared. The browns are the real wheel horses of the dragons, reasonably agile and strong enough to go a whole fall without faltering. They are more intelligent than blues or greens, with greater powers of concentration. Browns and their riders sometimes act as whirling masters, training the young dragons and riders. Bronze, male, 35 to 45 meters, the leaders of the dragons. All bronzes compete to mate with the gold queens. The rider whose dragon succeeds becomes weir leader. Bronzes are generally trained for leadership and assume wing leader and wing second positions along with browns. Bronzes and their riders often act as whirling masters, training the young dragons and riders. Gold, queen, full female, 40 to 45 meters. The bearer of the young, the queen is traditionally mated by whichever bronze can catch her. Although browns can mate with queens, and sometimes do, in the case of junior queens, this is unusual and not encouraged. The queen is fertile and bears eggs which she oversees until they hatch. Clutch sizes range from 10 to 40. Generally, the larger clutches occur during a pass. The senior queen, usually the dragon of the oldest queen rider, is the most prestigious dragon and is responsible for all the dragons in the weir and for the propagation of her species. Phallus, a flowering tree. Phallus juice, a juice made from the fruit of the phallus tree, a soporific. Firestone, a rock bearing phosphorus that, when eaten by a dragon, is digested to produce phosphine gas, which ignites on contact with air. Glow, a light source that can be carried in a hand basket. Harper. Harpers are the teachers and entertainers of Pern. They educate the young in hall, hold, weir, and cot. They guide the elders in the practice of their traditional duties. The master harper of Pern is responsible for the training of harpers, the appointment of trained harpers to weir, hold, hall, and cot, and the discipline of harpers. The master harper acts as judge, arbitrator, and mediator in disputes between lord's holder and between weir and hold or hall, but any harper can be called in to mediate if necessary. Head woman, selected by the weir woman to run the lower caverns. The head woman supervises the general domestic machinery of the weir and the individual weirs of the riders. Among her duties are the care of the young, the supervision of food collection, storage, and preparation, weir maintenance, and nursing under the aegis of the weir healer, or healers. High reaches, mountains on the northern continent of Pern, see map. Hold. A hold is where the normal folk of Pern live. Holds were initially caverns in rocky cliffs where thread could gain no foothold. They began as places of refuge. They grew to become centers of government, and the Lord Holder became the man to whom everyone looked for guidance, both during and after the pass of the Red Star. Impression, the joining of minds of a dragon and his or her rider-to-be. At the moment of hatching, the dragon, not the rider, chooses his partner and telepathically communicates this choice to the chosen rider. Interval, the period of time between passes, generally 200 turns. Claw, a hot, stimulating drink made from tree bark and tasting faintly of cinnamon. Long interval, a period of time, generally twice the length of an interval, during which no thread falls and dragon men decrease in number. The last long interval is thought to herald the end of threads. Looks to, is impressed by. Month, 4-7 days. Numbweed, a medicinal cream that, when smeared on a wound, kills all sensation, used as an anesthetic. Old-timer, a member of one of the 5 weirs that Lessa brought forward 400 turns in time, used as a derogative term to refer to one who is moved to southern weir. Pass, a period of time during which the red star is close enough to drop thread on Pern. A pass generally lasts 50 turns and occurs approximately every 200 turns. A pass commences when the red star can be seen at dawn through the eye rock of the star stones. Pern, third of the star Rukbat's 5 planets. It has 2 natural satellites. Red star, Pern's stepsister planet. The red star has an erratic orbit. Rukbat, a yellow star in the Sagittarian sector. Rukbat has 5 planets and 2 asteroid belts. Runner beast, also called runner, an equine adapted to Pernese conditions from fetuses brought with the colonists. Quite a few distinct variations were bred: heavy-duty cart and plow animals, comfortable placid riding beasts, lean racing types. 7-day, the equivalent of a week on Pern. Starstones, Stonehenge-type stones set on the rim of every weir. When the red star can be seen at dawn through the eye rock, a pass is imminent. Thread, mycorrhizoid spores from the red star, which descend on Pern and burrow into it, devouring all organic material they encounter. Timor, Pern's smaller moon. Tunnel snakes. Tunnel snakes are a minor danger and an annoyance on Pern. Of the myriad types of tunnel snakes, 2 are the most insidious: the type that lives in tunnels and the type that makes tunnels by burrowing in the sand on beaches. The latter has a great appetite for fire lizard eggs. Tern, a Pernese year. Watch dragon, the dragon whose rider has pulled watch duty on the weir roster. A watch is generally 4 hours long. Essentially, weirs are military camps. Sentries are part of that ethos. During a pass, they watch for any chance erratic fall of thread for anyone entering or leaving the weir. Watchware, the ungainly, malodorous product of an attempt to breed larger, more useful animals from the genetic material of the fire lizard, an indigenous Pernese life form. Watchwares are nocturnal, exceedingly vicious when aroused, and highly protective of those they recognize as friends. A watchware is conditioned to know the people of its hold, hall, or cot, and to give warning of intruders of any sort. Used as a watchdog, it is generally chained to the front entrance of the hold, hall, or cot. Watchwares can communicate with dragons, but as they tend to be very trivial and rather stupid, dragons are not fond of touching their minds. Weir, spelled with a capital W, a home of dragons and their riders. Weir, spelled with a lowercase w, a dragon's den. Weir leader, generally the rider of the bronze dragon who is mated with the senior queen dragon of the weir during her mating flight. The weir leader is in charge of the fighting wings of the weir, responsible for their conduct during falls and for the training and discipline of all riders. During an interval, he is responsible for the continuance of all thread fighting tactics, for keeping alive the fighting abilities of dragons and riders. His rank symbol is a dragon. Weirling, an inexperienced dragon rider under the tutelage of the Weirling Master. His rank symbol is an inverted stripe. Weirling Master, usually an aging rider with good skills and the ability to discipline and inspire the young, responsible for the training of young riders and their dragons. Weir Singer, the harper for the dragon riders, usually himself a dragon rider. Weir Woman, spelled with a capital W.
the rider of a dragon queen and co-leader with the Weyr leader of the Weyr. She is responsible for the conduct of the Queen's Wing during the fall, under the Weyr leader's orders, for the care of dragons, riders, and all Weyr folk, and for the peace and tranquility of the Weyr during a pass and during intervals. She appoints all subordinates, ensures that all tithes are delivered or collected, and mediates all disputes except honor contests among riders. She is responsible for the training, fostering, and disposition of the Weyr's children and non-rider personnel, overseeing with the Weyr leader the training of Weyrlings under the Weyrling master. As any dragon will obey a queen, even against the wishes of his or her rider, the Weyr women are in fact the most powerful people on Pern. Weyr women have autonomy in their own Weyr, but will act in concert with other Weyr women when necessary for the good of the Weyrs. Her rank symbol is a dragon. Each Weyr has from 2 to 5 queens, the larger numbers occurring during a pass. In the event of the death or voluntary retirement of a Weyr woman, the position will be assumed by the oldest of the other queen riders in the Weyr. Although candidates for impression generally come from nearby holds and halls, the search for a queen candidate may extend throughout the continent. Weyr woman, spelled with a lowercase w, a female dragon rider. Her rank symbol is a gold star. Weyries, a type of fowl roughly resembling the domestic turkey of Earth, but about the size of an ostrich. Wing leader, the dragon rider in command of a Weyr's fighting wing, subordinate to the Weyr leader. His rank symbol is double bars. Wing second, the dragon rider second in command to the wing leader. His rank symbol is a single bar. Withies, water plants resembling the reeds of Earth. The people of Pern. A Dan, rider at Fort Weyr, dragon green to Grath. A Lesan, lord holder of Ruatha Hold. A Murray, rider at Eigen Weyr, dragon green Grant. Bade, crop holder at Ruatha Hold. Balfour, master at Caroon Beasthold. Barley, deceased, healer at High Reaches Weyr. Birchar, master healer at Fort Weyr. Bessel, a man at Beastmaster Hold. Basera, Weyr woman at High Reaches Weyr, dragon queen Odioth. Bagriel, Weyrling at Fort Weyr. Valerion, wing leader at High Reaches Weyr, dragon bronze Nabeth. Baranda, healer at Healer Hold. Brigard, healer at Peyton Hold. Berdion, healer at Eigen Sea Hold. Campan, heir to Tolacamp, lord holder of Fort Hold. Capiam, master healer at Fort Hold. Chamon, rider at Eigen Weyr, dragon bronze Helith. Clargesh, master craftsman, glass at Tilloch Hold. Kernot, Weyrling master at High Reaches Weyr, dragon bronze Caith. Cormier, harper at Fort Weyr. Kavere, rider at Telgar Weyr, dragon brown Hogarth. Dag, runner handler at Ruatha Hold. Dalova, Weyr woman at Eigen Weyr, dragon queen Perforth. Dangle, brother to a Lesan, lord holder of Ruatha Hold. Danel, candidate for impression from Lemos Mine Hall at Bendon Weyr. Declan, candidate at Fort Weyr. Defer, warden at Ruatha Hold. Desdra, journeywoman healer at Fort Hold. Diatis, lord holder of Tilloch Hold. Diona, Weyr woman at High Reaches Weyr, dragon queen Kylanath. Diltan, Weyrling at Fort Weyr. Desay, wing leader at Ista Weyr, dragon bronze Critus. Empi, Weyr woman at Eigen Weyr, dragon queen Dulchenth. Eamon, journeyman harper at Ruatha Hold. Falga, Weyr woman at High Reaches Weyr, dragon queen Tamianth. Ferrelli, harper at Ruatha Hold. Fedurl, rider at Fort Weyr, dragon blue Dylanth. Feldul, healer at Hold Brum. Fergal, grandson to Dag, runner handler at Ruatha Hold. Fagal, Weyr leader at Ista Weyr, dragon bronze Sainalth. Patatric, lord holder of Ista Hold. Feneldril, Weyrling master at Fort Weyr, dragon brown Menanth. Fallen, journeyman healer at Ruatha Hold. Fortine, master of archives at Fort Hold. Gale, healer at Big Bay Hold. Gallardi, healer at Healer Hall.
Galnish, healer at Hold Gar. Genjan, master glassblower at Tillock Hold. Gorby, healer at Karoon Runner Hold. Gorta, apprentice to headwoman at Fort Weir. Graham, lord holder of Nerat Hold. Howrah, weirwoman at Fort Weir. Dragon Queen Worth. Helly, race rider at Ruatha Hold. Hagrave, rider at Bendon Weir. Dragon Queen Hallis. Ind, healer at Ista Weir. Jalora, journeywoman healer at Fort Weir. Jatan, rider at High Reaches Weir. Dragon Bronze Sharth. Kamiana, weirwoman at Fort Weir. Dragon Queen Pelianth. Cadal, rider at Telgar Weir. Dragon Blue Teelarth. Cadren, weir leader at Bendon Weir. Dragon Bronze Cusath. Kylamon, journeyman harper at Ruatha Hold. Kalan, rider at Fort Weir. Dragon Blue Rogath. Kulan, smallholder at Ruatha Hold. Kilos, healer at Seacliff Seahold. Labol, weir leader at Eigen Weir. Dragon Bronze Tymenth. Leaf, lord, father of Alesan, lord holder of Ruatha Hold. Lerai, inactive weirwoman at Fort Weir. Dragon Queen Holth. Lavala, weirwoman at Bendon Weir. Dragon Queen Orabeth. Lydora, weirwoman at Fort Weir. Dragon Queen Eilith. Lamal, deceased, previous weir leader at Fort Weir. Dragon Bronze Clineth. Loriana, healer at Bayhead Seahold. Lorrail, rider at Fort Weir. Dragon Brown Sorth. Levin, rider at Bendon Weir. Dragon Bronze Jith. Macfar, brother to Alesan, lord holder of Ruatha Hold. Marl, handler of herd beasts and runner beasts at Ruatha Hold. Mazdek, journeyman harper at Fort Hold. Malone, candidate at Fort Weir. Mubarak, weirling at Fort Weir. Dragon Blue Arith. Melor, weirwoman at Telgar Weir. Dragon Queen Dalgeth. Mendir, healer at Groundhold. Magent, wing leader at Bendon Weir. Dragon Bronze Ith. Mibbet, healer at Karoon Beasthold. Miradan, weirwoman at Telgar Weir. Dragon Queen Sutaneth. Moreta, weirwoman at Fort Weir. Dragon Queen Orlith. Mastar, son of Tolacamp, lord holder of Fort Hold. Murray, rider at Ista Weir. Dragon Brown Quarth, son of Moreta by Desay. Matenai, weir leader at Telgar Weir. Dragon Bronze Hogarth. Namura, weirwoman at Eigen Weir. Dragon Queen Gillith. Natal, old headwoman at High Reaches Weir. Narilka, Rill, daughter of Tolacamp, lord holder of Fort Hold. Nesso, headwoman at Fort Weir. Nemen, rider at Fort Weir. Dragon Blue Jelth. Nemul, rider at High Reaches Weir. Dragon Bronze Bidorth. Norman, race manager at Ruatha Hold. Natar, rider at High Reaches Weir. Dragon Bronze Melath. Oclana, sister to Alesan, lord holder of Ruatha Hold. Oma, lady, mother of Alesan, lord holder of Ruatha Hold. Pendra, lady holder of Fort Hold. Peter Parr, herdsman at Fort Weir. Pauline, rider at Eigen Weir. Dragon Bronze Aeth. Penine, rider at Fort Weir. Dragon Bronze Ixth. Palan, healer at Big Bay Hold. Presson, healer at High Reaches Weir. Quitrin, healer at Southern Bowl Hold. Rapal, healer at Campbell's Field. Ratoshigan, lord holder of Southern Bowl Hold. Rill, see Narilka. Relen, rider at High Reaches Weir. Dragon Bronze Ponteth. Relimiac, rider at Fort Weir. Dragon Blue Gaianth. Runel, old herdsman at Ruatha Hold. Scand, master healer at Ruatha Hold. Sement, healer at Great Reach Hold. Segor, rider at Fort Weir. Dragon Green Mouth. Shadder, lord holder of Bendon Hold. Shagal, weir leader at Fort Weir. Dragon Bronze Cadith. Silga, weirwoman at Eigen Weir. Dragon Queen Brixth. Sim, Drudge at Fort Hold. Sakidal, Rider at Fort Weyr, Dragon Brown Adath. Saligar, Weir Leader at High Reaches, Dragon Bronze Gaianarth. Sneal, Healer at Greenfields Hold. Suver, Small Holder at Southern Bowl Hold. Sapiran, Wing Leader at Fort Weir, Dragon Bronze Clyoth. Sufer, Master Herdsman at Caroon Beast Hold. Suriana, deceased wife of Alesan, Lord Holder of Ruatha Hold. Talpan, Healer of Animals at Caroon Beast Hold. Talanai, Woman at Fort Weir. Tigrel, Wing Leader at Telgar Weir, Dragon Bronze Raylinth. Theng, Guard Leader at Fort Hold. Tyrone, Master Harper at Fort Hold. Tolaneg, Wing Leader at Istawir, Dragon Bronze Jailirth. Tenur, Rider at Fort Weir, Dragon Green Tapeth. Tolacamp, Lord Holder of Fort Hold. Tonia, Healer at Eigen Seahold. Teregal, Weirling at Fort Weir, Dragon Blue Caranth. Terral, Rider at Fort Weir, Dragon Brown Maineth. Troom, Master Herdsman at High Reaches Hold. Tuero, Journeyman Harper at Ruatha Hold. Turvine, Crop Holder at Ruatha Hold. Turving, Small Holder at Ruatha Hold. Vander, Small Holder at Ruatha Hold. Varney, Master of the Wind Toss. Vamal, Rider at High Reaches Weir, Dragon Brown Coath. Vamull, Rider at Bendon Weir, Dragon Brown Telath. Wimia, Weirwoman at Ista Weir, Dragon Queen Torrent. Water, Rider at Bendon Weir, Dragon Bronze Tavanth. Waven, Rider at Fort Weir, Dragon Green Balgeth. Passes and intervals. Planetfall plus 8 years. First fall. 58, first pass. 258, second pass. 508, third pass. 758, fourth pass. First long interval. 1208, fifth pass. 1458, sixth pass. 1505, Moreta's Ride, the Plague. 1758, seventh pass. 2008, eighth pass, second long interval. 2405, Lessa's Impression. 2408, ninth pass. End of Moreta, Dragonlady of Pern, by Anne McCaffrey.